Chapter 11:59. The atmosphere in the 33 heavens had become very strange. The great celestial emperor suddenly had a group of ferocious subordinates, and one of them, a man named Wuxia, was able to break the southern heavenly gate and seize the demon-revealing mirror all by himself. But Wuxia was not the scariest. What was more frightening was a man named Audiobook and his supremacy called Great E. These two ferocious men had broken the limbs of the 8 heavenly kings in front of the southern heavenly gate and nearly destroyed their divine bodies. But Audiobook and supremacy were only fears to the 8 heavenly kings, and the strangest was the woman named Princess Xianxia. It was said that when 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers formed a battle array to besiege the immortals under the great celestial emperor, Princess Xianxia sprinkled a handful of 100 herbs powder and knocked out Chi-Chi. Everyone, from gold immortals to heaven immortals, was unconscious for a day and a night before they slowly regained consciousness. It was incredible that 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who were conferred the title of God of the heavenly Tao were knocked out by a handful of 100 herbs powder. Not only that, the cruelest one had to be the girl named Catfish Flood Dragon. She brought a strange scorpion with her, and 4 young boys and girls with tender skin, and they opened their mouths and swallowed living people. At least thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals were devoured by them, leaving only Yuan Ling, who had returned to the list of deification, to wait helplessly for his divine body to reform in the deification pool in the celestial court. Although it was scary to eat living people, many heavenly soldiers and generals had done it before they ascended to immortality, so it was not too shocking. Only Lord Xianxia, together with a female rabbit demon and a monkey demon, stood in front of Grand Emperor Xianxia. Dozens of heavenly kings and spirit officers who had rushed to the southern heavenly gate as reinforcements were beaten to a pulp, and 100,000 elite heavenly soldiers were routed and fled. The monkey demon had flattened a few of Grand Emperor Xianxia's most important halls with a single swing of his stick, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Even after such a group of fierce men had sought refuge with Great Celestial Emperor, the 6 celestial emperors did not say a word about it when they returned to the celestial court. The situation was so strange that all the immortals and deities of the celestial court had to be cautious. Some of the more sensitive immortals and immortal officials who were not from the lineal immortal sects of Tao League had a vague feeling that the situation in the celestial court was about to change. On the 3rd day after Wuxia and his company broke through the southern heavenly gate, Wuxia changed into a gorgeous celestial lord's robe and left Grand Emperor Xianxia with Audiobook and Supremacy Great E, heading straight for the 33 heavens. Along the way, they deliberately slowed down their speed and flew slowly over the path of clouds that connected the heavens. So, all the immortals in the 33 heavens knew that the 3 ferocious men whom Great Celestial Emperor had recruited had gone to the 33 heavens. Each of the 33 heavens of the celestial court was connected by a heavenly gate, which was guarded by heavenly generals and soldiers. When Wuxia and his company arrived at the highest heavenly gate of the 33 heavens, the heavenly kings, generals, and soldiers guarding the gate all looked at them with sullen expressions. No one greeted them, and no one asked why they were there. It was as if the 3 of them did not exist. Wuxia did not waste any time. He knew that the battle at the southern heavenly gate had spread their notoriety throughout the entire celestial court. Today, he was here to make himself even more notorious, so he was in no mood to bicker with these heavenly kings and generals. With their heads held high and their hands clasped behind their backs, the 3 of them passed through the heavenly gate and headed straight for the Hall of Enlightenment. Along the way, countless immortals saw where they were heading, and instantly, all kinds of messenger spirit talismans flew everywhere. The news that Wuxia and his company were heading to the Hall of Enlightenment instantly spread throughout the 33 heavens. The Hall of Enlightenment was right in front of them. A group of spirit officers, heavenly masters, generals, and heavenly kings who were guarding the Hall of Enlightenment were ready to fight. The aura of soldiers rushed out from all directions. Clearly, There were many heavenly soldiers and generals lying in ambush inside and outside the Hall of Enlightenment. Wuxia cackled. He did not go to the Hall of Enlightenment. Instead, he walked to a row of pavilions on the west side of the Hall of Enlightenment. The Hall of Enlightenment was the place where Great Sky King Yuanzhen gathered all the saints to discuss important matters. It was the true core of the celestial court. Wuxia did not want to destroy the Hall of Enlightenment. At least, before the World Breaker was suppressed again, he could not disturb the path of heaven of Panga World. However, the row of palaces and pavilions on the west side of the Hall of Enlightenment was the daily office of the immortal departments of the celestial court. All the affairs of the 33 heavens, such as the distribution of mansions of the divine generals, the shortage of servants and maids in the mansions of the celestial lords, and the need to change the mounts of the divine generals, etc., were basically all gathered here. At this moment, there were immortal officers craning their necks in front of the doors of each office, looking around. Wuxia and his company walked slowly through the offices. When the immortal officers saw Wuxia and his company walk past their own doors, they could not help but wipe the cold sweat off their foreheads. These three were powerful figures who had almost torn down the southern heavenly gate and robbed the demon-revealing mirror, but had not been punished by anyone. Even the 6 celestial emperors did not punish them for such a serious crime. So, even if they beat him up or killed him, there would not be any consequences, would there? Slowly, he walked past one luxurious and magnificent pavilion after another. Suddenly, he stopped in front of the entrance of the government office. A few purple-robed immortal officers standing behind the wide gate screamed and fled into the building when they saw the 3 of them stop in front of their own door. Wuxia grinned, strolling leisurely into the office. He passed through the spacious courtyard and came to the main hall of the office. The immortal officer in charge of the government office, Immortal Green Melon, was a peak-level gold immortal, a direct disciple of great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen. According to seniority, he was the 7th-generation grand disciple of great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen. Immortal Green Melon worked diligently and meticulously. Before he became a god, he was in charge of the construction and distribution of various pavilions and mansions in great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen's Bottomanda. As the name suggested, the government office was in charge of the construction and distribution of the pavilions and mansions in the 33 heavens of the celestial court. For example, Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin was a new celestial lord after he became a god, and he was the leader of all celestial lords. The government office was located in Pingyu Jia, who had chosen a land with a circumference of 1,000 miles, where he built his mansion. Jia was the 32nd celestial emperor of the 33 heavens, and the natural energy he had was 10,000 times denser than that of the first heaven, Huangzingtian. After the investiture of gods, the celestial heavens gained countless divine beings out of nowhere. These newly promoted divine beings all needed offices and mansions for their dependents. All divine beings wanted a mansion in a higher realm of heaven. Therefore, the government office was a very important position. If Immortal Green Melon was not a direct disciple of great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen, he would never have been given this position. Seeing Wuxia and his companion stride in, the expression of Immortal Green Melon, who was sitting behind the desk, flickered slightly. Then, he gave an indifferent snort, looked at Wuxia coldly, and asked, "May I know what business you have with me, my lord?" Wuxia looked Immortal Green Melon up and down. He was not tall and was slightly plump. His round face was round and chubby, without any sharp edges. Clearly, he was a very cunning and shrewd man. He nodded and walked slowly to the desk. He took the scroll from Immortal Green Melon's hand and threw it on the desk, then said slowly, "Nothing important. I just want to ask Immortal Monarch to choose the best land in the heaven of 3 pure ones for us. We need to build a few mansions." Immortal Green Melon smiled, narrowed his eyes, and sighed. "What are you talking about, my lord? The heaven of 3 pure ones is where the palaces of the 6 emperors are, and countless colleagues of the celestial court wish to have a mansion in the heaven of 3 pure ones. But there are too many monks and not enough gruel. The heaven of 3 pure ones has long been divided, and even Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin can only build a mansion in Pingyu Jiaitian. Could it be that my lord has a higher status than Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin? Wuxia said nothing but smiled. Then, Dei Supremacy and Ao Buzin. Chi-Chi took a step forward, threw out a left fist, and punched Immortal Green Melon's eyes. Immortal Green Melon's cultivation base was at the peak of Gold Immortal Realm, and Dei Supremacy was at the peak of Dao Breaking Realm, while Ao Buzin's cultivation base was far beyond Dao Breaking Realm. How could Immortal Green Melon stand a chance against them? Immortal Green Melon's vision darkened, and then a sharp pain struck him. He howled miserably, covered his eyes with both hands, and almost cried. After a few screams, Immortal Green Melon forced his eyes open, glared at Wuxia, and howled at the top of his voice. How dare you beat a righteous god of the Celestial Court? Wuxia waved his hand and said coolly, Beat him, keep beating him. Ao Buzin dragged Immortal Green Melon out from behind the desk and threw him heavily on the ground. Supremacy he laughed strangely as he stuck a 5 Mountains Vajra talisman on Immortal Green Melon's back. Immortal Green Melon felt a huge force pressing down on him. Not only could he not move his body, even the immortal energy in his body was frozen. He lay stiffly on the ground, watching as Ao Buzin and Dei Supremacy raised their huge feet. Deep, muffled noises kept ringing out from the hall of the government office, and Immortal Green Melon howled miserably. Ao Buzin and Dei Supremacy did not hit accurately, so with just a few kicks, more than half of Immortal Green Melon's bones were broken. Even though he was now a god conferred by the heavenly Tao, and as long as Yuan Ling was not destroyed, he could be reborn again and again, the pain in his body could not be removed. Immortal Green Melon screamed in pain, then suddenly cried out, Help! The government office was the General Affairs Office of the Celestial Court, and not one of the powerful departments of the Celestial Court, such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. Although the immortals in the government office were skilled in government affairs, they were not good at fighting. A few immortal officials rushed into the hall, trying to save their chief official, but Ao Buzin gave them a slap on the face, knocking them out before they could even make a sound. Wuxia squatted in front of Immortal Green Melon and said slowly, A few years ago, it was you, Immortal Monarch, who said that there was only an empty space in Taiwan Huangzingtian. So His Majesty's temporary imperial residence was arranged in Taiwan Huangzingtian. Grabbing Immortal Green Melon's hair, Wuxia slammed it against the ground and roared. Bullshit! The temporary imperial residences of the 6 celestial emperors are all in the heaven of 3 pure ones, and only His Majesty's temporary imperial residence is arranged in Taiwan Huangzingtian. What? Isn't His Majesty the celestial emperor conferred by the Daozu himself? Drawing out a Kunwu sword and placing it against Immortal Green Melon's neck, Wuxia sneered and said, Heaven of 3 pure ones, you better finish the construction of the temporary imperial residence within 1,000,000 miles in circumference within 3 months. Otherwise, I will wipe out your entire clan, and I guarantee that no one related to you by blood will be able to escape. Do you believe me or not? The sound of armors rubbing against each other echoed out, as a golden-armored heavenly general stormed into the government office with several hundred celestial soldiers. The heavenly general opened his mouth and was about to scold Wuxia, but Wuxia swung his sword backhandedly and shattered all the armors worn by the hundreds of celestial soldiers. Their limbs were sent flying high into the air, and all of them fell to the ground, wailing and howling. Immortal Green Melon trembled and dared not to make another sound. Chapter 1160. Somewhere at the top of the 33 heavens. From here, one could overlook the dazzling, translucent palace thousands of miles away, as well as the palace of great celestial Emperor Yuanzhun not far away. Under an ancient pine tree at the top of the mountain, a few gray-haired old immortals were sitting on stone stools, drinking tea and chatting, while great celestial Emperor Yuanzhun and great celestial Emperor Yuanzhun, clad in light green robes, were playing chess beside a rockery. The black and white pieces slowly landed on the chessboard, while the two celestial emperors wore calm expressions, just like the sky above their heads. When the game was about to end, Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun said indifferently, "Shouju's strength has increased greatly, which is a problem for us." Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun sighed softly, narrowed his eyes, and said, "If we can't defeat him, we can only help him up. Otherwise, Daozu's side will lose face. But the six of us are not willing to help him up. Why should the power of the Celestial Court be given to an outsider like him? But it seems a little difficult to defeat him now." After pondering for a long time and failing to make a move, Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun said softly, "How about giving him some real power?" Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun's expression flickered as he shook his head and said, "We can't do that. It would have been fine if we had given him some real power a few days ago, but now that Wuxia and Supremacy Day have joined him, they're a group of scourges. If we give him even a little power now, those bastards will immediately climb up to us and ask for more power." Gritting his teeth, Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun said with a cold grin, "Do you remember what happened to Zhang Tingyun in the Ling dynasty? Wuxia, the king of East Sea, is not a pushover, and he has the shadow of the Huahuang clan behind him. Who knows what he will do? As for Supremacy Day, that boor." Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun could not help but smile bitterly when he thought of what Supremacy Day had done. He shook his head and said, "He is indeed a boor. The Buddhist League has been greatly deceived by him, and now he has grown long hair and joined the Taoist League. What should we do? Don't tell me you can eliminate him?" At the last sentence, the two great celestial emperors exchanged a glance, then looked at the few white-haired old immortals sitting beside them at the same time. The immortals exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although their cultivation base was profound and their magic power was boundless, they knew they were no match for a Buddhist almighty expert at the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. To defeat a Tao-breaking pinnacle existence, perhaps 2 or 3 people of equal strength could defeat him. To defeat a Tao-breaking pinnacle existence, 4 or 5 people of equal strength and equipped with offensive magical treasures of the same grade were needed. But to kill a great unity venerable, a Tao-breaking pinnacle existence would not be so easy to kill without a dozen people working together and setting up a formation beforehand. How could a Tao-breaking pinnacle existence be so easy to kill? Furthermore, Supremacy Day had the Vajra scepter and the 7 treasures Xianxia that were jointly refined by the 7 Buddhas to protect him. He might even have many Buddhist treasures that were personally bestowed by the Buddhas. How could it be easy to kill someone whose cultivation, mana, and treasures were all top-notch? I can't even kill him with a borrowed knife. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun smacked his lips and sighed in distress. The Buddhas wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. They wanted Supremacy Day to fight a world breaker head-on. And the result? In the end, Supremacy Day turned against the Buddhas. Not only did he bring all his people away from Spirit Vulture Mountain, but he also caused purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva to chase him all the way to the Chan Naga Monastery. In the end, some damned world breaker suddenly attacked and killed countless of the Buddhas. He's a pain in the neck. He's not easy to deal with. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjun also found it difficult to deal with. Wuxia and Supremacy Day were both supreme-grade figures. Next to Wuxia, Ao Buzin was the reincarnation of Arco Zulong. His cultivation base aside, he now controlled the entire dragons. The two great celestial emperors suddenly felt like cursing. How could people like Wuxia and Supremacy Day be enemies with esteemed Xianxia? They looked at each other. The two of them sighed at the same time. They shook their heads, then nodded. They had already come to a conclusion. If they were Wuxia or Supremacy Day, and they were going to join a faction in the Celestial Court, they would choose the weakest faction in the Celestial Court. It was obvious that joining a powerful Sky King would result in a conflict with his original faction. No matter how much effort they put in, they would not be able to get many benefits. However, if he joined the weakest Celestial Emperor, since he was the weakest, which meant that he didn't have many subordinates, he would be able to get a high position as soon as he joined the Celestial Emperor. After that, as long as he could snatch enough resources, no matter how much he snatched, it would be his. They sighed. The two of them felt a bit regretful. They had suppressed esteemed Xianxia too much. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take advantage of this. Just as the two of them were thinking about how to deal with esteemed Xianxia, whose power had skyrocketed, a few immortal officials hurried over on clouds and shouted from afar, Your Majesty, that Wuxia is so rude and unreasonable. He actually attacked the 33 heavens. The two celestial emperors' faces darkened. They had long known that Wuxia had brought Audiobook and supremacy to the 33 heavens, but they did not expect that they would actually dare to make a move. They looked at each other and quickly enveloped the entire 33 heavens with their divine senses. What happened in the government office next made them so angry that they almost vomited blood. Immortal Green Melon had been hung by Audiobook under the archway in front of the government office. He was stripped clean, and Supremacy he was using his Vajra scepter to turn into a soft whip, whipping Immortal Green Melon with his bare arms. With Supremacy Yi's divine strength, he could easily shatter the stars with a single whip. How could Immortal Green Melon withstand his lashes? The sound of the whip was ear-piercing. Every time Supremacy Yi swung the whip, Immortal Green Melon would let out a shrill howl that sounded like a female wolf whose tail had been chopped off after the death of her pup. Every lash of the whip would take away a 1-foot-long, inch-deep, and thumb-thick piece of muscle from Immortal Green Melon's body. It was as if every lash was slashing Immortal Green Melon's body with a knife. But the most vicious thing was that with every lash, a Buddhist light would ripple out from the whip. The Zen technique of the Buddhist League was also very effective in treating external wounds. The wounds on Immortal Green Melon healed rapidly, and not even a drop of blood came out. By now, Supremacy he had lashed Immortal Green Melon nearly 100 times, and his body was covered with these deep and long wounds. Many of the immortal officials were so shocked that they could only stare blankly. None of them dared to say a word to stop Immortal Green Melon. As for the hundreds of heavenly soldiers and generals in the government office, they were howling in pain as well, but their howls were definitely not as shrill and unpleasant as Immortal Green Melon's. Hundreds of them cried out in unison, attracting the attention of many heavenly soldiers and generals who were stationed in the 33 heavens. However, none of them dared to approach the government office. There were at least tens of thousands of dragon warriors clad in heavy armor and wielding immortal weapons guarding the road leading to the magistrate's office. Each of these dragons was 30 feet tall, and they had deliberately transformed into their dragon heads, as if they were afraid that no one would know who they were. Not only did they look like that, but there were also 4 Tao-breaking cultivators and 100 Tao-reasoning cultivators among the dragon warriors. The strongest among these heavenly soldiers and generals was only at the level of Gold Immortal. Who would dare to attack an army led by a Tao-breaking expert? Audiobook stood in front of the government office, his chest glowing with a golden light. Clearly, he had activated his interstitial world and could summon more dragons at any time. This was Arco Zulong, the man who controlled all dragons in Panga World. God knew how many dragons he had prepared in his interstitial world. Dragons were a troublesome species. They might not be the strongest in Panga World, but their numbers were definitely the largest among all the divine and immortal beasts in Panga World. The Buddhist Celestial 8 divisions had a dragons department, and the Celestial Court had a special army of dragons. Most of the gods of rivers and lakes in Panga World were descendants of dragons. Following the principle of Audiobook, Arco Zulong, they had been trying their best to reproduce, although it was difficult for dragons to reproduce. While Qilin, White Tiger, Phoenix, Vermilion Bird, and other divine birds were strictly demanding the purity of their bloodlines, the dragon race had been conscientious for generations, not hesitating to sacrifice themselves to mix their bloodlines with other races that could possibly mix their bloodlines. Divine dragons true dragons, sky dragons, flood dragons, chi dragons, coiling dragons, winged dragons, half-dragons, and all kinds of dragons were kind of dragons. During the god-deifying war, on a whim, Ao Buzin ordered all dragons in Panga World to go to the East Sea. By now, the enormous army of dragons was under Ao Buzin's control. How many dragons did Ao Buzin have under his command? Even Ao Buzin himself did not know, just as he did not know how many children he had now. In any case, all he cared about was planting seeds in the world, and he would never pay attention to the various disputes that would arise in the future. What a powerful army of dragons! What a terrifying Arco Zhu Long! Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen and Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen's limbs twitched. Their expressions changed, and they almost vomited blood in anger. Day didn't slap Immortal Green Melon, but Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen's face. What Ao Buzin brought was not an army of 10,000 dragons, but a blatant show of force and strength. A few immortal officials carefully told the two celestial emperors the excuse Wuxia used to provoke them. Esteemed Xianxia, the temporary imperial residence of Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen, had been arranged in Taiwan Huangxingtian. As the most important minister under esteemed Xianxia's command, Wuxia had come to the celestial court with righteous indignation. The two celestial emperors were silent for a long time, and then Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen sighed coldly and said, "I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress Xianxia now. They are showing off their force. Hee, since when did the dragons have so many Tao-breaking elders?" Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen shook his head and said coolly, "Let's save Green Melon first, or that day will beat him to death." With his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia stood in front of the gate of the government office, looking up at the sky with a smile on his face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be here for a banquet, not to cause trouble and beat people up. He could let Ao, Buzin, and Dei do whatever they wanted. In his interstitial world, the army of 10 million heavenly ghosts was ready, and if necessary, he did not mind making a bigger scene in front of the many celestial emperors of the celestial court. Suddenly, two streams of purple smoke flew over from a distance. It was Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen and Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen, Chi-Chi. Wuxia smiled at the two celestial emperors, and the two celestial emperors looked back at him with smiles. After a moment of silence, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen nodded and said, "Green Melon, find a blessed land in the three pure heaven and build a palace for Great Celestial Emperor Violet Spirit." Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen looked at Wuxia and said with a faint smile, "As for Great Celestial Emperor Violet Spirit, as long as he can make all the immortal officials and officials of the celestial court submit to him willingly, he will have full control over all the immortal officials and officials who submit to him." Wuxia blinked his eyes. He was stunned by Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen's words. Chapter 1161. Do you mean that as long as the subjects of the celestial court submit to His Majesty, the posts they are responsible for will be under His Majesty's control? Wuxia looked at the two great celestial emperors in surprise and amusement. How did they come up with such an idea? If Xianxia esteemed was really an unworldly wild crane, an individual cultivator who had lived in seclusion for countless years, and a powerful figure who had just stood out in the war of deification by luck, then the move of the two heaven emperors had really hit Xianxia's esteem's weak spot. Nowadays, all the people who held the power in the celestial court were disciples of Tao League, and the gods, celestial lords, and chief officials of all the departments were core disciples of Tao League. The 6 great celestial emperors were their masters or patriarchs, and they were loyal to them. So, how could they submit to a man who had no roots and no backing? But esteemed Xianxia was not an itinerant cultivator who lived in seclusion, but a clone of Wuxia. With a strange smile on his face, Wuxia said, "In that case, can you promise me that as long as someone submits to His Majesty, you won't try to divide their power or do something else to them?" He paused for a brief moment, then frowned and said, "Let me give you an example. For example, if the thunder demon rinsing devil from the 9th heavens, the righteous god of the Thunder Division, had surrendered to his majesty. This is just an example. If he really did surrender to his majesty, but his majesty and his majesty established a new Thunder Division. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen could not help but laugh out loud. Shaking his head, he said, "Why do you say that? Are we the kind of people who go back on their word? As long as Great Celestial Emperor can recruit a follower, no matter who he recruits, he will be the supervisor of that division." Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia said with a smile, "In that case, if the commander of the Southern Heavenly Gate submitted to his majesty, then when his majesty wants to mobilize the Southern Heavenly Gate soldiers in the future, he will have to ask his majesty to issue a military order. Isn't that right?" Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen nodded and said with a smile, "That's right." A.O. Buzin, who was standing at the side, said in a low, muffled voice, "You two have agreed to this, but what about the other four? You 6 Sky Emperors. Only 2 people promised this matter. If the other 4 become hostile afterwards, wouldn't we still suffer losses?" Great Celestial Emperor Yin said calmly, "This is the decision of the 6 of us." 4 wisps of purple chi floated down from the sky at the same time, and the misty purple chi fell straight towards Wuxia. He grabbed the purple chi in his hand, and a voice came from each of them. Sure enough, the other 4 Celestial Emperors agreed with Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen and Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen's decision. As long as esteemed Xianxia could win over any immortal official in the Celestial Court, the office of that immortal official would henceforth be under esteemed Xianxia's control, and the other 6 Great Celestial Emperors would never interfere. Wuxia looked at the 2 Great Celestial Emperors in front of him and smiled, and so did the other 2 Great Celestial Emperors. All 3 of them were smiling brightly, but there was a hint of sinister scheming in their bright smiles. Wuxia understood what the 2 Great Celestial Emperors meant. This was the rule of the game set by the 6 Celestial Emperors who had been conferred the title of God. The more immortal official Xianxia could win over, the more power he would have. If he couldn't win over anyone, it meant that he didn't have the ability. In that case, he would just be an empty shell of a Celestial Emperor and not cause any trouble for the 6 of them. It was clear that the addition of Wuxia's party and Dei supremacy had put too much pressure on the 6 Great Celestial Emperors. If they really forced esteemed Xianxia too much, Wuxia and the others would turn the Celestial Court into a mess before the Realm Breakers attacked. At such a critical and delicate moment, they couldn't force Wuxia and his party to rebel. Dei supremacy was a good example. He had betrayed Buddhism with all his disciples. It was hard to imagine what would happen if the 7th Great Celestial Emperor, appointed by Daozu, led a large group of people to seek refuge with Buddhism. But the 6 Great Celestial Emperors knew that if things really developed to that point, when Daozu came out of his closed-door training, the 6 of them would not be able to bear the consequences, and they might not even be able to get away with it. The 3 of them looked at each other for a long time. Wuxia applauded softly and praised, "The 6 Great Celestial Emperors are so righteous, which is really touching. That's good. In this way, the Celestial Court will be clear, and everyone can live in harmony. We can work together to fight against the demons in the outside world. What a happy thing it is." The other 2 Great Celestial Emperors also laughed. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan glanced at Immortal Green Melon, who was still hanging on the archway, and said to Wuxia with a kind smile, "Green Melon is my disciple, and he has always been diligent and steady. I wonder if you can put him down?" Wuxia waved his hand generously, and the Green Melon Immortal who was hanging on the arch fell heavily to the ground. Immortal Green Melon grunted in pain, but he dared not say a word. He struggled to his feet, pulled out a Taoist robe, and put it on. All his immortal energy was imprisoned by Dei supremacy, and the Taoist robe rubbed against the terrible wounds on his body, making him twitch in pain. Great Celestial Emperor Yin did not seem to see his disciple in such a miserable state. He chatted with Wuxia for a while, then transformed into a purple mist and rushed toward the Palace of Translucence with Yin. The other 4 Great Celestial Emperors were waiting for them in the Palace of Translucence. The 6 of them had to work out a plan, and in the near future, they had to step up the monitoring of all the departments of the Celestial Court. It should be noted that the core and elite disciples of the Tao League only occupied the middle and upper positions in all departments of the Celestial Court. Most of the middle and lower positions were held by the disciples from the immortal sects and cultivators from the Ghost Realm, Fiend Realm, Spirit Realm, and Demon Realm, who were sent to the list of investiture of the gods. If some of these people turned to Lord Xianxia, it would be a great surprise. For example, the Tranquil Bureau under the Celestial Court, which was responsible for the cleaning of all the places in the Celestial Court. If some of the officials in the Tranquil Bureau were taken away by Lord Xianxia, would the Celestial Emperors have to clean their own courtyards in the future? Or would they have to send a letter to Lord Xianxia to ask him to assign them to do the cleaning? That would be a great disgrace. Not only the Tranquil Bureau, but also the Celestial Court, such as the Imperial Horse Supervisor and other departments of various sizes. Although they were in charge of the general affairs, without them, the Celestial Court would really collapse. To prevent any mishaps, they had to come up with a plan today. With a smile on his face, Wuxia left the government office with Audiobook and Dei Supremacy. Standing in front of the government office, Immortal Green Melon looked at the backs of Wuxia and his company with hatred, but he did not dare to make sound. From the strange attitude of Great Celestial Emperor Audiobook today, he could tell that all the Celestial Emperors were very afraid of Wuxia. What right did he, Immortal Green Melon, have to bear a grudge against someone whom even the Celestial Emperors were afraid of? Revenge? I'll just take it as if I was bitten by a dog. Immortal Green Melon cursed in a low voice, then rolled his eyes and fainted, leading a large group of people and leaving the main street where the government office was located. Wuxia and his company came to the square in front of the Hall of Translucence. Looking back at the Hall of Translucence, which stood high on a golden pedestal, Wuxia suddenly waved at a group of heavenly soldiers standing on one side of the square and said, "Long time no see, little Bai. How have you been? You seem to have been promoted." Clad in a silver Qilin armor, Meng Xiaobai strode out of the group of heavenly soldiers while laughing out loud. He spread his arms and gave Wuxia a big hug. Meng Xiaobai cried out excitedly, "Brother, long time no see. How have you been?" Audiobook grinned and said complacently, "How can I not be? Hee, you little rascal. I remember you." Wuxia roared with laughter. Hugging Meng Xiaobai tightly, he said, "How many heavenly soldiers do you have now?" Meng Xiaobai arched his brows and said, "Not long ago, the Celestial Court was plunged into chaos. Many divine warriors under the former Celestial Emperor's command were either killed or wounded. 60 to 70% of the Celestial Court soldiers were gone. Xiaobai can be considered as one of the more senior members of the former Celestial Court. Therefore, I now have 200,000 heavenly soldiers under my command, who are responsible for the daily patrol and protection of all the immortal courts on the east side of the Palace of Enlightenment." Meng Xiaobai, an old acquaintance of Wuxia, was a young man from Meng village outside Mount Meng on Myriad Immortals planet. After he ascended to the Celestial Court according to Wuxia's suggestion, because of his simple and honest personality, he was valued by the former Celestial Emperor, Ziwei Lingying, and was selected to join the elite heavenly soldiers, guarding the secret realm of heaven and earth transformed from Pangu's lungs outside, the 33 heavens. After that, the Celestial Court was faced with endless calamities. First, there was the invasion of fiend gods from outer domains, and then the war of investiture of gods. All 6 Celestial Emperors were tortured half to death by Wuxia, and most of the Celestial Court soldiers were gone. Because they were located in the secret realm, Meng Xiaobai and the people of Meng village, who had also ascended to the Celestial Court, were saved. On top of that, they had become the senior figures of the Celestial Court. They were senior figures, and they were the trusted subordinates of the former Celestial Emperor. For the Celestial Court, such men were trustworthy and useful. Therefore, with the cultivation base of a heaven immortal, Meng Xiaobai was appointed as the Heavenly General of Patrol, commanding 200,000 heavenly soldiers, who were responsible for the daily patrol and protection of all the immortal courts on the east side of the Palace of Enlightenment. Inside the Palace of Enlightenment, all 6 celestial emperors crushed the jade cups in their hands at the same time. Outside the Palace of Enlightenment, Wuxia patted Meng Xiaobai's shoulder and said, "All right, from now on, just follow Zui Lingying, Great Celestial Emperor. Apart from his personal decree, you just need to ignore all the decrees from the other 6 Great Celestial Emperors." Meng Xiaobai had no idea about the power struggle between the Celestial Emperors. He only knew that Wu Qi was the man he and the people of Meng Village trusted the most. Even though so many years had passed, and they had gone through so many trials and hardships, Wu Qi was still the best brother in the hearts of the people of Meng Village. He stuck out his chest and cried out, "Don't worry, elder brother. Apart from Zui Lingying, Great Celestial Emperor, I won't obey any orders from any other Celestial Emperor." The sound of footsteps could be heard as several hundred people of Meng Village, clad in various armors, rushed to the scene. They greeted Wu Qi happily, then began to laugh and play with Wu Qi. Just like Meng Xiaobai, these people of Meng Village had ascended to the Celestial Court one after another under the arrangement of Wu Qi, and all of them had survived all the calamities in the Celestial Court. Currently, they did not have a great power and status in the Celestial Court, but they were the heavenly generals at the lowest level of the Celestial Court. Each of them had 30 to 100,000 heavenly soldiers under their command, and they were responsible for patrolling and guarding the area, which basically included 7 floors of all the important immortal sectors around the Hall of Enlightenment. After the people of Meng Village swore allegiance to Zui Lingying, Great Celestial Emperor, a large number of low-ranking officials were introduced to Wu Qi by these men of Meng Village. Right in front of the Hall of Enlightenment, right under the nose of 6 Celestial Emperors, nearly 1,000 low-ranking officials kowtowed and greeted Wu Qi. These people were the low-ranking officials of the Celestial Court who had survived a few calamities in the Celestial Court because of the help of the people of Meng Village. Just like what the 6 Celestial Emperors were worried about, these nearly 1,000 low-ranking officials did not have a great power, but they were in charge of some very awkward departments. For example, one of them was the order of the wine master of the Celestial Court. Without his order, no one could drink the immortal wine specially made by the Celestial Court. Wu Qi smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines. The faces of the 6 Celestial Emperors were twitching, and their minds were in a dilemma. What was going on? Wu Qi was once the king of EC of the U. How could he know so many officials of the Celestial Court? Chapter 1162. In the 33 heavens of the Celestial Court, the heaven of 3 pure ones, the heaven of 3 pure ones with the best feng shui and the most abundant natural energy, the southern side of Mount Miaoyan, which was known as the ancestor of the 3 pure ones spiritual veins, had been cleared out overnight. In the center, a group of palaces covering dozens of acres had been built, but countless palaces, pavilions, drill grounds, warehouses, and other ancillary buildings were still being built. Building palaces in the Celestial Court was an extremely tedious task. Any heaven immortal could build tens of thousands of ordinary houses in a single night. But what was being built here was the temporary imperial residence of the Great Celestial Emperor, so it could not be treated carelessly. The foundations of the palaces had to go 36,000 miles underground, and all the sand and soil had to be solidified by the method of turning the earth into steel. Then, a large number of treasures, such as jade marrow and immortal crystals, were buried in the soil to communicate with the vast spiritual veins of Mount Miaoyan, and a huge spirit cave was built under the palaces. Huge immortal formations of gathering and channeling energy were set up around the spirit cave to gather natural energy and release it when needed. These immortal formations were the energy source of all the restrictive formations on the surface. It required dozens of Tao reasoning realm primordial immortals to work together to set up these immortal formations, and each of them had to be an expert in formations to complete such a large-scale work. If this was the residence of an ordinary divine general or heavenly lord, It would be a great honor to have dozens of golden immortals to set up the formations for him. But this was the temporary imperial residence of a great celestial emperor, and it required dozens of primordial immortals to work together. This was the system that the celestial court had tacitly agreed upon for many years. There were many more underground arrangements, including all kinds of complicated restrictive spells, but there were huge groups of formations that could not be listed in detail. As for the palaces and pavilions on the surface, the materials of every brick and tile, the color, the shape, and the patterns that should be carved on them had to be standardized, and no one was allowed to go beyond the standard. For example, the defensive power of any tile in the great celestial emperor's temporary imperial residence was comparable to that of a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact, and each tile had to withstand a joint attack from 108 peak-level gold immortals. The tiles were the same, and so were all the bricks. The beams, pillars, and window frames were all of the same standard. If the materials used to build the Celestial Emperor's bedchamber were of an unbelievably high standard, it would be a small war fortress that could withstand the joint attack of 108 primordial immortals in the realm of Tao reasoning. Moreover, it had to withstand the joint attack of 108 primordial immortals for 3 years before it could be put into use. During the strict inspection process, the slightest mistake would result in a great disaster, and the immortal craftsman in charge of firing these bricks and tiles would be severely punished. Hundreds of generations ago, when a temporary imperial residence was being built for a newly ascended celestial emperor, the 300,000 immortal craftsmen responsible for the construction of the temporary imperial residence were all stripped of their immortal records and sent into the cycle of reincarnation. From this, one could see how much energy, manpower, resources, and financial resources the Celestial Court had spent on the construction of a celestial emperor's temporary imperial residence. Countless immortal craftsmen were busy working on the flatland, as there were too many things they had to build. A qualified temporary imperial abode of the Celestial Emperor needed at least 99 courtyards and dozens of beautiful gardens in the north, south, east, and west. It also needed immortal officials under its command to handle daily affairs, and it also needed a large number of barracks and drill grounds for celestial soldiers and generals. Any celestial emperor had at least 1 trillion celestial soldiers, and there were hundreds of millions of celestial soldiers and generals stationed in the temporary imperial residence to protect them. Therefore, it would take too much effort to build a palace that measured 1,000,000 miles in circumference. In addition to these immortal craftsmen, there were also many lower-grade immortal officials and immortal officials of the Celestial Court, clad in green or green outfits, who kept coming in and out of the offices of immortal officials. Beaming with joy, they handed in one official document after another, then received one imperial decree after another, and carried out their tasks according to the decree. Although only one main hall and a few temporary halls had been built, Reverend Xianxia, who sat high up in the hall, was grinning from ear to ear. It had been a few years since he was conferred the 7th Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court, and today he finally tasted the taste of power. Wuxia and Reverend Heavenly each had a desk under Reverend Xianxia's throne. In front of Wuxia were countless official documents, which he was carefully reading and replying to one by one. Meanwhile, Reverend Heavenly was sitting behind the desk, with a plate of braised pork trotters and a jar of fine wine placed in front of him, eating and drinking happily. The main hall was filled with immortal officials and immortal officials, clad in green and green outfits. Although their grades were very low, they were the managers of the various immortal officials of the Celestial Court. Now, they were on duty in Reverend Xianxia's palace, and the various tasks they needed to handle were directly handed over to Reverend Xianxia and Wuxia. Suddenly, Wuxia laughed coldly and said, "Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord is a good-for-nothing. He wants to consume 30,000 jars of cold fragrance, stark congealing wine. A 10,000-year-old wine? Are all the guests he has invited pigs? Even pigs can't drink so much wine. Tell him he doesn't have 30,000 jars, and send him 30 jars of cold fragrance, stark congealing wine. If he's not happy, tell him to come talk to me." Quickly writing a line of characters on an official document, Wuxia handed it to A.O. Buzin, who stood next to him, and, through A.O. Buzin, he handed it to the wine overseer, who was standing in the main hall with a smile on his face. The wine overseer smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines. Hastily, he took the document and kowtowed to Reverend Xianxia, then left happily. The tens of thousands of immortal officials and immortal officials on duty in the main hall were all grinning from ear to ear. Who was Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord? He was the leader of the 1,080,000 Celestial Lords newly conferred, the commander of the most important fighting force of the Celestial Court, and the trusted disciple of great Celestial Emperor Yuan Yan. Relying on his identity, his overall strength, his background, and the resentment of being sent to the list of deification for no reason, Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord had never treated these low-ranking immortal officials of the Celestial Court kindly. Usually, no matter what they did to offend Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord, he would beat and scold these low-ranking immortal officials. On several occasions, the divine bodies of a few immortal officials had disintegrated, and Yuan Ling had no choice but to return to the deification pool to reform his divine body. It should be noted that although these immortal officials of the Celestial Court had been conferred as gods, and as long as the heavenly Tao existed, Yuan Ling could not destroy them. Theoretically speaking, they were also existences of the level of Tao fusing. However, the pain of having their bodies disintegrated was indescribable, and the sense of humiliation made these low-ranking immortal officials and immortal officials feel a common hatred for a common enemy. It was just that Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord had such a powerful background that none of these ordinary immortal officials and immortal officials dared to provoke him. But now, Wuxia was recruiting people, and some of them were people he had planted in the Celestial Court beforehand. Through their persuasion, a large number of low-ranking immortal officials and immortal officials came to him. Now, when they saw that someone dared to show disrespect to Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord, they were extremely pleased. These immortal officials and immortal officials knew very well that they were in charge of some of the most inconspicuous but deadly duties in the Celestial Court. Any important figure of the Celestial Court would find it difficult to do anything if they left these inconspicuous duties. Just as Wuxia sent back Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord's edict, he heard a shrill howl coming from afar. Then, a cloud of gold and purple mist rushed into the hall, and an extremely beautiful female immortal rushed into the hall angrily. Many immortal officials and immortal officials shrunk their necks. They knew this female immortal. She was Goddess Long Yi, a disciple of great celestial Emperor Yuan Chu. She had a fiery temperament, and was conferred as the leader of the 360 righteous gods of the Fire Division of the Celestial Court, and the commander of the Fire Division of the Celestial Court. The Fire Division of the Celestial Court was one of the most important forces in the Celestial Court. It had 360 righteous gods, 1,080 deputy gods, 100,000 divine generals, and 1 billion divine soldiers of the Fire Division. Usually, Goddess Long Yi was even more feared than Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord, because as a woman, even a glance at her was considered blasphemy. In just a few years, she had sent nearly 1,000 unlucky people into the deification pool to recondense their divine bodies. Striding up to Wuxia's desk, Goddess Long Yi bellowed, "I said yesterday that I want the Imperial Horse Supervisor to prepare 100,000 flying celestial horses for me. Why haven't you sent them over today?" Unhurriedly, Wuxia looked up at Goddess Long Yi, then suddenly pulled out the seal hanging on his waist and smashed it down on her face. The pitiful Goddess Long Yi's beautiful face had caved in, and all her teeth were spat out. Lightning flashed on the seal, and a purple thunderbolt knocked Goddess Long Yi out of the hall. Only then did Wuxia roar, "How dare you? This is the hall where Violet Spirit, great celestial emperor, handles government affairs. Who dares to break in without permission?" Goddess Long Yi struggled to her feet. Her face almost sunk into her skull. She howled miserably as 5 crimson sword beams suddenly flew out from behind her and swept toward the hall. Sitting motionlessly on the throne, esteemed Xianxia snorted coldly. With a casual flick of his sleeve, a loud boom rang out as the 5 flaming immortal swords shattered, and an invisible force slammed on a goddess Long Yi's body, almost blasting her ample breasts out of her back. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as goddess Long Yi howled and turned into a beam of flame, fleeing in a panic. His voice rang through the 33 heavens. Whoever dares to make trouble in my place will learn from goddess Long Yi's mistakes. No matter what business you have, no matter how urgent it is, even if your mother is dead and you need a coffin, you'll have to wait for my careful study and approval. Who dares to use force? Do you really think my treasured sword is useless? Accompanied by esteemed Xianxia's roar, Wuxia's cold voice rang through the 33 heavens, so that all the deities in the celestial court could hear it clearly. This is worth considering. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin wants to make 36 new sets of imperial robes? TSK, that's too expensive. One set of imperial robes can be used to make at least 10 sets of primordial weapons. Now that the fiends from the outer domains are eyeing us covetously, the limited financial resources of the celestial court must be used to deal with them. How can we spend money on a few sets of clothes for no reason? Well, the imperial robes of the celestial emperor are indestructible, not dirty, not stained with dust, and not stained with sweat. So why do we need to prepare 36 sets of spare? This won't do. We must always keep in mind the word simplicity. Extravagance and waste is out of the question. By the way, Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin's palace actually needs 1 million kilograms of refined 100-flower essence to make incense. Is he making incense or bacon? 1 million kilograms is a waste of manpower and money. 100 kilograms is enough. Also, what does Western Saint Spirit lore mean by this? He wants the imperial stables to prepare 18 heavenly dragons for him to drive the chariot. Is this a provocation? Western Saint Spirit Lord, are you provoking the dignity of the dragons? We don't have any heavenly dragons, but I'll give you 18 5-flower pythons that have turned into spirits. They look like heavenly dragons. Remember to be simplicity. Simplicity. Countless deities in the 33 heavens broke the furnishings around them at the same time. Chapter 1163. In Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan's bedchamber, a maid dressed in purple carefully served him a cup of fragrant tea. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan rubbed his temples and breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, in the Hall of Translucence, led by Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin and Goddess Long, thousands of Celestial Lords, Celestial Ladies, Celestial Lords, and other high-ranking members of the Celestial Court had complained to the 6 great Celestial Emperors for 4 to 6 hours. 80% of the low-ranking immortal officials of the Celestial Court were under Wuxia's control. Because they had eaten Wuxia's share of the pie, their mansions were in dire straits. In particular, Goddess Long Yi was almost disfigured by Wuxia, which infuriated Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan even more. But when Goddess Long Yi barged into esteemed Xianxia's conference hall, according to the commandments of the Celestial Court, she should have been sent to the God execution platform. Not to mention Wuxia had injured her. In any case, Wuxia was in the right, and Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan could not do anything to him. It was not easy to appease Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin and the others, but Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan could not think of a way to deal with Wuxia. How did Wuxia manage to subdue so many low-ranking immortal officials in just a few days? Lifting up his teacup and removing the lid, Great Celestial Emperor murmured to himself in a low voice, "Look at Meng Xiaobai and the others, as well as the immortal officials of the other immortal courts. Could he have started planning before the conferred God War?" At the thought of this, Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan's heart skipped a beat. It was true that the conferred God thrones had been conferred during the conferred God War, but the Celestial Court still used most of the old Celestial Court's heritage. If Wuxia had rushed to stir up trouble in the Celestial Court before the conferred God War, it would not have been strange for him to achieve such a result. In particular, The low-ranking immortal officials of the Celestial Court were not Dao League's core disciples, and more than half of them were fiend, ghost, demon, or spirit. Since they had been harmed by Dao League, it was only natural that they would submit to Wuxia. Damn it, I can't believe that Wuxia is so cunning. Great Celestial Emperor Yin frowned angrily and took a big gulp of tea. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, Yin, Great Celestial Emperor, suddenly cried out sternly, "Why does it taste like this? The Agarwood Devil's Vine that Guarin wants is cooked with the dew from the 10,000-year-old Iron Branch Old Plum. Why is it being cooked with ordinary immortal spring water?" The maidservant in purple who served the tea just now dropped to her knees. Trembling with fear, she said, "Your Majesty, it's Niaonu, the palace leader of Incense Offering Palace, who said that Great Celestial Emperor Zhijilingxin has issued a decree ordering all the immortal maidservants in the Incense Offering Palace to only collect the ingredients needed for concocting pills. The dew used to brew tea and the nectar used for bathing your Majesty will no longer be supplied to you. You can only use ordinary immortal spring water." Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhun was so angry that his eyeballs almost popped out. "Do you think Lord Shou Zhua has to worry about my tea and bath?" he roared. This was simply going too far. This was simply preposterous. "Summon that Niaonu right now. I want." After roaring angrily a few times, Yin suddenly shut his mouth. He lowered his head and snorted a few times. Then the teacup in his palm suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. He and the other great celestial emperors had promised that no matter how many immortal officials Wuxia could bring to his side, they would never interfere with Wuxia's deployment of those immortal officials, let alone play any other tricks. His oath was still ringing in his ears. How could he break it now? Great Celestial Emperor could not help but gasp. More than 90% of all the administrative departments of the Celestial Court were now under Wuxia's control. Without Wuxia's cooperation, the only departments the 6 great Celestial Emperors, could control were the powerful departments of the Celestial Court. However, the powerful departments of the heaven were only useful when it came to sending troops to war. When the troops were sent to war, they would need the help of the logistics departments in Wuxia's hands to provide the necessary armors, supplies, medicines, and so on. Although all the immortals of the Celestial Court could eat the wind and drink the dew and would not starve to death even if they did not eat or drink for thousands of years, which immortal would really eat the northwest wind all day long? Although the northwest wind was rich in natural energy, it did not taste good. Even immortals had a desire for good food, and many immortals were even interested in women. All this required the cooperation of the departments of the general affairs. Great Celestial Emperor suddenly felt that he and the other 5 great Celestial Emperors were like a strong giant with the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. But his little penis was tightly grabbed by Wuxia, and he could not move at all. This is simply going too far. This is simply preposterous. While he was murmuring to himself, Great Celestial Emperor slowly rose to his feet and walked out of the bedchamber. He could not let Wuxia go on like this. Although Wuxia's means seemed like a child's game, they had made the entire Celestial Court restless. It was as if there were a lot of fleas jumping around on one's body, and if one could not be killed, one would be disgusted to death. He had to think a way to make Wuxia calm down. Great Celestial Emperor knew that Wuxia was demonstrating his power, showing off how many hidden forces he had among the low-level immortal officials and officials in the Celestial Court. He had to make him calm down, or he would feel that there was no point in being a Celestial Emperor anymore. He couldn't even drink the fragrant tea that he liked. Wasn't this too aggrieved for him? After standing at the entrance of the bedchamber for a while, Great Celestial Emperor suddenly saw Luo Kadi walking over with a group of women in the corridor ahead. Great Celestial Emperor raised his brows and snapped. "Minister Luo, who are these people you've brought?" Luo Kadi had been sent to the Celestial Court by Wuxia many years ago. After a series of operations, including all kinds of old means of bribery, coercion, and roping, Luo Kadi had actually become a deacon of the Hall of Fragrance after he became a deity. The Hall of Fragrance was, to put it bluntly, an organization that managed the harem for the 6 great celestial emperors. From a selection of eunuchs to the selection of palace maids, everything had to go through the Hall of Fragrance. It must be noted that the 6 great celestial emperors were once the 6 great sect masters of Tao League. Their cultivation was profound, and their lustful thoughts had long since ceased to exist. But now, their immortal bodies had collapsed, and their immortal souls had vanished. Their divine bodies, which were condensed by Yuan Ling with the power of the heavenly Tao, were not as pure as an immortal's, and their cultivation and state of mind had long since been destroyed. Therefore, the 6 great celestial emperors still paid some attention when it came to women. Therefore, when choosing palace maids and maids for them, they naturally had to choose female immortals who were beautiful, had excellent figures, and came from prestigious and upright sections. Be in conversation or upbringing, they were all excellent. But when Great Celestial Emperor looked at them from afar, he felt that something was wrong with the more than 100 immortals brought by Luo Kadi. That was why he shouted out loud. Luo Kadi hurriedly dropped to his knees and bowed to Great Celestial Emperor. With a strange expression on his face, he crooked his lips and said, "Your Majesty, these are the personal eunuchs that Lord Wuxia has chosen for your Majesty. They are all female immortals who have just ascended, and they are all virgins." After thinking for a long time, Luo Kadi really could not describe the hundreds of beauties behind him, so he could only choose one of their greatest strengths to report to Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin. At this moment, Luo Kadi's admiration and respect for Wuxia, whom he had not seen for many years, increased by 100-fold. "You are the only one in history who dares to tease the Great Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court like this." Luo Kadi's strange tone did not escape Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin's ears. He hastily fixed his eyes on the group of beauties, and what he saw almost made him vomit blood. What kind of supreme-grade female immortals are they? Even many mortals in the world knew that female cultivators had at least 3 chances to adjust their appearance during the long process of cultivation. When they formed their nascent soul and nascent divinity, they transcended their tribulation and ascended. After 3 adjustments, even ordinary female immortals would become heavenly beauties. Female immortals who were already beautiful would become country-toppling beauties. But these hundreds of female immortals in front of him all looked similar to catfish, who had yet to fully transform into a human. Judging from their mottled and twisted faces, one could vaguely tell what their true forms were. There were locusts, longhorn beetles, wild boars, hyenas, great white sharks, and another one that was grinning at Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin. It was clearly a giant mammoth. How much effort, spirit, manpower, and time had it taken to select such a group of supreme-grade female immortals from among the female immortals who had just ascended? And how efficient was it that he could bring all these supreme-grade female immortals together and offer them to Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin in just 2 days after he came to power? Great Celestial Emperor was shivering all over. A ball of lightning kept flashing in his palm, and he suddenly had an impulse to rush into his steam Sage's meeting hall and slap Wuxia to ashes. Even if he wanted to bully others, there was a bottom line. He could tolerate small things like tea, clothes, and mounts, but no man with a normal sense of aesthetics could tolerate this group of beautiful women in front of him. "Is he insulting me?" Great Celestial Emperor pointed at Luo Kadi and bellowed. "Luo Kadi, how dare you bring these things to me? Why you? Do you want to die?" Luo Kadi rolled his eyes, then suddenly rose to his feet and sneered. "Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I won't serve you anymore." With a flick of his sleeve, Luo Kadi spun and left. As he walked, he said with a cold smile, "Lord Wuxia has been my superior for many years. I, Xianxia, will naturally follow his words. As for you, your Majesty, it's good enough that you have women for you. If you continue to be so picky, I'll do my best next time and send you some supreme-grade goods. How about that?" Just like that, A mere lord of the Hall of Fragrance walked out of great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen's bedchamber with his head held high and his mouth full of curses. Great celestial Emperor was at a loss. Trembling, he looked at Luo Kadi's back and coughed up a mouthful of blood 30 feet away. You've gone too far. This is outrageous. What are you trying to do by disturbing the celestial court, Wuxia? Seeing that great celestial emperor was coughing up blood, a great white shark and a mammoth hurriedly rushed up to him and placed their thick hands on his chest. The mammoth cried out shyly, "Aya, your majesty, you're a priceless treasure. You mustn't hurt yourself because of anger." The great white shark, on the other hand, rubbed Yuanzhen's chest and cried out in a sweet voice, "Aya, the blood you've coughed up is really wasted." Great Celestial Emperor had goosebumps all over his body. He felt so disgusted that he wanted to throw up. He never thought that two female immortals who had just ascended would have the courage to come up to him like this. Moreover, he didn't even see how the two female immortals came up to him. All he saw was their stunning faces, and he almost threw up the blood. Poor Great Celestial Emperor. At this moment, he suddenly had the illusion that he was being taken advantage of by two women. Just then, the two female immortals struck at the same time, and four thick arms pierced through his body. Chapter 1164. The body of a celestial emperor condensed by the great Tao of the heavenly Tao was comparable to a Tao-breaking expert who had spent his entire life cultivating the art of body cultivation. Such a body was the indestructible jade body of the Tao League and the indestructible golden body of the Buddhist League. Unless a Tao-fusing expert attacked with his true flame, no power in the entire Pangu world could hurt them. But two inconspicuous female immortals who had just ascended and looked hideous and ugly, who Wuxia had deliberately sent here to annoy Yuanzhen, had pierced through Yuanzhen's body as easily as tearing a piece of tofu skin off a piece of tofu. For arms pierced through his chest, heart, and lower abdomen. Purple blood sprayed out. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen stared at the two female immortals in shock, and he could not even speak. The hundreds of female immortals who had just ascended screamed at the same time and hurriedly fled in all directions. In the bedchamber, the few female immortals who served Yuanzhen screamed and ran toward them, but suddenly, dozens of long, thin hair shot out from the ground and pierced their bodies like sieves. The bodies of the few beautiful female immortals withered, and soon they turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground. The appearance of the two female immortals slowly changed, and gradually they turned into Thousand Heads and Spirit Puppet, the two world destroyers. Thousand Heads laughed strangely and said, "Interesting, we were just trying to invade the celestial court to hunt some food, but we managed to sneak in so easily. Someone even tried to disgust the celestial emperor by sending us directly to him." Spirit Puppet grinned and shook her head. "This is ridiculous. I have never seen or heard of such a thing. We have destroyed so many forces in the sacred realm, but we have never seen anything like this. A subject had actually specially selected more than 100 ugly women for his emperor? What kind of loyalty is this? What kind of praiseworthy loyalty is this?" Both of them laughed wildly at the same time. Behind Thousand Heads, countless strands of hair had already wrapped around great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen, madly extracting his enormous power. Spirit Puppet did not want to be outdone. She reached out a tentacle from the back of her head, and the top of the tentacle wriggled and transformed into a huge head, which bit Yuanzhen on the neck. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't extract any power from Yuanzhen's body. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen's muscles were like 100-year-old cowhide. No matter how hard they chewed and chewed, they could not extract even the slightest bit of energy essence. They sucked frantically, but even though Yuanzhen Great Celestial Arch had a huge amount of essence energy in his body, this essence energy was like a mountain that they could not budge at all. The two world breakers looked at Yuanzhen Great Sky King with shock. Yuanzhen Great Sky King, who was severely injured, smiled at the two world breakers, who were frozen. The sacred world has never tried to become a god, so you might not know what the heavenly deity position represents. Yuan Jun sighed slightly and said, unless you have the power to destroy all the great Tao of Pangu world with a single strike, you can never gain any power from us. All of our power is bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Our power is the heavenly Tao. Although we can't cultivate, we can directly absorb the power of the heavenly Tao for our own use. Yuanjun, Great Sky King, raised his hands and grabbed Thousand Heads and Spirit Puppets' necks, then sneered and said, maybe you can destroy my body, but you can never kill me. You can't gain any power from my body, so how can you become stronger? Smiling strangely, Yuanjun, Great Sky King, said to the two world breakers, who were shocked, not only me, but also the 5 great sky emperors. As long as it is a heavenly deity position, you can't gain any power from them. You can destroy the body of even the weakest and most inconspicuous Go soldier and send him to the deification pool to rebuild his body. But you can never gain anything from him. He exerted his strength with both arms, and Thousand Head's neck was broken with a cracking sound. All of a sudden, Spirit Puppet's body exploded into a clump of silver liquid. Countless tiny silver liquid beads darted all over the sky, piercing Yuan Jun, Great Sky King's body with a swishing sound. Yuan Jun snorted coldly. He grabbed Thousand Head's neck tightly to stop him from moving, while madly punching Thousand Head's body with the other hand. The punches broke Thousand Head's bones and flesh, and blood splashed everywhere. Half of his power was drained. Even though his body was riddled with countless holes, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Yin kept striking with his Thousand Heads. Gradually, the power of wind, fire, and thunder gathered on his fists, and every punch was like a thunderclap that smashed Thousand Heads' blood and splashed everywhere. With a cracking sound, Thousand Heads was smashed into meat paste by Yuan Jun, Great Sky King, while Yuan Jun, Great Sky King's body was disintegrated by Spirit Puppet, turning into streams of golden light that drifted in all directions. In the blink of an eye, one of Great Sky King's Yuan Ling was sucked away. The celestial court trembled, and the surrounding natural energy rushed whistling toward a certain place in the celestial court. In just the space of a breath, a deafening roar could be heard, and Yuan Jun, Great Sky King, strode into the bedchamber with the deity striking whip in his hand. Spirit Puppet was completely stunned. Staring at Yuan Jun, Great Sky King, he bellowed, "Why are you unharmed?" Yuan Jun sneered and said, "As long as the deification pool exists, I, Yuan Ling, will be able to keep reforming my body. My Tao League has spent countless years preparing and countless materials to refine the investiture of the gods, condensing the power of the heavenly Tao, and finally becoming a god. How can you, a few fiends from outer domains, understand the mystery of this?" Thousand Head's mess of minced meat on the ground slowly squirmed and quickly reformed in a Thousand Head's body. His face had turned pale and almost transparent as he gave Yuan Jun a death stare. Suddenly, a strand of his long hair shot out from the ground behind Yuan Jun, piercing straight into the back of his head. Then, the hair came out from between Yuan Jun's brows, bringing with it a drop of faint purple blood. Shaking his head slowly, Thousand Heads said, "Yes, you have indeed restored your divine body. But your divine body is not as strong as the previous one, and both your fleshly body and magic power are weakened by at least 5%. In other words, as long as we keep killing you, you will eventually be weakened to a certain extent." Spirit Puppet's voice came from the countless silver droplets. "No wonder you have recovered so quickly," he said with a smile. "I suppose your deification pool also has a limit, doesn't it? Or perhaps it can only help a person recover to a certain extent within a certain period of time, and then it will take a long time to recover." Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Jun's face turned cold. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the whip at Thousand Heads. The bronze god-striking whip suddenly emitted an intense yellow light, and dozens of square-shaped talismans surged out of the whip. When the whip lashed out, the surroundings suddenly turned dark, and a huge and incomparably complicated array diagram appeared in the void. Countless stars shone in the center of the array diagram, and the heaven and earth shook at the same time. An immeasurable amount of power followed the god-striking whip to strike at the same time. Wuxia, who was dealing with some documents in the hall, dropped them and flashed to the front of the hall. Looking up at the huge formation in the dark sky, he nodded and said smilingly, "This is it. This formation is the true purpose of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs, using the Great Tao as the formation core and the Great Tao as the formation core to gather the power of Panga World for our own use." Good. The huge formation was faintly visible in the sky. Only those who truly possessed great powers could see this complicated formation. It was divided into 3 layers. The top layer was shaped like a crown, with 6 enormous, bright stars twinkling on it. The purple stars shone with a dazzling light and were surrounded by billions of other stars. Countless stars formed the patterns of all kinds of divine beasts and birds, which obviously corresponded to the powers of different heavenly gods. Among them, there were even many strange phenomena, such as earth, water, fire, and wind. The second layer was shaped like a chessboard, square, with only a fist-sized star shining in the center. The starlight was also surrounded by billions of stars, but it was clear that these billions of stars were divided into 2 parts. One part was neatly embedded in the chessboard, and the other was connected to the sky above and the earth below, like a bridge between heaven and earth. The bottom part of the formation was shaped like a wheel, and it was divided into 6 parts. Between the 6 parts was a circular space, in which 6 large stars corresponded to the 6 stars at the top of the sky. The bottom part of the array diagram was constantly emitting streams of light, connecting with the square array diagram in the middle, giving off a feeling of endless growth. This was the formation formed by the power of the Great Tao after becoming a heavenly god. With the Great Tao as the formation, the gods as the eyes, and the billions of divine positions conferred by the Great Tao as the formation core, the controller of the formation will be able to control the laws of heavenly Tao on Panga continent. By striking with all his might, Yuan Yin had mobilized the entire power of the Great Tao to suppress Thousand Heads. However, he was only one of the 6 great celestial emperors of the celestial court, and the power of the Great Tao he could mobilize was only 1/6 of the corresponding power of the celestial court. In fact, this 1/6 was not even complete. Therefore, although its power was great, it had many flaws. The whip landed squarely on Thousand Head's head, shattering all his bones and flesh, and turning them into wisps of smoke under the impact of the power of the Great Tao. Only a foot-wide mass of flesh was sped away in a beam of black light, protected by countless long black hairs as it fled out of Yuan Yan's bedchamber at lightning speed. Countless miserable howls rang out as a large number of heavenly soldiers who had rushed to the bedchamber were killed by the long hairs. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Yuan Ling had fled into the deification pool, waiting to reform their divine bodies. Yuan Yin bellowed as he transformed into a plume of purple smoke and was about to chase after Thousand Heads. But Spirit Puppet let out a long cry, and countless silver droplets quickly gathered together, turning into a silver waterfall that blocked in front of Yuan Yin. The purple smoke and the silver waterfall collided tens of thousands of times, causing the void to vibrate. Most of the surrounding palaces had collapsed, and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers were drawn into the raging tide of natural energy. Spirit Puppet let out a wild laugh as the bodies of tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers exploded in chi-chi, and the tens of thousands of Yuan Ling flew straight toward the deification pool. 5 streams of purple smoke rushed over from different parts of the 3 pure heavens, and great celestial Emperor Yuan Yan's scolding voice could be heard coming from afar. "Evildoer, since you have come today, don't think of leaving." Great celestial Emperor flashed to the front of Spirit Puppet and threw out a purple handkerchief, which instantly transformed into a purple cloud and wrapped around Spirit Puppet. Suddenly, a strange howl rang out from behind great celestial Emperor Yuan Yin, and then a tall figure, standing 20 feet tall, emerged from behind him. He swung his sword and hacked at great celestial Emperor Yuan Yan's neck, sending his head flying thousands of feet into the air. "Remember my name? Sha Tu, the World Breaker." A sword beam flashed, and great celestial Emperor Yuan Yan's divine body was cut into more than 100 even pieces of meat. Before great celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu, who had just revealed himself, could say anything, a wriggling figure emerged silently next to him. A thin green needle pierced through great celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu's chest, and a strange voice, which was sometimes sharp and sometimes thick, rang out faintly. "I am Xianxia. There are so many cute little beauties here." Two new world breakers, Sha Tu and World Breaker, Xianxia, had appeared. Chapter 1165. Among the 13 world breakers, Sha killed people by instinct, and he had the most blood on his hands. When the sacred world was destroyed, at least 1/3 of the creatures were killed by him. In particular, he didn't care about cultivation or status when he killed. As long as it was a living creature, he would kill it. As long as he could kill it, he would kill it. Even if it was a small fish in the water, as long as it touched him, it would be chopped into pieces by his great sword. Just now, Yuan Jin, Great Sky King, had ordered the Fire God Division to set up a formation. The sky was full of fire clouds, and countless god soldiers descended from the sky. The clouds burned red, but the big formation excluded Wuxia. The formation was above Wuxia's head, but it did not protect him. If Wuxia was accidentally killed by the world breakers, no one could say that Yuan Jin, Great Sky King, had used someone else to kill him. At most, it could be said that the Fire God Division did not protect Wuxia properly. If it were someone else, they would have been blocked by the formation, and their only escape route was blocked by the spirit puppet. They would have been in a desperate situation. Only Wuxia laughed coldly. His sharp and unpleasant laughter rang in the ears of the Fire God Division. Wuxia simply pointed his hand downward. The blood centipede's sword became a blood light that slowly slashed toward the countless silver droplets that the spirit puppet had become. Sha Tu and Yang Gui's voices rang through 3 pure sky. When Wuxia heard their names, he narrowed his eyes. Yuan Jin, Great Sky King, was furious. He pointed at Wuxia and shouted, "Wuxia, what do you want?" Yuan Jin, Great Sky King, coldly grunted. He raised his right hand high and waved a light red triangular flag in his hand. Suddenly, there was a shout. The Fire God Division of the Celestial Court had brought millions of god soldiers and generals. They formed a sky, thunder, earth, fire formation and surrounded the area. Meanwhile, the gods of the thunder, wind, rain, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, rain, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, rain, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, wind, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud, and the other gods of the thunder, cloud. Looking at everyone in the hall, Wuxia waved his hand and coldly said, "I'm going to see what these break world people can do. Xian, Xianxia, look after this place and protect the lords in the hall." After a moment of silence, Wuxia looked at the tens of thousands of low-level fairy officers of the Celestial Court in the hall. He smiled and said, "If you have any friends or family, you can summon them here to seek refuge. Even if 13 break world people attack together, they will be safe here." As for Xianxia, he was evil. He loved women. He was the cruelest and evilest of the 13 break world people. At the same time, he was the most infamous person in the Saints' world, hated by many experts. Just the number of women he had killed in the holy world numbered in the trillions. During the time the world breakers were destroying the holy world, it was unknown just how many beautiful women he had killed. The spirit puppet laughed weirdly. It turned into countless silver liquid beads and flew into the sky. Its target was Wuxia. In their judgment, Wuxia was doomed. Judging from the aura emanated from the blood centipede sword, it was just an ordinary innate spirit artifact. Perhaps innate spirit artifacts could be regarded as top-notch divine weapons in Panga world, but what could they do when facing a world breaker? Unless it was a divine weapon condensed from the heavenly Tao's divine power, other weapons would probably not even be able to harm a hair on the soul puppet, right? The few celestial emperors were furious. Since when is it Wuxia's turn to give orders here? All the righteous gods are powerful military forces under the direct command of the celestial emperor. It's one thing for you to meddle in those departments and cause trouble for the heaven, but now you want to meddle in the departments of thunder, fire, wind, and lightning as well. The 6 celestial emperors were furious. Wuxia had single-handedly killed 3 world breakers, but the gods had been useless. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Xianxia grunted. Tens of thumb-sized holes appeared on his body. Sticky, blood-colored air waves kept spurting out of those holes. Crack! The blood dragon sword turned into a sword light and flashed across the spirit puppet's body. The soul puppet suddenly let out an incomparably shrill howl. Countless silver liquid drops fell on the ground, turning into gray stones and rolling all over the ground. Wuxia's sword had killed half of the spirit puppet's life force. Half of its body had turned into dead stones. The main gods who had arrived were all shocked. Wuxia was giving orders on behalf of the 6 Sky Kings. His orders seemed to be correct, but who should they listen to? Should they listen to Wuxia, or should they listen to the 6 Sky Kings? Yang Jian rolled his eyes. He grabbed the spirit puppet and slammed into the water army. A few screams were heard. The water army, which had not yet formed a formation, was broken. Yang Jian and the spirit puppet disappeared in the blink of an eye. In particular, this person was cunning. He would immediately flee as soon as something was amiss. In the past, when the few remaining experts of the Saints' world were on the brink of death, they used their last resort, which was to use women as bait to ambush him and destroy his demonic body. But when Yuan Yin, Great Sky King, laughed, the 6 Sky Kings laughed at the same time. It seemed like this was a good opportunity. The god spirits that were named by the god investiture list could not be completely destroyed. 1,000 heads could devour the essence of the immortals left behind by the celestial court. How many of them were Wuxia's spies? If all these immortals, including Meng Xiaobai, were devoured by 1,000 heads, it would save them a lot of trouble. Back then, countless living beings in the holy world were slaughtered by Sha Tuesday. In the end, it was a small founder who used the simplest strategy of luring the enemy into a jar and beat Sha Tu until his demonic body collapsed, and he escaped helplessly with Yuan Ling. The 6 Sky Kings shook their heads at the same time. Wuxia was dead for sure. Sha Tu, who was 6 meters tall and clad in a blood-red heavy armor, not even a bit of his skin was exposed, giggled. He waved the huge sawtooth sword in his hand and said, "Get into formation. Get into formation. It'll make it easier for me to kill you. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and prepare the battle formation." There were fiery clouds in all directions, each of which contained an incomparably powerful law of fire. Wherever the fiery clouds passed, all other existences would be repelled. The fiery clouds covered Wuxia's head and vaguely sealed off his surroundings, leaving only a passage directly below him. Yang Yun, whose body was twisted and shrouded in a layer of mist, suddenly laughed. "Interesting," he said in a low voice, twisting his waist and twisting his body. "Death is at hand, and you are still fighting among yourselves? This is really interesting. TSK, you old geezers, do you have young and beautiful daughters and granddaughters? If you can offer me tens of thousands of beautiful girls, I could delay your death by a few days." Wuxia gave Yuan Yin a sideways glance and said slowly, "Of course, I'm here to help the 6 celestial emperors defend against the enemy. Don't tell me that I've come here fearlessly to deal with the fiends from the outer heavenly realms and ended up causing trouble. How can Wuxia endure this?" Just as the 6 celestial emperors were feeling complacent, Wuxia came whistling through the air, stepping on the crimson blood centipede sword and hovering over the crowd. Not just the 3 world breakers, but the 6 celestial emperors. The remaining half of the liquid droplet flew down in a panic and reformed into the body of the spirit puppet. However, the newly condensed soul puppet's body had shrunk by a large margin, and its face had also become green and watery, almost transparent. The enemy is strong. Xianxia attack. The spirit puppet cried out. With a loud laugh, he transformed into a beam of golden light and flew toward Yuan Yan's bedchamber. Then, countless flaming signals shot out of the great hall. Sure enough, these lower-level immortal officials were calling their friends to come here and take shelter for a while. Yang Lan's eyes flickered as he helped the puppet and retreated quickly. Only Xianxia gave a wild roar, swung his sword, and thrust it toward Wuxia's head joyfully. Similarly, Wuxia slowly drew a line with his finger. Suddenly, the sword beam transformed from the blood centipede's sword disintegrated, and several dozens of tiny blood-red beams shot out, piercing through Xianxia's body like lightning bolts. Xianxia snickered and whispered a few words to the puppet. The spirit puppet laughed as well. They could all see the conflict within the celestial court, and it made them very happy. The celestial court was not as strong as the sacred world had been in the past. It was not even as strong as a small sect in the sacred world. These world breakers had been badly injured in the war against the sacred world, and their vitality had not been completely used up. They were very weak, but it was too easy to destroy a small faction that was not very strong and was fighting among themselves. The spirit puppet followed this path and laughed eerily as it came for Wuxia. The great celestial emperor's action was the best reply to Wuxia's order. The 6 leaders were the ones in charge here, so what right did Wuxia have to mobilize the righteous gods? So, Wuxia ordered the thunder god to set up the sky lightning demon sweeping formation with the god soldiers. Yuan Yin sky god ordered the fire god to set up the sky lightning earth fire formation. They could not do as Wuxia said. Xianxia gave a strange laugh. His body suddenly disintegrated, and the surrounding area of 10,000 miles turned into a surging sea of blood. Countless blood beads surged in all directions, shattering the Cloud Clan's gods, who were about to form a formation, and disappearing in a flash. Thinking about the cruel scene of the celestial court with corpses everywhere, the Sky Kings felt their hearts ache. It was like someone was cooking them in hot oil. As for Thousand Head's broken body, no one knew where it had gone. The Sky King's god senses searched all over 3 pure skies, but they could not find trace of him. Most of their energy was focused on the 3 world breakers in front of them. If Thousand Head went down to the 32nd sky to cause trouble, the celestial court would suffer heavy casualties. The information about the world breakers in the 7 Holy Palace stated that Xianxia's killing intent was the strongest. He was the strongest of the 13 world breakers, but he was not a threat to the real elites. Xianxia's heart was filled with murderous intent. To put it bluntly, his brain was not very good. If he used the right strategy, it would be enough to kill him. Without waiting for the 6 Sky Kings to speak, Wuxia waved his sleeves. A cold wind rose from the ground. It carried sand and dust with it. The sky soldiers and sky generals were all thrown dozens of miles away. He coldly laughed and said, "Normal shrimp soldiers and crab generals do not need to come. The 360 gods of the Celestial Court's Thunder Division are all here. Set up the Thunder Demon sweeping formation. The other gods will lead troops to guard the area. If a demon escapes, you will be responsible." Outside the palace, Yuan Yin Great Sky King and Yuan Chu Great Sky King had just used the deification pool to create a god body. Compared to the god body that had been refined by the spirit chi of the sky and earth for years, the new god body was weaker. The 6 Sky Kings looked gloomy. They stood in 6 directions, surrounding Spirit Puppet, Xianxia, and Yangue, the 3 world breakers. Chapter 1166. It was late at night on Panga continent, but the 33 heavens were still as bright as ever. Outside the palace of the great celestial emperor of the 3 pure heavens, a demon-revealing mirror hung high in the sky. It was supposed to be hanging outside the southern heavenly gate to guard it and prevent all evil spirits from breaking into the celestial court, but it was hanging here instead. A few days ago, Wuxia had forcibly seized the demon-revealing mirror and used it to clash head-on with the southern heavenly gate. After that, he had put it into his pocket. Now that the demon-revealing mirror was hung here, no one made sound. Behind the mirror, 36,000 blood centipede swords the size of leek leaves were hovering in the air, emitting a sharp aura from time to time. Many ordinary-looking pavilions have been hurriedly erected in the unfinished palace, and a large number of low-ranking immortal officials, soldiers, and generals were stationed in them. They were not here to protect esteemed Xianxia. Instead, they were here to beg for his protection. Occasionally, 1,000 miles of black mist drifted past, and strange figures could be vaguely seen flashing in the mist. But as soon as the mist drifted past the palace's front gate, the demon-revealing mirror immediately emitted a sheet of green light that enveloped the surroundings. The strange figures were immediately trapped in the light, and the blood centipede swords turned into tiny beams of blood-red light as they flew past and cut the figures in half. Amidst the ghostly howls, no one knew how many of the fiends in the black mist were killed by Wuxia's restrictive spells. In the end, no more clumps of black mist dared to come within 1,000,000 miles of the palace. Apart from this place, the ominous black mist could be seen drifting here and there in other parts of the 33 heavens. On a mountain slightly behind the center of the palace, a 1,000-feet-tall observatory stood majestically. Wuxia was drinking wine on the top of the observatory with Guzi and Mod, the two grandmasters, while watching the surroundings. There were ghostly shadows and ghostly cries everywhere. The whole 33 heavens had become a land of ghosts. Half a day ago, Wuxia single-handedly defeated a few break-world beings. The main gods of the celestial court were not familiar with the formations they practiced. The break-world beings broke through the formations and escaped. The 6 great celestial emperors flew into a rage. Ignoring Wuxia, they just cursed the righteous gods of the various tribes. Seeing that the celestial emperors didn't appreciate his kindness, Wuxia didn't say anything else. After returning to the palace, he hung the demon-revealing mirror right above the palace gates. Wuxia had just finished preparing when the celestial court descended into chaos. Immortals were being attacked everywhere. He did not know how many break-world people 1,000 heads and the others had gathered to attack. The black mist was their best cover. Who knew which break-world people used demon skills to create demons to appear in the black mist? The originally glorious and dignified 33 heavens had become a ghostly place where ghosts and demons appeared in broad daylight. Suddenly, there was a scream. Wuxia raised his eyebrows. He coldly smiled and said, "Peak of Gold Immortal. Ha! The old celestial court from before they became gods has lost another one. Why do you have to do this? I told you I could protect them." Guzi smiled mysteriously. He picked up a glass of wine and drank it. He quietly said, "They know there is no reason to protect them for nothing. If they enter this door, they will be the subordinates of Ji Xing, Great Sky King. How can the other 6 Sky Kings let them go?" Mod just laughed. He kept drinking wine, squinted his eyes, and said, "I don't care about anything else. Just take down the Celestial Court's Ministry of Work and the Craftsman Department." Wuxia nodded slowly. The miserable howls coming from around him grew denser and denser. Each howl meant that an immortal was killed, that his countless years of painstaking cultivation had gone down the drain, and that his eternal life had suddenly come to an end. At the same time, countless silver stars flew across the sky like rain, falling in the direction of the deification pool. This meant that many of the saints who had been conferred the title of God had been killed at the same time. Although natural law divine spirit could borrow the power of the deification pool to be reborn continuously, they would constantly lose their vitality. Furthermore, every time they died, the process of their death would be real, and they would clearly feel every detail of how they were killed. This was undoubtedly a kind of torture. It was a torture that the natural law divine spirits could not endure. A furious roar rang out. Suddenly, a 10,000-mile thick silver light shot up into the sky from the lower heavenly realm. Amidst the silver light, there was a ferocious-looking tiger with a pair of wings on its back, throwing its head back and roaring into the sky. Wuxia opened his Dharma eyes and looked over, and he saw a burly man clad in a silver armor, with a pair of huge silver wings sprouting out of his back. He looked mighty and mighty, holding a large axe in his hand. He kept hacking at Sha Tu, who was clad in a black armor, for 300 times in a row. Sha Tu had just fought with Wu Qi, and his vitality was injured. Now that he was a general, he was obviously no match for the silver-armored man. He roared and kept retreating. At last, he could no longer withstand the storm-like attacks. With a furious roar, he once again transformed into a sea of blood and fled. Amidst the cheers of tens of thousands of elite divine soldiers who were also clad in silver armor, the silver-armored man raised his heavy axe and looked up, glancing at Wu Qi from tens of thousands of miles away, whether intentionally or unintentionally. His gaze was deep and sharp like a blade, filled with malice, disdain, and even deliberate provocation. Laughing mockingly, Wu Qi nodded and said, "White Tiger Divine Lord's strength is indeed extraordinary. Unless Sha Tu kills a few more primordial immortals and absorbs all their power, there is no way he could defeat this white cat head-on." Nine Tails, who was dozing by Wu Qi's feet, suddenly rose to his feet. He wagged his 9 tails and kept drooling. He became extremely excited when he heard the word White Tiger. It seemed that he was very hungry for White Tiger Divine Lord. Wu Qi could only keep patting his carapace to comfort him. White Tiger Divine Lord's body was a divine body condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao, so it would not do him any good even if he swallowed him. Right after White Tiger Divine Lord repelled Sha Tu, a purple whirlpool of clouds, over 100,000 miles in diameter, suddenly appeared in the sky above the 3 pure heavens. Countless crimson thunderbolts flashed in the rapidly spinning whirlpool, and a deep, muffled rumble of thunder shook the entire 3 pure heavens. The small square table in front of Wu Qi and his companions was shaking violently, and all the bowls and plates on it fell to the ground. What an astonishing aura! I reckon it is at least a Tao-breaking expert. Guzi squinted at the bottom of the whirlpool. After a brief calculation with his fingers, Wu Qi nodded and said, "That is the direction of the White-Water Demon Emperor's temporary imperial residence. Although he is not one of the 6 celestial emperors of the Celestial Court, he is a very important figure in the Celestial Court, and before he became a god, he was one of the sect leaders of the Tao League. It is not surprising that he has such a cultivation base." In the short time it took for them to finish their conversation, the whirlpool of clouds had begun throbbing as if it had gone mad. Countless thunderbolts, hundreds of miles long and as thick as water tanks, plunged down from the sky. The strong thunderbolts pierced through the entire 33 heavens. No one knew what had happened to the core of the thunderbolts, but the restrictive spells of all cave abodes hundreds of thousands of miles away were pierced by the thunderbolts, and countless palaces and pavilions were sent flying away by the powerful shockwaves. Powerful! Wu Qi clapped his hands delightedly and said, "This Dao Yuan Dong Night Thunderbolt technique has already grasped 30% of its essence. It is indeed a supreme Thunderbolt technique. Wonderful! Who'd he bump into?" A hoarse and furious roar was heard, and there was even a delicate and miserable cry mixed within the roar. Wu Qi's ears twitched, and he said coolly, "I heard that the White-Water Demon Emperor was the only one among the 99 sect leaders of the 33 heavens of the Tao League who married and had children. TSK, after so many years, he only had a son and a daughter. His son was as unlucky as he was, killed by a sword energy in Liangzhu, and is now conferred the post of Marshal of Spirit Water under Great Celestial Emperor Yuanjin." After a pause, Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "It is said that his beloved daughter is only 1,000 years old this year, and she is the most favored one. Countless natural treasures have been given to her, and she has already attained the cultivation base of a gold immortal in just 1,000 years. Could it be that his daughter has been raped by someone? Just as Wuxia was speaking, a bitter laugh was heard coming from the place where the thunderbolts were densely packed. "Take care, my dear girl. Daddy will avenge you." A loud rumble rang out, and the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly shattered into pieces. Numerous silver droplets formed into a silver beam and shot into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in just a blink of an eye. Then, countless cries of alarm rang out. Wuxia clapped his hands and said, "Good, good. Just now, White Tiger Celestial Emperor had won a battle, and the White Water Demon Emperor was killed. It doesn't matter to him, but his poor daughter." Before his gloating voice had died away, a plume of purple smoke suddenly flashed out from next to Wuxia. Flustered and exasperated, Great Celestial Emperor Xianxia jumped out of it, grabbed Wuxia's shoulder, and tried to lift him up. Without holding back, Wuxia threw out a punch and smashed it into Great Celestial Emperor Xianxia's abdomen. Xianxia, who was about to roar, suddenly had his face flushed red. He slowly bent down, his eyes wide as he stared at Wuxia in disbelief. "Cut the crap, and don't ask me why I dare to beat you up." Looking at the livid Xianxia, Wuxia said with a cold grin, "I've already beaten you up, so what's the big deal? If you have something to say it now, or I'll throw you out." Great Celestial Emperor Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Looking at Wuxia, he said fiercely, "Wuxia, you have to be responsible for the chaos in the Celestial Court. It was you who took away the demon-revealing mirror and let these monsters sneak into the Celestial Court. Otherwise, how could they sneak in when the Celestial Court is impregnable?" Shaking his head, Wuxia sighed and said, "It's all my responsibility? Then there's no need to talk anymore. Goodbye, take care." Reaching out, Wuxia grabbed Xianxia's neck and was about to throw him out. Xianxia was so angry that he was shaking all over. Gritting his teeth, he said in a low voice, Fine. I'll be serious with you." Without waiting for Heavenly Emperor Xianxia to finish talking, Wuxia already narrowed his eyes and stated his conditions. Fine. I'll be serious with you too. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 main deities will be directly transferred under my command. All the land, mountain, river, lake, and sea deities will all be under my command. All the celestial soldiers and immortal officials left behind in the Celestial Court in the past will listen to me. If you swear that you can do it, I'll cooperate with you to clear this group of people out." Heavenly Emperor Xianxia looked at Wuxia in horror. He roared angrily, "Are you taking advantage of the situation?" Wuxia pretended to be surprised and looked at him. "I'm robbing you, didn't you notice? If you don't agree, you can leave. Anyway, these realm breakers, they can't threaten us. Also, look outside." Heavenly Emperor Xianxia opened his eyes and looked over into the distance. Several hundred low-level immortal officials dressed in green attire were currently riding clouds and rushing over here in a sorry state. Clearly, they also wanted to seek shelter under this palace city. Presently, the realm breakers were killing and setting fires everywhere. This place became the safest place in the Celestial Court. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia nearly vomited blood. He stared fixedly at Wuxia for a while and nodded helplessly, agreeing to him. "Those gods will all be under your command in the future." Chapter 1167. Gigu Zi sighed faintly when Great Celestial Emperor Xianxia transformed into a purple mist and fled. He agreed too quickly. What a ghost! Wuxia toyed with the wine cup for a while, then suddenly laughed and said, "Ghosts are everywhere in the Celestial Court now, so it would be strange if he didn't have a ghost in his heart. No matter what schemes they have, as long as I'm stronger than them, all schemes are for naught." With a long laugh, Wuxia soared into the sky and shouted in the direction of the Palace of Translucence, "Your Majesty, since you are so generous, let the Ministry of Works and the Division of Craftsmen listen to my orders. I'm using them because I have serious business to do." Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed in the direction of the Palace of Translucence, and a patch of approaching dark mist was struck into pieces by the thunderbolt. Then, Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen's voice rang out, "Very well. The principal gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the billions of divine weapons were all under Wu Qi's command. So what could the Ministry of Works and the Division of Craftsmen do?" In the Celestial Court, although the Ministry of Works and the Division of Craftsmen were important, they were not as important as the principal gods of 5 elements. Wu Qi laughed loudly, then casually threw the 5 tokens that Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen had thrown out in all directions. A 5-colored spirit light soared into the sky, and the 5 tokens hovered in midair, glowing brightly. Wu Qi shouted, "5 principal gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, listen to my order. Quickly lead all the divine weapons and divine generals under your command. Anyone who disobeys will be served on the God Execution Platform." The God Execution Platform was a platform condensed by the power of the heavenly Tao after the conferment of gods, and it was the only tool of heavenly punishment that could kill all gods. Hearing Wu Qi say the name of the God Execution Platform, deep voices of assent came from all directions, and before long, over 1,000 saints, leading tens of thousands of divine generals and countless divine weapons, rose into the sky from all directions, quickly forming into a great formation and converging toward the 3 pure heavens. The principal gods of metal, wood, water, fire, earth guarded the 33 heavens, and each heaven was garrisoned with 5 divine armies. Now, with just an order from Wu Qi, all 5 armies were mobilized, and the scene was truly frightening. For a time, the sky above the 3 pure heavens was covered by 5-colored clouds. The 5 righteous gods formed a great formation and occupied the 5 positions of the 5 elements. The deafening sound of the war drums made people dizzy. From time to time, the cheers of some immortal officials and immortal officials could be heard from various places in the 3 pure heavens. Seeing the 5 righteous gods of 5 elements in such an imposing manner, and seeing that it was Wu Qi who was giving the order to dispatch the 5 righteous gods of 5 elements, those anxious immortal officials rushed out of their mansions, calling their friends and rushing to exalted Xianxia's palace. Now, everyone could tell that the 6 sky kings and the other holy people of the Celestial Court could not deal with the break-world people who had infiltrated the Celestial Court. The foreign demons were killing the fairies to increase their own power. Rather than being killed by the demons, it was better to rely on the support of Wu Qi, who had the support of Purple Extreme Inspiration Sky, King Xianxia. Everyone heard what happened. The 6 Sky Kings could not do anything to the break-world people, but Wu Qi was able to hurt the break-world people and drive them away. The break-world people were wreaking havoc, and Wu Qi was the only one who could keep everyone safe. Of course, relying on exalted Xianxia for protection would offend the 6 Sky Kings, but they would not be able to keep their lives. Why would they care about Sky King? The core disciples of the Tao who were made gods did not waver, but the holy immortals of the old celestial court all came to rely on him. The disciples of the little fairies in the outer world, as long as they were not immortal officials or immortal officials, all came to rely on exalted Xianxia. Anyway, when Wu Qi's 5-element formation was set up, countless lights from the 33 skies flew to exalted Xianxia's palace. In just 2 hours, the formation had just been set up, and there were already 1,000,000 immortal officials and immortal officials joining him. The new immortal officials and immortal officials were not just the immortal officials and immortal officials from the General Affairs Department. Even the leaders of some of the stronger departments joined exalted Xianxia. The black fog was still spreading in the 33 skies, and there were still screams coming from everywhere. All the Star Lords and God Kings led their God Soldiers and Sky Generals to fly back and forth, but they were just trying to treat the pain. There was no way to get rid of the root of the problem. After all, they were facing the break world people who could not be killed. With the power of the Star Lords and God Kings, they could chase them away, but they did not have the power to suppress or kill them. Wu Qi was not in a hurry to organize the 5-element formation in the 3 pure skies. He showed off his power for 8 to 10 hours. Then, he brought the mighty formation to the northeast corner of the three pure skies to clean up. Inside the five elements' grand formation, water and fire roared, golden lights flashed, wood thunders rumbled, dirt and mountains were sent flying in all directions. The innate and acquired energies of five elements transformed into different colored torrents and poured down, sweeping away the dozens of dark clouds. Every corner of the 33 skies was shocked. The saints who were watching the fight with their god senses were shocked. They tried their best, but they could not get rid of the black fog. Why was Wuxia able to destroy the black fog so easily? Could it be that there was something special about it? Many god senses went to Wuxia. All the saints knew the power of the five element gods. If they fought the Breakworld people, they might have been able to defeat the Breakworld people. Even the 6 sky kings could not get rid of the black fog. The five element gods could not destroy it. If the five element formation had such a magical effect, the root of it must be Wuxia. The unscrupulous god senses scanned Wuxia's body. A few very strong god senses went into Wuxia's body with evil intent. Wuxia, who was controlling the five element formation to destroy the black fog that was 100,000 miles wide, was furious. He shouted, sneaking around, "What the hell are you doing? If you have the power, then come and kill the demon. If you don't, then stay in your own home and cry. How dare you provoke me? Do you want to die?" A white light flashed across his forehead. The sky-mate cauldron was wrapped in white fire. The sky-mate cauldron was 100,000 feet tall, and it was shining with a spirit light. It was wrapped in Yuan Ling's true flame, which was 100 miles thick. The sky-mate cauldron emitted a deep roar. Countless hair-thin, white flames shot out. They followed the god senses that were looking at Wuxia's body and burned them. Miserable howls came from all over the 33 heavens, and thousands of beams of starlight soared into the sky, heading straight for the deification pool. All the god senses that dared to peek at Wuxia were severely injured, and thousands of weaker gods had their divine bodies burned. Yuan Ling escaped, cursing all the way to the deification pool to reform his divine body. Now that he had taken out the sky-mate cauldron, Wuxia did not bother to keep a low profile. With his order, the five-element formation kept drawing innate and acquired energies over, turning them into fuel for the sky-mate cauldron. The white Yuan Ling's true flame rushed out of the sky-mate cauldron. Waves of fire swept out in all directions, covering the three pure heavens in the blink of an eye. Under the control of Wuxia's divine sense, the Yuan Ling's true flame did not burn all the dark mist in the three pure heavens. But, whether it was intentional or not, 90% of the palaces and pavilions in the three pure heavens suddenly caught fire as well. The temperature of the flame was extremely high, 1,000,000 times hotter than the true flame of a Tao reasoning primordial immortal. Everything, be it bricks, tiles, or pillars, was burned into nothingness in an instant. But the flame was also very strange. All the palaces and pavilions were burned down, but the immortals inside were safe and sound. Not even a slight injury was seen. Standing in the middle of the five elements formation, Wuxia pointed at the heaven-mate cauldron and laughed wildly. "Listen up, all the gods in the 33 heavens. I am Wuxia, a subject of Violet Spirit, great celestial emperor. If you want to live, you will have to submit to him. Let me tell you something first. Even if I'm going to save someone under the same conditions, I will naturally save my fellow ministers first." Meanwhile, Wuxia had also produced the demon-revealing mirror. Powered by his holy power, a green immortal light illuminated the void, illuminating the entire 33 heavens. Several dark shadows that were scurrying about in the 33 heavens were trapped by the green light. Then, Wuxia gave a loud shout and unleashed a grappling divine ability. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out as Sha Tu, who was clad in black armor and holding a sword, was dragged into the five elements formation by Wuxia. At the same time, The gods of 5 elements began to recite the mantra of their headquarters and activate the power of the heavenly Tao that they controlled. Suddenly, the void transformed into a dazzling 5-colored light screen. The energies of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, condensed into huge spirit talismans that fell from the sky and attached themselves to the formation. Sha-Tu was shocked. With a roar, he waved his sword and slashed at a spirit talisman that was falling from above. Wuxi's figure flickered and appeared in front of Sha-Tu's day. He faced Sha-Tu with his bare hands and firmly held Sha-Tu's sword in his palms. Sha-Tu stared at Wuxi in shock and cried out, "What a powerful strength! What a strong, fleshly body! Who are you?" While Sha-Tu was shouting, Wuxi unleashed a kick to his crotch. With a loud bang, Sha-Tu's crotch armor was shattered. He howled and let go of his sword as he jumped back. Wuxi dropped his sword and his figure flickered as he closed in on Sha-Tu's day. Sha-Tu let out a shrill howl, and countless sharp swords suddenly popped out of his armor. His body spun rapidly like a windmill, and he curled up his body and slammed into Wuxi. High up in the sky, the 5 righteous gods shouted at the same time. The surrounding spiritual energy suddenly stagnated, and the 5 elements' heavenly Tao sealed the void. The 5-colored elemental energy turned into a crystal-clear amber that sealed Sha-Tu inside. Wuxi waved his hands again and again. Yuan Ling True Flame turned into countless head-sized talismans that smashed into the amber, firmly sealing Sha-Tu inside. Sha-Tu has been executed. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Clapping his hands lightly, he snapped at Xianxia and the others who were still fleeing in the 33 heavens. Countless immortals in the 33 heavens saw Wuxi seal Sha-Tu with their divine senses. Compared to the 6 incompetent heavenly emperors, Wuxi was especially tall, dignified, and extraordinary. For a moment, countless immortal officials were tempted, especially those in the lower heavens. They had their own plans. Inside the Hall of Light, 6 heavenly emperors were sitting across from each other. Yuanzhun, great heavenly emperor, suddenly sighed and said, "Going with the flow, this kid really knows how to use opportunities. It is a shame we cannot suppress esteemed Shoujua." Yuanzhun, great heavenly emperor, also sighed and said, "If you cannot suppress him, then don't suppress him. Going with the flow, then let him rise. If world breakers come, then let them come. Whoever has the ability can go and deal with these devils from the outer realms." Yuanzhun, great heavenly emperor, sighed and said, "This is good. If Daozu comes out, we won't mistreat esteemed Shoujua. We gave him a lot of power. If we can give Daozu face, we can explain it. They're just world breakers. If Daozu comes out, then what do we have to worry about?" The 6 of them looked at each other and smiled. Yuanzhun, great heavenly emperor, clapped his hands, and countless fairies came. They escorted the 6 of them to the Cherishing Fragrance Hall. The Cherishing Fragrance Hall was where Yuanzhun, great heavenly emperor, held his banquets and enjoyed singing and dancing. Outside, Wuxi was using the 5 elements formation to attack Thousand Heads and the other world breakers. Chapter 1168. In the southernmost part of Panga continent, the continent was still absorbing chaotic energy and expanding in all directions. Panga continent was now extremely large, and its ability to absorb energy was getting stronger and stronger. Every quarter of an hour, the edge of the continent was expanding nearly 1,000,000 miles in all directions. Not even a blade of grass could be seen growing on the new continent. Only bare mountains, violent thunderbolts, fire, and snowstorms, and violent energy tides that could destroy everything. On the top of a conical volcano that was still erupting, Liu Bang stood with his hands clasped behind his back with a gloomy face. Countless dazzling streams of light were flashing in the distant sky. That was where Panga continent was constantly expanding. Waves of spiritual energy, which were shockingly dense, but also extremely violent, kept gushing toward him from that direction, causing countless sparks to splatter as if they were real tides against his body. Clothes were useless here, for even a supreme-grade gold immortal artifact will be destroyed in 2 or 3 days in such a hellish place. It was even more impossible to use immortal spells to protect one's clothes. The only consequence of using immortal spells in a place like this was to attract countless heavenly thunderbolts and shatter one's body. Therefore, Liu Bang and Han Xian, who stood next to him, were naked, letting the torrents of natural energy and countless pebbles of different sizes wash over their bodies. The pebbles made dull thuds as they smashed into their bodies, and countless sparks burst out when they shattered, making them look like 2 flaming men. Squinting at the flickering light in the distance, Liu Bang took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, and clenched it tightly. A piece of great dark gold, which had just been born in the chaotic energy, was caught in his hand and crushed to pieces with just a single squeeze. "You've suffered a lot these days." Liu Bang sighed with a wry smile. A bitter smile also appeared on Han Xian's chiseled face. He shook his head gently and said in a low voice, "Why do you say that, Your Majesty? We are not at the end of the line yet. As long as we are careful, there is always a chance of success." A bright gleam suddenly shot out of Liu Bang's gray eyes, but it was quickly extinguished. He nodded slowly and said, "You're right, there's always a chance. Hee. Among the girls we captured yesterday, there are a few young women who are very attractive. I'm going to have a good time with them later." Before his voice could fade away, a large amount of sticky, muddy meat paste of unknown color slowly crawled out of a pool of lava. Wuxia's hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out slowly. "Your Majesty, are you talking about the few girls with 9 meridians who were favored by Your Majesty yesterday?" I thought Your Majesty had already used them, so I've already used them as medicine today. If Your Majesty wants more women, I'll just send them over." Liu Bang looked back at Wuxian, but Han Xian did not move at all. Wuxian struggled to climb out of the lava. His body, which was more than 100 miles wide, was covered in the lava pool of the crater. The hot lava was burning him, and a heavenly fire that could only be born in the chaos made him sizzle. But he only grunted comfortably a few times, and then a tall and strong man emerged from the middle of his body. The man looked at Liu Bang and said in a strange voice, "The restrictive spells of these seniors are so strange that I can only use the heat of the volcano to offset some of the pain. Hey, Your Majesty, please come with me. Everything has been prepared. Today is Your Majesty's good day. The 9 great soul clones have once again become one. Your Majesty will be able to possess supernatural powers. Isn't this something worth celebrating?" Liu Bang shook his head gently and sighed in a low voice. Han Xian blinked a few times before heaving a long sigh. Wuxian squirmed for a while, then suddenly breathed a deep sigh. The man on top of him shook his head helplessly and said in a low voice, "One is trapped under a low wall. TSK, I really don't understand why Your Majesty would take that Huan Yin as your master back then." Amidst the strange laughter, 2 thick tentacles stretched out of Wu Xian's body. Liu Bang and Han Xian looked at the tentacles with disgust, then helplessly were rolled up by them and carried by Wu Xian toward the bottom of the 10,000-mile-high volcano. Wu Xian moved very fast, and it only took him less than an hour to come to a remote valley at the foot of the mountain. There were human bone stakes everywhere in the deep valley, and countless huge, grotesque skeletons were stuck on top of the thick human bone pillars. These skeletons were still grinning and moving, and from time to time, they let out deep, gruesome howls. Occasionally, a few wisps of ghost fire would burst out of nowhere, making the valley look no different from hell. A vast expanse of black mist enveloped the valley, which was the same as the one raging in the celestial court, except that it was thicker and thicker. The mist in the celestial court was still a little sparse, but here it was so thick that it shone like iron, and from time to time, countless ghost howls could be heard coming from it. In the valley, there were 999 huge human bone furnaces. Each of these furnaces was over 10,000 zhang tall and contained only one kind of fuel, which was all kinds of white bones. The ghastly white bones were shrouded in green willow, the wisps, and the eerie willow. The wisps rose up, turning the entire furnace into a wretched green. Huan Yin sat cross-legged on one of the furnaces, beaming as she watched thousands of huge fiend gods from outer domains whip the fiend gods who walked past them in groups with long whips in their hands. Expressionless and soulless, the fiend gods lined up and walked toward the bone furnaces, then jumped into the evil ghost fire one after another. Some of the fiend gods had extremely strong life forces. When they fell into the furnaces and burned, they could still raise their hands and howl at the sky. However, when most of the fiend gods touched the green ghost fire, they were burned into wisps of black smoke. The black smoke rose and blended into the black mist that enveloped the valley and the sky. There were thousands of black doors in the sky, and the fiend gods from outer domains walked out of them one by one, lining up and walking into the furnaces. With the scale of the 999 furnaces, the number of fiend gods they smelted every day was more than 10 million. Beside Huan Yin were two wisps of black smoke. Occasionally, they would let out deep, strange laughter. It was as if the sight of the fiend gods being slaughtered casually made them very happy. Seeing that they were on equal footing with Huan Yin, they should also be world breakers. Liu Bang and Han Xian were brought to Huan Yin's side by Wuxia. Wuxia called out Patriarch Huan Yin in a flattering manner. Huan Yin slowly turned his head to look at Liu Bang. With a faint smile, he said, "My disciple, you used to split your divine sense into 9 places to plan something big. It was a good plan, but if you split your divine sense, you will be weak. If you work together, you will be strong. There is no need for you to split your divine sense. You'd better merge them again." Gently patting Liu Bang's shoulder, Huan Yin said coolly, "I know you were looking for the soul fixation pearl, but wasn't it taken away by someone? But it doesn't matter. With the secret divine abilities of your 2 martial uncles, you will definitely be able to smoothly merge those 8 divine senses. When your cultivation base improves greatly, I will need your help with many things." Liu Bang bowed respectfully to Huan Yin, then said with a faint smile, "I will need your guidance in the future, Master." Huan Yin grinned and waved at Wuxia. Wuxia chuckled, then brought Liu Bang and Han Xian deeper into the valley. When Wuxia was far away, one of the shadows beside Huan Yin laughed and said in a low voice, "How stupid your disciple is. Did he really believe you when you promised him that you would let him live in the future?" Huan Yin narrowed his eyes and said, "It doesn't matter whether he really believes me or not. What matters is that he is very tactful. After I came to him, he obediently cooperated with me, and the cooperation was not bad. If not for him, how could I have gathered so many materials, laid out an array, and brought you here so quickly?" Huan Yin sighed and said coolly, "When this world is completely destroyed by us, let him die a quick death. That is the relationship between us as master and disciple." The 2 shadows laughed at the same time, twisting their bodies. Groups of demon gods from other worlds were still walking toward the human bone cauldron. They lined up in chi-chi and threw themselves into the green ghost fire, turning into wisps of black smoke and fusing with the smoke above their heads. The 3 world breakers looked up into the sky at the same time. One of the shadows said in a low voice, "Sha Tu is going to kill to his heart's content this time. As for Xianxia, before he is done playing, don't expect him to be of any use. As for Thousand Heads and Spirit Puppet, they should be able to recover a little more this time, right?" Wuxia quickly brought Liu Bang and Han Xian to the end of the valley. It was also a bloody and evil place, with countless broken limbs all over the ground. In the middle of the valley was a blood pool, about 100 miles in circumference and of unknown depth. Thick blood rolled in the pool, and occasionally a few twisted black faces could be seen twisting and struggling in the blood pool. Next to the blood pool stood thousands of strange-looking members of the forbidden races. They held bone knives and were methodically dragging women who were crying and screaming. They cut off their heads and poured all their blood into the pool. As fresh blood was poured into the pool, the blood water in the pool began to boil even more violently. Next to the blood pool stood 8 black stone pillars. 8 men who looked exactly like Liu Bang were tied to the pillars, lifelessly. Among them were the undying god emperor that Wuxia had seen before. Clearly, these 8 men were Liu Bang's doppelgangers, which he had created using a secret technique of the forbidden races. Liu Bang looked at the strange blood pool, gritted his teeth, and said, "Wu Xian, I know you sold me out to Huan Yan. That is why all 8 of my doppelgangers were captured." Liu Bang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "If I don't die, I'll definitely annihilate your forbidden clan." Wu Xian chuckled, then shook his head gently and said, "Even if you don't die, when you merge with these 8 fools again, you will only be a puppet, a tool. How can you fight against me? Your Majesty, it was you who schemed against me first. It was you who schemed against my forbidden race first. How can you blame me for this? World breakers, they are stronger and stronger backers than you. Why wouldn't I turn to them?" Accompanied by a deep, strange laugh, Wu Xian threw Liu Bang into the blood pool. "All right, send your majesties in." He, with the forbidden race's doppelganger technique, I divided them into 9 doppelgangers and then fused them back into one. Wu Xian howled hysterically. "With the blood of tens of millions of extreme Yin and the blood of millions of gods and demons that I have collected for so many years, I really don't know what kind of miracle I can create. Hee, the elixir of immortality? Hee, your majesty Liu Bang. Are you ready to become a puppet and a tool? Hee, actually we're world breakers." Wu Xian's voice was so soft that only he could barely hear him. Chapter 1169. In the 33 heavens, Wu Qi commanded the gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to wipe out the breakers. The black fog, which the other gods could not deal with, was easily destroyed by Wu Qi like a piece of paper. In addition to Sha Tu, Wu Qi had also surrounded and suppressed Xianxia with a formation, then imprisoned him with a supreme divine ability. Seeing that things were not going well, Qinshu and Lingshu did not dare to face Wu Qi again. They hurriedly broke through the western heavenly gate and fled. For a moment, the celestial court was shocked. Of the 4 breakers that even the 6 celestial emperors could not deal with, 2 were imprisoned and 2 were driven away by Wu Qi. With that, Wu Qi's reputation immediately rose above the 6 celestial emperors. Because of Wu Qi, the great celestial emperor's reputation soared as well. Many immortal officials of the celestial court who were not from the Tao League came to join him, and even some people of high status. Among them were Gui Tengluo, Taisher Demon, Desolate Emperor, and Bai Ling, who were once the lords of the 4 realms. When they joined the Tao League and the Buddhist League, the promises they received were excellent, but when the elites of the 4 realms were completely wiped out, the Tao League and the Buddhist League immediately turned their backs on them. Gui Tengluo did not even get the position of the great emperor of the Netherworld. Instead, fearing that he would rise to power in the Netherworld, he banished him to the celestial court. Now, the Lord of the 4 realms was just a celestial officer of the 4 seasons under the command of a divine emperor under Yuan Zhen, who was in charge of the flowering and wilting of the 4 seasons. The former Lord of the 4 realms was a top figure in Panga world, but now he was in charge of the flowering and wilting in the celestial court. Not to mention that the heavenly Tao had its own rules, and there was no need to worry about the flowering and wilting. The position was just too depressing. When Wu Qi first sought refuge with esteemed Shoujua, these 4 former realm lords were still a little suspicious, fearing that Wu Qi was not a match for the 6 celestial emperors, and that if they rashly sought refuge with him, they would be punished by the celestial emperors. But when they saw that Wu Qi's strength and methods far surpassed the sky emperors, the 4 great realm lords steeled their hearts and decided to go all out and join him. In terms of their authority, these 4 people had no influence on the celestial court. They were nothing more than the 4 seasons flower blooming and withering flowers gods. What could they do? However, their identities before they were conferred as gods were too crucial. As soon as they sought refuge, the elites from the ghost realm, the devil realm, the spirit realm, and the demon realm all came to seek refuge. Although these people did not have high positions in the celestial court, they were large in number and occupied more than 80% of the lower-level officials in the celestial court. In particular, at least 90% of the soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court were transformed from the people of the four realms. With these people, Wuxia had almost directly controlled more than half of the military strength of the celestial court. Apart from the 1,080,000 celestial lords who were infected by the elites of the Tao League, the righteous gods of the various departments, and the celestial generals who held important positions, almost all the middle and lower-level soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court had joined Wuxia. Even if these soldiers and heavenly generals did not dare to really disobey the edict of their superiors, it was enough to give the upper echelons of the celestial court a headache. Seeing that Wuxia's momentum was growing stronger and stronger, and there was a faint sign that he was going to force them to abdicate, the 6 celestial emperors did not take any action other than asking for Sha Tu and Xianxia to be imprisoned in prison. Wuxia ignored them. He and esteemed Shouzhua were busy straightening out the relationship between the many immortal officials and officials under their command, and had no time to greet the 6 celestial emperors. While the celestial court was in turmoil, new changes were finally taking place on Panga continent. Zhang Tingyun was the new emperor of a human race conferred by Daozu. He was not chosen by the human race, but conferred by the heavenly Tao. Inheriting the destiny of the human race and the laws of the heavenly Tao, Zhang Tingyun's current overall strength was enough to fight against the top-tier Tao-breaking expert. The newly established imperial court of the human race was named Xian, which meant the imperial court of the Tao League. Zhang Tingyun's era name was Leaping to Heaven. Leaping to heaven and ascending to heaven was a phrase often used by cultivators. This year was the 99th year since Zhang Tingyun ascended to the throne, which was also the 99th year of ascension. After nearly 100 years, the Xian dynasty had not been able to set up an effective administrative system. The Xian dynasty didn't lack high-level officials. They had all sorts of high-level officials like prime ministers and imperial censors. However, the Xian dynasty had very few local officials. The territory left behind by Yu was too vast, with countless people, cities, villages, and towns, and countless local officials. Today, except for the 3,000 provinces around Yuxiong Plain, there were not many Xian officials in the administrative districts left behind by Yu. More than 99% of the vast territory was still in a state of local autonomy. Fortunately, the people of Yu had long been accustomed to this state, and the people of Yu had always been simple and honest. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, and for nearly 100 years, the vast Xian dynasty, which did not have enough administrative agencies to cover it, had not encountered any trouble. But just a few days after Wuxia drove the realm breakers out of the celestial court, the Xian dynasty faced its biggest crisis. At the southern border of the Xian dynasty, Wu Xian, who had covered an area of hundreds of miles in a sticky substance, was wriggling toward the north. Clad in a black imperial robe, Liu Bang stood on Wu Xian's back, looking gloomily at the boundless land in front of him. Behind Liu Bang stood thousands of civil and military officials. These were all the people Liu Bang had gathered through countless reincarnations in the mortal world. Among them, Wuxia was familiar with Zhang Liang, Xiao He, Han Exen, Fan Kuai, and beside them were Xiahou Ying, Chao Can, Chun Ping, Zhou Bo, and other founding generals of the Han Dynasty. Aside from these people, the other thousands of people were heroes recruited by Liu Bang during his reincarnation. All of them had been secretly brought to Pangu World from the mortal world, becoming his loyal subordinates. Many of these people used to follow his 8 doppelgangers. But now that he had merged all 8 doppelgangers into one, these people had returned to his side. The strongest among them was only a peak-level gold immortal, but their wits and means were all extraordinary. Otherwise, how could they have caught Liu Bang's attention? Apart from these thousands of Liu Bang's trusted subordinates, there were more people from the forbidden clans who looked strange and inhuman. Some of them had 3 heads, 6 arms, and 4 feet. Some had holes in their bellies, some had human heads and beast bodies, and some had animal heads and human bodies. All kinds of strange and cruel things were hard to count. In short, this place was like a hodgepodge zoo with all kinds of strange body parts. Many of them did not have a human form like Wuxia. They were either a wriggling meatball, a twisted shadow, or a puff of black smoke. Some of them were just powerful mental waves. For the forbidden clans, they could change their bodies and spirits at will. They were a terrible race that could even use themselves as a tool to change themselves at will. Wuxia conscientiously acted as a mount and carried these people northward. Gradually, a vast expanse of fertile land and towns appeared in front of them, and further away, a city that could accommodate about 100,000 people could be vaguely seen. The Xian dynasty had only a history of 100 years, and they had not had the time to set up their administrative agencies in the southernmost part of the southern region. Therefore, there was no government or military here. In such a large area, there were only a few highly respected elders chosen by the common people to form a council of elders to manage it. Because of the change of dynasties between the Yu and the Xian dynasty, many places on Panga continent had returned to this tribal alliance system. Wuxia stopped when he was dozens of miles away from the nearest village. His body shrunk rapidly. Gradually, his gigantic body shrunk into a meatball that was only 10 feet in circumference. The grayish-brown meatball wriggled for a while, then gradually turned into a 3-meter-tall man with a dignified appearance. His skin was wriggling like flowing magma, and from time to time, a few ferocious faces could be seen roaring and rushing out from under his grayish-brown skin, making him look particularly disgusting and ferocious. Liu Bang gave Wuxia a disgusted look. He took a deep breath, pointed a finger behind him, and cried out in a deep voice, "Stay here." The forbidden clans let out a strange, hoarse laugh as they looked at Wuxia at the same time. Wuxia nodded slowly. Laughing strangely, he put on a cloak that covered his whole head and followed closely at Liu Bang's side. Reluctantly, the forbidden clans scattered into the distant mountains. Immediately, the shrill howls of wild beasts rang out from those mountains. Liu Bang took a deep breath and walked slowly toward the village with his many subordinates. About a dozen miles away from the village, Liu Bang and his companions ran into a group of young men who had come out of the village to herd sheep. A group of young men who were playing and wrestling looked warily at the thousands of well-dressed men and asked cautiously about the origin of Liu Bang and his companions. After pondering for a moment, Liu Bang gave Wuxia a somewhat humiliated look. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'm Ji Bang, the 98th son of Emperor Haozuan of the Yu. I met a divine man in a dream. He said that the emperor of the Xian dynasty was tyrannical and had killed countless people, making the world miserable. So, he gave me a divine sword to punish him." Slowly pulling out a sword that emitted a cold aura and was guarded by 2 black dragons, Liu Bang cried out, "By the order of the ancestors of the human race, the Yellow Emperor Xin Yuan and the Yin Emperor Shinon, I will rebuild the Yu, punish the tyrannical emperor of the Xian dynasty, and restore peace to Panga continent." The young men were stunned. The concepts of the Yu and the Xian dynasty were so strange to them. Not to mention the Xian dynasty, which had nothing to do with them now. Even when the Yu was at its peak, there was only one small, remote, and impoverished county within millions of miles, a county governed by only 3 to 5 small cities, and only 3 to 5 soldiers. In such a remote place, the old people only knew that it seemed to be under the rule of an imperial court called the Yu. But they did not know what a Yu meant or what the Xian dynasty was, let alone a place that had not been managed by the government for 100 years. These young men only knew that it was the council of elders who handled the disputes among the people, and they had no idea what the disputes between the Yu and the Xian dynasty were. Speaking of which, These young men were illiterate, and they could not even write their own names. Who would care what a Yu and the Xian dynasty did? Ignoring these dumbfounded young men, Liu Bang strode forward with the long sword in his hand, heading straight for the city in front of him. 2 hours later, the flag of the Yu fluttered over the top of the city. Chapter 1170. Deep in the mountains. There were at least 10,000 mountains, large and small, in this place where Liu Bang had rebuilt Great Yu. The largest of them, Mount Wuxia, was nearly 1,000 miles in circumference, and its main peak was 30,000 feet high. It was the master of all the mountains in this area. Sitting cross-legged under a plum tree in the mountains, Duke Wuxia was exercising a cultivation technique with a long face, constantly absorbing natural energy and circulating it in his body according to the cultivation technique he had learned in the past. But his body was cold and empty, and he could not sense any energy at all. Wu Xiaogong sighed disappointedly and waved his hand. A clump of natural energy condensed into a tiny lightning bolt and shot out from the top of his head. A 1,000 feet squared rock on the opposite cliff was shattered by the lightning bolt, and some of the rock powder was melted into boiling lava and sprayed in all directions. Then he pointed his finger out again, and the scattered rock powder and lava flew back to him and reformed into the rock. Everything was going according to his will. He could still sense the natural energy transform into wind, fire, thunder, and many other magic to attack his enemies, and even possess some mighty divine abilities that he could never imagine before. But he was still unhappy, very unhappy. Before he was conferred the title of divinity, he was the ruler of a small, desolate galaxy in an outer heavenly realm. It had 4 planets inhabited by mortals, and a total of more than 10 billion mortals. As the ancestral master of the strongest immortal sect in that galaxy, although he only had the cultivation base of a 35th tier heaven immortal, he was a supreme existence in that galaxy. But when the Tao League issued a decree, 50% of the mortals on the planet and all his disciples had no choice but to migrate to a heavenly realm. After that, the immortal monarch of the celestial court who guarded that heavenly realm used a mystic art to drive the huge heavenly realm across the void to Panga continent, merging with it. What followed was the Grand War of Divinity. The unlucky Duke Wuxiao himself only had the cultivation base of a 35th tier heaven immortal, and the strongest among his disciples was only peak stage nascent divinity realm. Unfortunately, his entire sect was transferred to the Ling dynasty, assigned by a general of the Ling dynasty to fight against the Yu, the terrible existence called King of EC. In the end, all 8,000 of his disciples were killed in just one battle, and he was stabbed to death by a fellow named Lord Xianxia. After that came a long wait in the investiture of gods. No one knew how long he had waited, but he suddenly had a new body and could see the light of day again. Furthermore, the Tao ancestor had conferred him the title of the mountain god of Wuxiao Peak. He had 3,000 mountain gods and 5,000 earth gods under his command. Every mountain god and earth god had 30 to 50 nether soldiers under them. In total, he had 400,000 soldiers under him. The 3,000 mountain gods and 5,000 earth gods were once disciples of Wu Xiaogong. There were a total of 8,000 disciples, and all of them had become Yin masters. And because he did not have any backer, he was assigned to Wuxiao Peak. But when he came here, he really wanted to cry. His territory spanned nearly 10 million miles, and there were only 3 small counties left by Diyu, with a total population of less than 1 million. It had been nearly 100 years since he became a god, and he had more or less figured out the situation of his current body. It was a divine body condensed by the power of the heavenly Tao. It had 5 internal organs, but the so-called meridians and blood vessels were only 2 or 3. These meridians and blood vessels could allow him to perform all kinds of divine magic, but he could no longer cultivate. No matter how hard he tried for 100 years and repeated it tens of thousands of times, he still could not cultivate the Taoist book that had helped him embark on the path of immortality. Unable to cultivate, all his power was the divine power given to him by the heavenly Tao when he became a god. He made a rough calculation. His cultivation had improved a lot, and his strength should be about the same as a 27th-tier heaven immortal. But his divine body was the body of a god, and could not be compared to the bodies of the heavenly gods of the celestial court. When he appeared under the scorching sun in broad daylight, he would feel a little dizzy, and the divine power in his body would gradually disperse. The divine bodies obtained by the heavenly Tao were divided into different grades. Among the gods of heaven, gods of earth, and gods of underworld, the celestial court's divine body was undoubtedly the strongest in divine power and inherited the heavenly Tao's masculine power. The gods of underworld and the netherworld were integrated with the netherworld's aura and one with treacherous changes. The gods of earth in the mortal world were city gods, earth gods, and mountain gods. They had the effect of driving the power of the earth. The bodies of the earthly gods were divided into 9 grades and 18 ranks, which corresponded to the 18 ranks of the earthly gods. Wuxiao's divine body was the lowest grade, the 17th rank, which was only 1 rank higher than that of his disciples. With such a weak divine body, the divine power he could control was very weak. The only way to improve his divine power was to receive sacrifices from the common people, and gradually improve his divine power and the grade of his divine body through the power of faith. However, Wuxiao Peak had a circumference of several million miles, and there were only 1 million civilians, while he had 8,000 disciples. 1 million civilians worshipped 8,000 gods. How many years and months would it take for him to accumulate enough power of faith to improve himself? Besides, the common people on Panga continent had heads like rocks. They worshipped the heaven, the earth, and their ancestors, but not the mountain gods or the earth. Several times, Wuxiao had used his divine power to appear in the dreams of the common people at the foot of the mountain, asking them to offer sacrifices to him. But those stubborn people would always forget about the dream when dawn came. It had been almost 100 years, and he and his 8,000 disciples had not found a single believer. This is so hard. Letting out a soft sigh, Wuxiao Duke narrowed his eyes with a frown. For the umpteenth time, he circulated the cultivation method that he was extremely familiar with. But it still did not work. The natural energy was rushing in and out of his body, but nothing was left. He could control the natural energy and turn it into earth, fire, wind, and thunder to attack the enemy, but he could not use it to bring him any practical benefits. Sighing in distress, he grabbed the spear next to him and could not help but twitch his lips. Although he was once a disciple of the Tao League, he could not help but complain about the aesthetic standards of the Daozu. What was going on? In the past, Wuxiao Gong was used by the patriarch of the Immortal Cultivation sect. He used a flying sword that shone brightly. He could control the sword to fly and drive the sword light to kill people from thousands of miles away. How elegant was that? Now that he was a deity, he could only use a spear. Holding the spear, he slammed it against the ground a few times and cursed under his breath. I don't know anything about spear techniques, so why do I need a spear? Mountain god, mountain god. Must a mountain god use a spear? Who says mountain gods can't use flying swords? It's a pity for this old man's red cloud sword. I don't know who has gotten the benefit now. With a wry smile, Wuxiao rose to his feet and looked into the distance. The mountains on Panga continent were endless. No one knew how many mountains and hills there were on the vast Panga continent, and no one knew how many lowly land gods were having the same thoughts as Wuxiao Duke. The patriarch of the Immortal sect, who used to stand high above the masses, had fallen to such a state. With a wry smile, Wuxiao grabbed the spear and slammed it against the mountain wall. Immediately, dozens of ghost soldiers transformed from heavenly ghosts rushed out of the mountain wall, cursing. Wuxiao let out a few strange howls, and the ghost soldiers hurriedly grabbed their weapons, transformed into a gust of chilly wind, and sped away. Wuxiao jumped up and down and shouted, "Remember! Bring me 2 male deer. I want to eat deer blood soup today." After shouting a few times, he suddenly shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Since he became an immortal, he had not tasted food for thousands of years. He did not expect that after being conferred the title of mountain god, he would have the desire for good food again. After all, he was only a deity of the lowest grade and could not be compared with those high-grade earth gods like the great emperors of the three mountains. After sighing with emotion for a while, Wuxia threw away the spear and lay down on a boulder with his legs crossed. He began to count on his fingers. I can't go on like this. I have to find a way to stimulate the common people down the mountain to hurry up and have babies. In another 100 years, if I can have a population of over 10 million and millions of believers who are afraid of ghosts and gods, my life will be much better. It was said that in Yuxiong Plain, the heart of the Xian dynasty, there was a city god temple, as well as a mountain god temple and an earth god temple. The people there should be living a good life, right? But all the mountain gods and earth gods in Yuxiong Plain were at least third-tiering deities, and even the weakest among them had the overall strength of a gold immortal. Just as Wuxiao was murmuring to himself, a chilly wind blew silently to his side, and a hoarse voice rang out. He, are you Wuxiao Gong, the mountain god of this area? The former ancestral master of the White Sword sect, by Jinwen? Wuxiao Gong shuddered with fear. Hastily, he jumped to his feet, grabbed the spear, and glanced around vigilantly. After being conferred the title of mountain god, his once sensitive divine sense had been weakened by more than half. As a result, he failed to notice the approaching enemies. Two men with goat-like bodies and 4 horns on their heads were standing on a rock behind Wuxiao Gong, looking at him with evil intentions. They had the bodies of goats, but they walked like humans, and they had 4 horns on their heads, giving him an evil look. Wuxiao Gong could not help but suck in a cold breath when he saw them. May I ask what business you have with me, seniors? He asked through clenched teeth. The 2 men laughed weirdly at the same time. After laughing for a long time, the man on the left waved a heavy bone hammer that was made of human skulls and said with a smile, You mountain gods are so pitiful. TSK, TSK. You are just a bunch of lonely ghosts and poor immortals. Hee. Do you want to change your destiny? Do you want to stand high above the masses? Do you want to have everyone answer to your call? Do you want to hold great power? Do you want to restore the prestige and glory that you should have as the ancestor of a sect? Every word from the 2 men struck right into Wuxiao Gong's heart. He stared at them with a changing look in his eyes. The man on the right saw the struggle in Wuxiao Gong's heart. He laughed coldly and said, We are the protectors of the human race under the command of the Holy Mother of the human race, Huahuang clan, in Empress Hua Palace. Now, Jibang, the 98th son of the former human emperor of the Yu, Emperor Haozuan, wants to rebuild the Yu and re-establish the throne of the Yu. He needs a talented man like you to work with him. Wuxiao Gong remained silent for a long while, then nodded and said, As the mountain god, I am under the control of the upper gods. The man on the left fished out a black bone talisman and threw it to Wuxiao Gong. Refine this talisman and hang it on your body. With that, not even the great emperors of the 3 mountains can control you, he said with a strange laugh. Wuxiao Gong clenched the bone talisman tightly in his palm. A few days later, Wuxiao Gong's immediate superior, the chief mountain god of the southern region of Panga continent, received a routine report from Wuxiao Gong. The southern region was safe and sound. Chapter 1171. Traveling westward from the translucent palace in the center of the 33 heavens for 9 days and 9 nights at the speed of a primordial immortal, there was a great lake with a bizarre golden blue color. It was called a lake, but in fact, it was a boundless ocean the size of hundreds of provinces on Panga continent. It was the Celestial Lake, the headquarters of the only navy of the Celestial Court, under the command of the Celestial Court's Navy Marshal, the Northern Sacred Canopy. The former Northern Sacred Canopy had unfortunately fallen in the fierce battle when the fiend gods from the outer realms invaded the 33 heavens, and his deputies, The 8 dragon generals had fled the celestial court with all the members of the navy because of A.O. Buzin's summons. The current northern sacred canopy was a newly conferred god in the War of Investiture of the Gods, and all the navy under his command were aquatic demons who had fallen in the War of Investiture. While Wuxia was expelling and sealing the realm breakers, the 6 great celestial emperors were having a banquet with a dozen men in Taoist robes on a small island that looked like a bonsai above the heavenly lake. Each of the men in Taoist robes had the cultivation base of a Tao-breaking expert, and they were clearly among the 99 sect masters who served Daozu. During the War of Investiture of the Gods, the Huahuang clan had laid an ambush in Liangzhu and sent dozens of sect masters into the Investiture of the Gods. But after the War of Investiture of the Gods, the Tao League, with its profound foundation, immediately filled up the positions of the 99 sect masters. The 18 men in Taoist robes on the island were the new sect masters of the Tao League. They were the true hermits of the Tao League, whose names were never known to outsiders, and all their information was absolutely confidential. Since the Celestial Court was conferred the title of gods, they had spent most of their time guarding the heavenly lake, except for occasionally returning to the Daoyuotian Empire to take care of the affairs. Although it was a long way from the Translucent Palace, with their overall strength, it only took them a single step to get there. They were the helpers the Tao sect had prepared for the 6 great celestial emperors. As long as they had their help, the positions of the 6 great celestial emperors would be as stable as Mount Tai. Great celestial emperor Yuan Yin raised his wine vessel and laughed heartily. With that little Wuxia fighting with all his might, we can rest easy. Let him fight the world breakers. We just need to wait for Daozu to come out, and we will succeed. Everyone on the island laughed in unison. Even the cranes that landed beside them raised their wings and chirped, appearing to be very happy. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Yin chuckled and said, "At first, we deliberately suppressed Lord Xianxia for the sake of our reputation. I think he must have suffered a lot. If Xianxia wants power, we will give it to him. If he wants people, we will give them people. Fighting with break world beings is too risky. There are people who are willing to take the risk. Why don't we just go with the flow?" The group of people clapped and laughed again. They raised their wine vessels and drank to their heart's content. After laughing for a while, a man in Taoist robe smiled and said, "Senior brothers, you are happy. You are sitting on the fishing platform, so you will get credit. Poor Lord Xianxia and little Wuqi. They worked so hard, but in the end, they only helped the 6 senior brothers. But now that break world beings have appeared, they dared to come to the celestial court and make trouble. Is there any movement in the human world?" The 6 great celestial emperors looked at each other. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu took out a pale yellow scroll from his sleeve and opened it. A purple light pattern flashed on the scroll. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu read the scroll for a while and nodded slowly. The lower worlds are safe. Every land of the mountain gods has sent official documents. Whether it is the city, the village, the wilderness, the deep sea, or the great river, everything is peaceful. Everyone nodded and looked up at the sky with a smile of infinite admiration. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu sighed and said, "Daozu has great foresight. After he used the power of the way of heaven to become a god, our Tao sects will have nothing to worry about. As long as we have the way of heaven in our hands, who in Panga world can be our opponent?" Speaking of pride, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu sneered and said, "That Wuqi focused on collecting the old people left in the celestial court. Let him do that. Do you think breakworld beings are so easy to deal with? There will be casualties among them. When all the disloyal people are dead, the celestial court will be at peace." The 18 new sect masters nodded and raised their wine vessels, praising Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhu for being reasonable. While the 6 great celestial emperors and the 18 new Tao sects were feasting, Wuqi had secretly left the 33 heavens and headed straight for the sky beyond heaven. His escape art was so profound that no one could find him. It would take an ordinary immortal months to come to the heaven beyond heaven from the 33 heavens, but he did not fly at his fastest speed. Instead, he flew slowly upward on a cloud, and it only took him 10 minutes to reach the entrance of the heaven beyond heaven. Since the end of the apotheosis, when the Xian dynasty replaced the Yu, the Huahuang clan had joined hands with the 18 Dao fusing experts of the Holy Alliance to completely seal the sky beyond heaven. What appeared in front of Wuxia at the moment was a vast expanse of hazy, purple mist, which occupied his entire field of vision. If an ordinary immortal, even a Tao-breaking realm great, overarching golden immortal, dared to enter this purple mist, he would be lost and confused, and it would take him many years to get out. There was no spirit chi at all in the area covered by this purple mist, and ordinary immortals would probably be trapped to death if they entered it. In Wu Qi's eyes, this purple mist quickly transformed into a vast sea of runes. Every rune was shining with a dazzling light. In this boundless sea of light, one could vaguely see a faintly discernible crack. There was a huge number of runes near the crack, and their density was also astonishing. The runes were so dense that they almost piled up into a small mountain. All the runes were glowing with vibrant colors and intertwined with each other, and from time to time, they exuded an enormous aura of spirit power that only Tao fusing stage mighty figures or above could sense. What an ingenious restrictive spell. Wu Qi looked to the left and right, then suddenly raised his right hand and cried out, "Axe!" A bright gleam flashed, and a gigantic battle axe slowly emerged from Wu Qi's palm. It was bronze in color and seemed to be bursting with yellow and black mist from time to time. It looked very ancient. It was as if Wu Qi's palm was a piece of fertile soil, and the axe was a sapling that was slowly growing from the fertile soil. Wu Qi casually tossed the axe, which was over 1,000 feet long. The axe tore through the void, and all the spirit chi in its path was completely pulverized. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was restored to the most primitive innate 5 elements yuan chi, and the innate 5 elements yuan chi was once again pulverized into yin and yang chi. In the end, even yin and yang chi were completely turned into nothingness. The axe slashed through the void, bringing with it a chaotic wall of chi. With a loud bang, the vast sea of purple chi suddenly collapsed, and the giant axe fiercely chopped on a thin line in the void, bursting out a blinding light. Strange flashes of countless colors flickered rapidly, and a few faint cries of surprise could be heard. Suddenly, a crack appeared in front of them, and rich spirit chi surged out of it. A fiery spear fiercely thrust out of the crack and smashed the axe brutally. Greathorns' burly voice rang out like a thunderclap. "Where did you come from? How dare you come to heaven beyond heaven to stir up trouble? Are you courting death?" The axe that had just smashed all the restrictions in heaven beyond heaven had exhausted all its power. When Greathorn struck out with the spear, the axe shattered with a crisp, ringing sound, turning into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. A scorching wave of fire transformed into thousands of crimson dragons and rushed out of the crack. Clad in a crimson armor made of lava, Greathorns rushed out together with the dragons like a ferocious fiend. Greathorns was taken aback when he saw Wu Qi. Then he burst into laughter, dispelled all the fire dragons behind him, and stretched out both hands to greet Wu Qi. "Ha ha, old man Yuanling, how did you find me here?" Smiling, Wu Qi took a few steps forward. But before he could say anything, Greathorns had punched Wu Qi in the face. The fist, the size of a wine jar, rained down on Wu Qi like a meteor shower. "Somebody, brothers, let's kill this guy together." Greathorns bellowed. "How could this damned old man Yuanling have such a strong cultivation base to break the restrictive spells we've cast together? This must be that bastard Huanyan. Kill him. Help me kill him." Wu Qi was stunned by Greathorns' storm-like fist, but he did not suffer any loss. He just stood where he was and let Greathorns' fists hit his face and upper body crazily. Each blow could easily destroy a part of the starry sky, and each blow could kill dozens or hundreds of Tao-breaking experts at will. But when such heavy fists, which came with a high temperature strong enough to burn the void, hit Wuxi's face, they had no effect other than producing loud booms and sending out countless sparks. Even Wuxi's face did not turn red, and his body did not move at all. Although Great Horns did not manage to explore all the legacies in the Seven Holiness Palace, Wuxi's overall strength was no longer comparable to Great Horns. Especially his fleshly body, which had been tempered and cleansed countless times by the holy power, it had become so strong that it could make any Dao fusing expert despair. Now, even if hundreds of supreme treasures of primal from Panga World smashed him in the face at the same time, Wuxi's face would not even twitch. On the contrary, those treasures would most likely shatter and scatter all over the sky. Great Horns' roar soon attracted several powerful auras, and several divine were locked onto Wuxi. An extremely terrible force was brewing in the void, as more than 6 Dao fusing experts were mobilizing all their forces, preparing to give Wuxi a heavy blow. Among them was the aura of the myriad spirit cauldron, which Wuxi was already familiar with. Clearly, the Huahuang clan had joined the attack as well. Wuxi could not help but smile bitterly. Hastily, he produced the heaven refining cauldron and unleashed the Yuan Ling true flame, which was thousands of times hotter than Great Horns' natal divine flame. Wait. Even if that Huan Yin can change his appearance, can he control my natal spirit treasure? He cried out. Great Horns and his companions were struck dumb as soon as the heaven refining cauldron appeared. Chapter 1172. When Wuxi broke the seal cast by the saints of the human realm beyond heaven, the strong vibration shook the entire Pangu world. Naturally, the Daoyuotian Palace of Daoyuan was not spared. The Daoyuotian Palace, which was not far from the human realm beyond heaven, was the first to feel the impact. The huge palace shook violently for a few times, and the tiles rattled for a long while. Many disciples of the Dao League in the palace fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Whether it was the Taoist who was washing and cooking, or the high and mighty sect leader, everyone felt an irresistible and terrifying power from this wave of shock. It was like a baby facing the threat of a dragon, a tremor and fear that came from the depths of his soul. The person who made this strike shook the entire Pangu world was an existence that these powerful Dao League figures could not resist together. In the innermost hall of the palace of Dao Yuan, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Dao patriarchs, who were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes at the same time. Their bodies were shaking, but they were not as embarrassing as the disciples of the Dao League. Luckily, they managed to stabilize their bodies and did not fall to the ground. The 16 Dao fusing cultivators took a deep breath at the same time. Immediately, a gust of wind rose in the hall, blowing out through the cracks of the doors and windows. Wherever the gust passed, the shaking palace of Dao Yuan quickly calmed down, and even the faintly trembling human realm beyond heaven calmed down. Sitting cross-legged on a lotus throne, Purple Eyebrows sighed slowly and said, "The movement in the human realm beyond heaven. Is it possible that someone is one step ahead of us?" Buddha Guarding Heart, whose entire body was shrouded in a black and yellow mist, sneered and said, "How could they have such a great fortune? Do they really think that the holy treasure we got is something that anyone can pick up from the ground? They don't have that fortune, and how could they be one step ahead of us?" Purple Eyebrows frowned and said, "Keep working hard. We have been planning for so many years, and it was not easy for us to complete the layout and control the great Tao of Pangu world. If we still can't understand it with the tremendous natural rewards, power, and the fortune of the humankind, and the power of the great Tao of Pangu world, we will be like those people in the Holy Realm, unable to escape from the hands of the world destroyer." The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs sighed at the same time, then closed their eyes and fell into meditation again. There was a faint light coming out from between their eyebrows, illuminating their entire bodies. It was as if their skin was covered by a thin layer of light, and there was light shining from within their bodies through their skin. Countless tiny specks of light gathered from all directions and entered their bodies. As time passed, the light between their eyebrows grew brighter and brighter. The black and yellow mist that enveloped them was the great amount of natural rewards power they had obtained after they merged countless outer heavenly realms with Panga patriarchs. The golden energy that enveloped them was the tremendous virtues they had obtained after reuniting countless outer heavenly realms with Panga continent. The black and yellow mist that patriarchs and Dao Yuan patriarchs had Pangu had received Buddha, and had Patra had patriarchs had Qi, had Yang upon them. Wu Temple beyond sect Yuan Emperor Qi. Qi, you divine Yuan spirit realm, should God saints heaven. Now, the Qi of virtue had been divided into 16 portions, and each Buddhist patriarch in Daozu had received an equal share. The power of virtue wrapped around their bodies, and with the support of the power of virtue, their divine sense was 1,000,000 times stronger and sharper than usual. Usually, they could only think about one problem in a snap of a finger, but now they could deal with 1,000,000 of the same complicated problems in the same amount of time. The Qi of virtue was the fuel that supported the operation of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Above everyone's heads, a huge purple, three-dimensional formation was glowing faintly. It was the same formation Wu Qi had seen in the Celestial Court, the giant formation that Tao League and Buddhist League use to control the great Tao of Panga world. Wisps of mysterious aura were constantly leaking out of it, fusing into the divine souls of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. These mysterious auras were the laws of Panga world, and they were constantly being absorbed by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Their divine senses, which were 1,000,000 times stronger and sharper, were doing their best to analyze these great Taos. Even though the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs were powerful Tao fusing experts, the great Tao they truly and thoroughly mastered was only a tiny part of the boundless great Tao of Panga world. If the great Tao mastered by ordinary immortals was a drop of water, they had reached the level of a great lake. However, the great Tao of the entire Panga world was a boundless ocean. There were things that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs did not understand, and there were many things that they did not understand. They were mobilizing the power of the great Tao with the power of the great Tao, sending the mysteries of the great Tao into their divine souls for them to analyze. The laws of the great Tao were originally tangled together in chaos, and even Tao fusing experts could not clearly break them down. But with the divine throne of the 3 realms, the huge formation built with the power of the divine throne of the great Tao was like a sieve, clearly breaking down the laws of the great Tao. Strand after strand of the laws of the great Tao merged into the divine souls of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs in an orderly manner, making it much easier for them to analyze. They sat cross-legged on the lotus seats, but the lotus seats were not some primordial supreme treasures, nor were they some spiritual treasures. They were formed entirely from the natural fortune of the humankind. The purple golden natural fortune of the humankind was the core power of Panga world, and the humankind was the main character of Panga world. Lotus thrones condensed from the natural fortune of the humankind stabilized the divine souls of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. No matter how much divine power they consumed, no matter how difficult it was for them to study the laws of the great Tao, their divine souls would not suffer from the backlash of the great Tao. The immeasurable natural rewards power strengthened their divine sense by 1,000,000 times. The divine throne of the great Tao allowed them to easily control the great Tao, and the natural fortune of the humankind protected them from the backlash of the great Tao. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had been planning for countless years, and this was all they wanted. A mysterious aura spread out from the bodies of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs. Suddenly, Buddha Gardingwell sighed and said, "Wonderful. I can't believe that the breathing soil contains such a profound secret." Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. No wonder Pangu was able to create the world. He obtained such a treasure from the ancient holy palace. Priest White Eyebrow sighed as well. The 10,000 spirit cauldron, the most important thing is that cauldron. Back in the chaos, how much stronger was Pangu's power compared to ours? We could easily defeat him if we joined hands. But the Pangu world he created contains countless mysteries of nature, and this cauldron has indeed contributed a lot. Priest Purple Eyebrows nodded slowly, slightly opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, we have been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 100 years, and have seen Panga's power through a tube. How did he gain so many benefits from the ancient holy palace? If we can understand all these mysteries of nature, we should be able to make further progress, shouldn't we? Buddha Guarding Heart locked his fingers into a lotus shape before his chest. A misty watery wave spread out gently, within which countless faintly visible lights were sparkling. Above the water, countless firefly-like specks of light slowly converged together to form a thread of strange light that was around 10 feet long and as thin as a strand of hair. The light was dim and weak, but it was filled with an indescribable spirit power and life force. The spiritual light seemed to contain countless colors, as well as countless worlds. If one stared at it for a long time, one would have a feeling that one's entire body and soul were about to be sucked into it. Staring at the beam of light, Buddha Guarding Heart murmured in a low voice, "When we understand the great Tao of Pangu world, we will know all the secrets Pangu obtained from the ancient holy palace. Then we can merge with this pre-world spirit, and we will have some hope, right?" The eyes of the other Daozu Buddhas flickered simultaneously as they looked at the beam of light in Buddha Guarding Heart's palms. The 9 Daozu Buddhas straightened their fingers and fingers. A watery wave spread out from their fingertips, and a thin beam of light began flashing on the wave as well. The other 6 Buddhas did the same. They locked their fingers into a lotus shape before their chests, and a watery wave spread out from their palms. 6 thin beams of light floated and danced on the wave, filling the entire hall with the subtle light emitted by the 16 beams of light. When the 16 beams of light appeared, the empty hall was suddenly filled with endless life force and mysteries. Even a random pattern seemed to contain the infinite mysteries of the great Tao. The eyes of the 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists flickered, and they sighed at the same time. We were lucky enough to find a remnant of an ancient ocean of spirituality in the chaos, and it happened to give birth to 16 pre-world spirits. Buddha Sentinel sighed. If we can decipher its secrets and merge them, we'll truly be unkillable and invincible. We'll truly transcend mortality and ascend to sainthood. We'll no longer be bound by anything. Not even the battle between Mother and Terminus will be able to affect us. Just as Wuxia learned from the 7 Holies Palace, a primordial ocean of spirituality was first born in the boundless void in the primordial era. The first batch of spirits were born on the surface of the water, including the spirit of reproduction, which was called Mother by the people of the sacred realm, and the spirit of death and destruction, which was called End. These spirits were truly immortal. Any creation born after the primordial era, as long as it merged with them, will be able to transcend everything and become a true life form of the purest essence. From then on, they would be immortal and indestructible. Even the world-destroying battle between Mother and End would not affect the existence of these purest essence life forms. The 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists once had hundreds of chaos demon gods who were best friends with them. They went to explore the ancient sacred palace together, but were thrown into a certain primordial relic in the chaos by a restrictive spell. There, they found the remnant of an ancient ocean of spirituality, and there were 16 spirits that had yet to take shape. After a fierce battle, the 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists became the final victors, and they divided the 16 spirits among themselves. The aura contained in the 16 spirits was divided into 2 types. The first type was free and unfettered, and there were 9 of them, which led to the creation of the 9 Daozu. The second type was grand and majestic, and there were 7 of them close to the soul, which led to the creation of the 7 Buddhas. This was the origin of the 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists. They were originally best friends, but because of the natural closeness and rejection of the spirits they obtained, they were divided into 2 factions. The light of the spirits flashed in the hall, and the 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists took the spirits back into their bodies almost at the same time. Purple Eyebrows Daozu said calmly, "Work hard to understand, and success is right in front of you. While the world breaker has not recovered, while the heavenly path deity position can still restrain them, while that old thing Pangu is still hiding, we will definitely succeed." The 7 Buddhas and the 9 Taoists praised in unison. They had worked hard for countless years to plan and even sacrificed countless of their trusted disciples. Finally, they had achieved the battle of God's investiture. How could they not succeed? Once they successfully merged with the spirits, they would no longer be afraid. Chapter 1173. Inside the palace of Tao Origin, the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs took out the innate spirits they had hidden for countless years and sighed with emotion. Wuxia, who was walking into the realm beyond heaven with his arm around Great Horn's shoulder, suddenly shuddered. The thieving energy, which had fused perfectly with him, suddenly trembled violently like a greedy cat smelling salted fish. Wuxia was trembling all over, and he almost lost control of his body. With great difficulty, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Daoyu Ocean. In that direction, there was something that made the thieving energy very excited and impulsive. Wuxia had a vague feeling that as long as he could get his hands on those things, he would surely get great benefits. There were 16 different auras in total, and they were divided into 2 types. One was ethereal and unpredictable like the footprints of a swan in the snow, and the other was solemn and grand like an ancient bell. There were 9 auras that were as faintly discernible as the clouds and wild cranes, and 7 auras that were dignified and grand, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Wuxia sucked in a cold breath instinctively. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs were all in the palace of Tao Origin, and they all had good things with them, things that he could not hold back. If it were not for the fact that the current situation did not allow Wuxia to do that, he would have gone straight to the palace of Tao Origin with his sword and snatched all 16 auras. He vaguely sensed that the 16 auras were similar to the thieving energy he had fused with, and they came from the same source. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia forced himself to turn his head, then patted Great Horns on the shoulder and said with a smile, "How was my heaven refining cauldron just now?" Wuxia's question made Wahuang clan and the others roll their eyes. They could all tell that it was not because Wuxia had intentionally made the cauldron so huge, but because its power had become so strong that Wuxia could not control it and could only keep it at this size. Even with Wuxia's strength, he was unable to control his natal numinous treasure. This was a joke. How could there be a chaos fiend celestial who could not control their own natal numinous treasure? This was something that was produced when the chaos demon god was born. It was basically a part of his body, just like the fingers on his arm. He should have been able to control it when he was born. However, Wuxia's heaven refining cauldron had indeed undergone such a strange change. This could only prove one thing. Wuxia had encountered some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter, which greatly enhanced the power of the heaven refining cauldron. It was so strong that even with Wuxia's strength, he could not control it well. The terrifying power that erupted from the heaven refining cauldron just now shocked everyone. The milky white Yuan Ling true flame contained a terrifyingly high temperature. Even Wahuang clan and the others sensed that the flame was strong enough to threaten their lives. Even though their natal numinous treasures, Yuan Ling, had merged with the great Tao of Panga world, and as long as the great Tao existed, Yuan Ling would not perish. The white flame could definitely destroy their bodies and souls, leaving only their natal numinous treasures, struggling at death's door. How on earth did Wuxia achieve such a terrifying power? However, because Wuxia had shown such a terrifying power, the treatment Wuxia received in the Empress Hua Palace was completely different from the previous 2 times. Hua clan was not a powerful person, but her attitude toward Wuxia was indeed much more polite this time. Wuxia was already an expert who could be mentioned in the same breath as her, and experts should receive the respect they deserved. The group sat in the main hall of the Empress Hua Palace. Hua clan sat in the middle, and on her left and right were Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and Yin Emperor Shinon. The 6 holy emperors sat cross-legged beside the 3 of them. On the left side of Hua clan was Wuxia, and on the right side were 18 Holy Alliance Dao fusing experts. The maids of the Empress Hua Palace served top-grade fragrant tea and countless immortal fruits. With Hua clan's attentive persuasion, Wuxia drank 3 cups of tea and ate a few pieces of lotus root. Then, everyone's expression became serious. It was time to get down to business. At their level of cultivation base, it was necessary to pave the way with polite words. Old friend Yuanling, what brings you here? Hua clan looked at Wuxia with a faint smile, twitched her lips slightly, and pointed at the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven. Old friend, how could you come knocking on our door? You must know that it took us months to lay out the restrictive spell in front of the door, and now it's all destroyed. Great Horns nodded repeatedly. He stamped his foot and pointed at Wuxia as he cried out, "You're so rude, old monster." Lao Tzu has sweated a few times for the sake of that restrictive spell. TSK. Lao Tzu doesn't know those advanced restrictive spells, so he's only responsible for providing magic power. In fact, Lao Tzu has been drained several times for the sake of this restrictive spell. Wuxia could not help but roll his eyes. As a mighty Dao-fusing saint, his divine abilities and magic power could be generated at will, and as long as the natural energy was not depleted, his magic power could be replenished at any time. Even so, Great Horns had been drained several times. It was obvious that the restrictive spell had taken too much effort from everyone present. However, Wuxia had attacked the strongest and also the weakest part of the restrictive spell with a mystic art he had comprehended from the 7 Holiness Palace, using the most fundamental rune source power to break it. Even though the restrictive spell had been laid out by everyone together, it was broken with just one swing of the axe. Hua clan looked at Wuxia with a smile and nodded slowly. It seems that old friend Yuanling must have had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, how could the heaven refining cauldron have become like that? And with old friend Yuanling's original strength? Old friend Yuanling has not fused with the Tao, has he? Wuxia nodded and said with a smile, "Indeed, he has not fused with the Tao. But Empress Hua should know that fusing with the Tao is not the only choice among the myriad great Taos." Everyone fell silent at the same time. Then, Hua clan said with a smile, "So, old friend Yuanling has gone to the ancient sacred palace after all these years?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "That place used to be called the 7 Holiness Palace." The great hall fell into a dead silence. Hua clan narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and said, "So, the ancient sacred palace is called the 7 Holiness Palace? 7 Holiness. It must be the palace left behind by the 7 strongest saints in the sacred world, right?" When Pangu ventured in, he only obtained a few treasures and a few ancient scrolls, but he had never even heard of the name of the 7 Holiness Palace. Hua clan's meaning was clear. When Pangu entered the 7 Holiness Palace, he only obtained a few worldly possessions, but in the end, he created the Pangu world. Wuxia went in, and he learned the name of the 7 Holiness Palace. Obviously, he obtained a lot of benefits there. At least, he obtained more than what Pangu obtained. Hua clan asked, "You, Wuxia, have obtained so many benefits. Why did you come to Empress Hua's palace?" Pointing at the small table next to him, Wuxia frowned and said, "Yuanling understands what Empress Hua means. According to common sense, if the original spirit received such a big benefit, it should have taken its family, friends, and students somewhere else. At the very least, it would have been able to avoid the break world people. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia shook his head and said, "But Yuan Ling was muddle-headed in the chaos in his previous life, and there was nothing unforgettable. Only in this life, he has experienced the feelings of gratitude, hatred, love, and hatred, and so on. I can't let it go." Pointing a finger out of the hall, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "When I get rid of the break world people, I will force the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs to turn the mortal world into nothingness. All the people of the human race will live on Pangu continent with dignity, instead of living like livestock in a pen like they are now." Huang Clan's eyes lit up. She smiled and nodded. Even without Wuqi's words, she would do the same if she was strong enough. After pondering for a while, Wuqi looked at the 6 Saint Emperors sitting behind Huang Clan and smiled a little embarrassedly. All the women of the 6 dynasties were his wives and concubines, and in a sense, the 6 Saint Emperors were his fathers-in-law. How could he not feel embarrassed? Laughing strangely, Wuqi turned to Huang Clan and said, "During the battle in front of Empress Hua's palace, Yuan Ling was watching from the sidelines. I suppose these 6 Saint Emperors are the reincarnations of old friends from the chaos?" "That's right," Huang Clan said with a smile. "Not only the 6 of them, but also," waving his hand, Wuqi shook his head and said, "I don't care how many people there are and who they are the reincarnations of. I only care about one thing. The 6 Saint Emperors are matched with the 6 great celestial emperors, and their subjects are matched with the righteous gods and important immortal officials of the celestial court. Empress Hua, I want to borrow the 6 Saint Emperors and their subjects." The celestial court has 6 great celestial emperors, as well as the righteous gods and immortal monarchs of various directions. You can lend me as many people as you like. Huang Clan was taken aback. When Wuqi wanted to borrow people from her, she thought that Wuqi was going to fight with the celestial court. But judging from a number of people he had prepared, it seemed that it was more than that. She suddenly realized that she could no longer see through Wuqi. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or other aspects, she had no idea what Wuqi was planning to do. After pondering for a moment, Huang Clan did not say a word. After a while, Wuqi shook his head smilingly and said, "Don't worry, Empress Hua. I won't fall out with the celestial court. I just want to borrow some things from them. To be frank, I want—" Wuqi did not finish his words. Instead, he transmitted his words to Huang Clan through his divine sense. Huang Clan's beautiful eyes flickered, and the gleam in them grew brighter and brighter. In the end, she burst out laughing. Nodding her head, she said with a smile, "Are you fully confident?" Wuqi narrowed his eyes and smiled, but did not say a word, as if he had a well-thought-out plan. Huang Clan turned to Yin Dan and said, "This son-in-law of yours, our old friend Yuan Ling, has come to us with gifts. Gather your subordinates and follow him. This time, you have gained a lot of benefits, but some people are going to vomit blood because of anger. If he really succeeds..." Hee. Huang Clan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she laughed happily. She glanced thoughtfully in the direction of the Daluotian army and kept giggling. Great Horns and the others, on the other hand, were confused. They had no idea what Wuqi had said to Huang Clan. But Wuqi had only told Huang Clan about it through his divine sense, which made it clear that he did not want anyone else to know about it. Even though Great Horns was so curious that his heart was scratching like countless mice, he could do nothing to Wuqi. Wuqi's current cultivation base was unfathomable. Even if Great Horns wanted to interrogate Wuqi with his fists, he was no match for Wuqi. Before long, the emperors of the 6 states led a group of civil and military officials and a large number of soldiers out of the heavenly beyond heaven in a mighty array. The ceremonial procession of the 6 states was spread out, and the huge army stretched for nearly 10,000 miles in the void. Wuqi led the army toward the celestial court, and when he entered the South Heaven Gate, he gave the Daluotian a fierce look. He had to get his hands on those 16 auras. Every cell in Wuxi's body was trembling violently, and he could not wait to devour them. Chapter 1174. Outside the southern heaven gate, the 8 heavenly kings who guarded the gate immediately turned around when they saw Wuxi. All the celestial soldiers and generals who guarded the gate obediently retreated to both sides, and no one gave Wuxi a second glance. No one even asked where the mighty army behind Wuxi came from. The murderous aura of the tens of millions of elites of the 6 states was towering, but the celestial soldiers and generals did not utter a word. From the time the southern heaven gate was closed and not allowing Wuxi to enter, to today, when Wuxi brought his men in and out without saying a word, the attitude of the 8 heavenly kings toward Wuxi had undergone a 180-degree change, just like the attitude of the celestial court toward Wuxi. No matter what Wuxi did, he could not destroy the celestial court. Could he? As long as he could risk his life to fight the world destroyer, who would care what he did? Like a black dragon, the army rushed from the Taiwan Huang Zhengtian Strait into the 3 pure heavens, roaring the battle hymn of the 6 states all the way into esteemed Zhuo's palace. A.O. Buzan and Lord Xianxia came out to greet them, then assigned immortal officials and immortal officials to assign tents to the soldiers of the 6 states. Soon, tens of millions of soldiers had set up tents. With the addition of tens of millions of elites, the murderous aura in esteemed Zhuo's palace soared into the sky, attracting the attention of all the immortals near and far. But since the 6 celestial emperors did not say anything, who dared to say a word to Wuxi at this critical juncture? Celestial Lord Tianyuan and Goddess Long, he had been beaten into a sorry state by Wuxi. Which other immortal dared to say that they had a greater reputation and a stronger backing than them? The cheers of the soldiers could be heard everywhere. Among the tens of thousands of elites of the 6 states brought by Wuxi, there were also some divine soldiers and generals under the command of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the Yin Emperor Shino. It was the first time for the soldiers under the command of the 2 divine emperors to set foot in the celestial court, and it was also the first time for the forces of the human race to set foot in the territory of the celestial court. Therefore, the soldiers were overjoyed and cheered at the top of their lungs, making the ground shake. Wuxi abandoned these soldiers and led the emperors of the 6 states and nearly 100 of his trusted ministers into an underground secret hall. Inside the spacious secret palace, the floor was paved with lustrous purple, turbid crystals. This was a special material produced in the most chaotic and violent region of the chaos. This thing didn't have any other uses, but it was a supreme treasure that could isolate the probing of divine sense. The purple crystals were mixed with violent and chaotic spirit chi, and any divine sense that entered the crystals would be greatly weakened. A centimeter-thick, lustrous purple turbid crystal could isolate the probing of a peak-level heaven immortal. An inch-thick crystal could prevent a gold immortal from peeping. A foot-thick crystal could make a primordial immortal sigh, and a 3-foot-thick crystal could prevent the divine sense of a Tao-breaking expert from breaking through the barrier. However, Wuxi had laid 100 miles thick layer of lustrous purple turbid crystals around the underground secret palace. Even a Tao fusing expert could not break through such a thick barrier with his divine sense. Moreover, Wuxi had set up a large number of runes and restrictive spells from the 7 Holiness Palace, so he was not afraid that someone could eavesdrop on their conversation. Together with Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia, Wuxi and the others took their seats in the Great Hall. The nominal master of this palace city, Zhuo, was like a servant, working hard to boil tea at the side and attentively filling teacups for everyone who attended the meeting. He was just a clone of Wuxi, and all the emperors of the 6 dynasties and their courtiers had daughters who were married to Wuxi. Therefore, the hundreds of people who entered the secret palace were considered Wuxi's father-in-law, so it was only natural that esteemed Zhuo will work hard to prepare the tea. After all, he couldn't just disregard his in-laws just because he had been conferred the title of Celestial Emperor. Could he? Sitting down comfortably with his legs crossed, Wuxia did not say anything. A ball of Yuan Ling true flame shot out from between his eyebrows, and a milky white formation slowly drifted out of the flame. Looking at the emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties in front of him, he said with a smile, "These years, I've been to the chaos and luckily obtained a holy artifact called Spirit Gathering. It's a wonderful holy artifact that can gather and extract the Holy Spirit aura between heaven and earth and transform it into holy power." The emperors and courtiers of the 6 dynasties were puzzled. They had no idea what a holy artifact was, let alone what Holy Spirit aura and holy power were. Looking at their confused faces, Wuxia had no choice but to explain to them the origin of the Holy Realm, making them understand that the Holy Spirit aura was equivalent to the natural energy of Panga World, and the holy power was equivalent to the immortal energy cultivated by the immortals of Panga World. It was nothing more than that the Holy Spirit aura was much higher than the natural energy, and the holy power was countless times more powerful and magical than the immortal energy. The formation hovering in front of Wuxia was crafted with that holy artifact. At the moment when Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Yin wielded the whip to attack the 1,000 heads, Wuxia saw the huge heavenly divinity formation between heaven and earth. The formation he crafted was finally completed. The magic circle that looked like a pot lid was thickly dotted with complicated patterns. Between the twisted runes and patterns, there were 6 relatively large clusters of light flashing. Then, tens of millions of tiny light clusters surrounded the 6 relatively large clusters of light. If one took a closer look, one would find that most of these tiny lights corresponded to the stars in the sky, while the rest corresponded to the positions of the various divine positions on the heavenly divinity formation. This thing is marvelous. When Giguzi and Mod, who were sitting in the secret palace together, saw the formation that was flashing with white spiritual light, their eyes widened like a bloodthirsty lion that had seen a delicious antelope. Both of them leaned over with their eyes wide open. The formation responded to the heavenly Tao and was connected to the earthly Qi. It contained infinite mysteries, as if all the mysteries of the whole world were completely contained in it. It was just that although the formation was glowing brightly, it seemed to have a form but no soul and had no vitality. This was just a blank array diagram, and the flashing lights were the vital points of the array core. The array core lacked a core to suppress the array, so the entire array diagram was lifeless. It was not exactly lifeless. The entire formation was constantly absorbing some kind of mystical power from the void. If one were to look at the edge of the formation from the side, they would see countless tiny light spots slowly fusing into the formation. Moreover, whenever Wuxia pointed at the formation, the surrounding void would tremble, as if any movement of the formation would trigger the response of the power of heaven and earth. Everyone was staring at Wuxia in silence, their eyes darting over to the formation from time to time. Even Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia had no idea when Wuxia made this thing. Did he have the time and energy to craft it when he was in the 7 Sacred Palace? If he did not craft it when he was in the 7 Sacred Palace, when did he come up with this idea? Gently stroking the formation, Wuxia said coolly, "I call this treasure the Heaven Pilfering Formation." As the name suggests, the only function of this formation is to seize the control of the heaven and earth from the hands of those gods conferred by Buddha and Daozu. The crowd was struck dumb with amazement, and they could not help but cry out in unison. "How was that possible?" cried Yingzheng. "All the gods conferred by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs are created by the heavenly Tao. Now, those gods have fused with the heavenly Tao, which means they are existences of Tao fusing realm in another sense. How are you going to steal the control of the heavenly Tao from them? That is completely impossible." Wuxia just narrowed his eyes and smiled. The thieving energy was a magical power, and there was nothing under the heaven that it could not get its hands on. It did not matter if it was tangible or intangible. as long as it existed, Wuxia could always steal it away with the scroll of stealing. After the trial in the Seven Sacred Palace, the thieving energy had fused perfectly with Wuxia, and Wuxia had mastered the scroll of stealing and reached a whole new realm. Wuxia had even changed the name of the scroll of stealing. Now, he called it the scroll of stealing. Even if it were those existences who had transcended the mortal realm, as long as they were targeted by Wuxia, they would have to obediently be stripped naked. Smiling, Wuxia gave the crowd a glance, then nodded at Yandan and said, "Your Majesty, please donate a drop of your blood essence." Yandan hesitated for a brief moment, then smiled and shook his head, then nodded and said, "All right, let's see what you can do." He stuck out a small part of his tongue, and a slit opened up on the tip of his tongue. A drop of prime blood essence, about the size of soybean and shrouded in roiling purple mist, slowly oozed out from the slit and flew towards Wuxia at lightning speed. Carefully, Wuxia caught the tiny drop of blood essence with both hands, then quickly drew 9 runes in the air. Slowly, the purple drop of blood essence was compressed to the size of a sesame seed, emitting a dazzling gleam that no one could look directly at. One of the 6 largest light spots on the sky-stealing formation suddenly sparkled. Wuxia threw the drop of blood essence into it. The surrounding air vibrated, and the drop of blood essence merged with the light spot. Pressing his hands on the formation, Wuxia silently activated the mystic technique of thieving he learned from the scroll of stealing. Through the formation, a thread of his spirit power gradually connected with the surrounding natural powers. All of a sudden, a dazzling light flashed across the formation, and the crowd felt their bodies lightened, as if they had arrived in the boundless starry sky. Above their heads was an enormous formation that covered the entire Pangu world, while in front of them was a 300 meters wide, sparkling, sky-stealing great formation. The structure of the 2 formations was exactly the same. Controlled by Wuxia, the power released from the sky-stealing great formation gradually merged with the great formation of the great Tao of nature. Yandan, who was sitting motionless in the distance, suddenly had a wonderful feeling. It was as if there was a mysterious power in his body. He faintly felt that as long as he had this power in his hands, he would be able to command the entire universe, and no one would dare to disobey him. Invisible strands of power of great Tao surged into Yandan's body, flushing his limbs and bones and purifying his soul. Yandan felt as if his whole body was floating in the air, and the incomparably beautiful pleasure almost made him sing out loud. His eyes glowed with an incomparably majestic, pure, golden light. That was a divine light that only belonged to a supreme being who ruled over all living beings. Great! My guess was right. Wuxia laughed and said, "I can indeed communicate with the great formation of the great Tao of nature with the sky-stealing great formation, steal the divine power from it, and give it to others. Now I'm only taking a part of the divine power. When everything is ready, I'll directly deprive Yuan Yin and the others of their divine thrones, and take all their divine positions. By then, whether their souls perish or not, I won't be able to care." Wuxia's words stunned Yandan. Next, Yandan burst into a rage and threw a flying kick towards Wuxia. "Bastard, are you using me as an experiment? What if it doesn't work? What if you can't draw the divine power from a divine emperor?" Yandan was enraged. Wuxia was using him as an experiment subject to try out this illusory formation of the great Tao of nature. This was something that the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs had planned for countless years, and Wuxia was using him as an experiment subject. Princess Zhang Lu jumped up in a hurry. She glared at Yandan and said angrily, "Grandpa Emperor, aren't you just being used as an experiment subject? You haven't even lost a strand of your hair, and you've gained such a great benefit. If you don't give Wuxia something good, you still want to beat him up? What kind of logic is this?" Princess Zhang Lu intervened, and Yandan was so angry that he couldn't make a sound. Chi-Chi shook his head at the people in the hall. This was the so-called girl who was more outgoing. But soon, Everyone looked at the great formation with fanatical eyes. This damn thing could really steal divine power from a divine position. Chapter 1175. In the Dingyu city, in the southern region of Panga continent, huge black flags fluttered wildly in the wind. The silver threads formed a huge U character on the flag. The flagpoles, each 1,000 feet tall and forged with the finest metals, were extremely heavy. Fan Kuai and 99 burly men, each holding a flagpole, stood firmly in front of the army. A gust of strong wind blew past, and hundreds of flags fluttered in the wind, producing loud noises. 30 phalanxes of Chi-Chi's soldiers stood on the plain, emanating an evil aura that did not belong to human beings. Standing on the parade platform, Liu Bang could not help but sigh faintly as he looked down at the menacing soldiers. He reached out and touched his chest. A fiend light flashed across his heart, and a heart-wrenching pain made Liu Bang's body twitch violently. He frowned, looked up at the sky, and sighed. Feebly, he took a few steps forward and mobilized the soldiers before they left for the war. In fact, these soldiers did not need any mobilization, for they had lost the intelligence that human beings should have. Just a few days ago, they were still ordinary mortals. They were just the most ordinary farmers in the most remote county of the southern border. They were either herding livestock or plowing the fields. They had lived here for generations, and even the conferred God War had not affected them. But a few days later, they had become elite and valiant warriors, and everything about them had changed, both their bodies and their souls. All the soldiers were about 15 feet tall, and their skin was a faint bluish black. Underneath their seemingly thin, almost transparent skin were knotted purple-black muscles, which bulged and intertwined with each other like venomous pythons and gave off a menacing aura that made one shudder. Their bodies swelled as if they had exploded, filled with an indescribable sense of power. Their faces were contorted, and when they grinned, they revealed sharp, triangular-shaped teeth that were as dense as a shark's. Saliva slid out of their mouths from time to time, and the sticky saliva gave off a strong smell of blood. Every soldier was wearing heavy armor, and they were all Magus armors made by the Forbidden Race with extremely brilliant methods. Unlike the immortal armors commonly used by immortals, these armors did not need to be powered by any force, and they could not be burned by fire or soaked by water. Not only could they fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, and climb over mountains as if they were flat ground, but they could also increase the wearer's strength by 100 times. Although these magic armors were made from metal, some special body cells were mixed in the metal, which made the metal as active as the muscles and muscles. Countless hair-thin tentacles stretched out of every part of the armor, all of which sank deep into the soldiers' bodies, absorbing their life force to replenish the armor. At the same time, if a soldier could kill an enemy, the armor would also extract the enemy's life force to replenish itself and the soldier wearing the armor, making them stronger and stronger as they fought. The divine souls of all the soldiers were destroyed by the forbidden clans with secret medicines. Now, these soldiers only retained the most basic biological instincts. They only obeyed Liu Bang's orders. If Liu Bang wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would kill themselves immediately. And if he wanted them to kill, they would kill all the living beings in front of them. This was an army of forbidden clans built by Wuxia. After being instilled with all kinds of secret medicines, these soldiers had a cultivation base of at least the 9 stars realm in the second Panga heaven. Although their life force was greatly damaged when they were fighting, as long as they killed more enemies and replenished themselves with more blood essence, they would grow stronger and stronger, and the loss of life force would be replenished as soon as possible. Listlessly and tastelessly, Liu Bang shook his sleeves and walked down the platform listlessly. Even he himself did not believe what he had just said. Moreover, his target was 300,000 monsters who had already lost their minds and only knew how to kill. He felt that these words were the most boring words he had ever said in his countless reincarnations and countless lives. A total of 100 banners were raised high, and Liu Bang's voice rang through the entire plain. Following his order, 29 generals led 5,000 soldiers and marched toward the northwest and northeast like 29 vipers. Behind these 29 armies were members of the forbidden clans, who were secretly following and helping them. Meanwhile, Liu Bang, together with Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and a few other loyal subordinates, led the main force of more than 150,000 soldiers to attack Hao Province, an 8th-grade province in the north. Although Hao Province was only an 8th-grade province, it had been developing for many years. Although it was not very developed in terms of production and economy, it had a large population of nearly 80 million people. If he could capture the whole province and use the mystic arts of the forbidden clans, he could arm at least 20 million of them, who were fearless of life and death and had infinite fighting strength. A strange black horse with 4 eyes and 6 hooves galloped over gracefully on a flaming cloud and stopped in front of Liu Bang. It was a monster created by the forbidden clans, and its name was 10,000 Miles Wind-Treading Beast. It was so fast that it was comparable to the escape light of an ordinary gold immortal. Moreover, it was proficient in all kinds of escape arts, so it could pass through mountains, seas, and boundless magma safely. Apart from being a little ugly, the 1,000-mile wind-treading beast was an excellent mount. Liu Bang mounted the horse, pulled out his sword, and was about to order the army to march out when Liu Buwei, who had been standing behind him, suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Liu Bang's sleeve. Liu Buwei stared at Liu Bang with a solemn face, lowered his voice, and bellowed, "Liu Bang, are you really going to do as they say? This is a matter that defies all human relations." Liu Bang stared at Liu Buwei with a gloomy face, stooped down, and cried out in a low voice, Lao Tzu has a conscience. But in this situation, apart from doing as they say, what other way can Lao Tzu do? Aren't you the Prime Minister of Daqin, Liu Buwei? Aren't you an expert in all kinds of plots and intrigues? If you have the guts, why don't you beat them down? Liu Buwei stared at Liu Bang in a daze. Suddenly, he became listless, like a deflated balloon. Slowly, he loosened Liu Bang's sleeve and murmured in a low voice, "I've been scheming all my life, but I've never thought about doing something like this. If I had known this would happen, I would rather have joined Wuxia's side. Why would I want to hang around with a bastard like you?" Liu Bang threw a cold glance at Liu Buwei, then rubbed his own chest. Another beam of evil light flashed across his chest. Liu Bang's body twitched, then he gnashed his teeth and pulled out his sword, swung it forward, and growled, "Let's go. Advance with all our strength. Wherever we go, don't leave even a chicken or a dog alive." With a cracking sound, 3 of Liu Bang's teeth were broken, and blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. Liu Buwei heaved a long sigh and rubbed his own chest. A beam of evil light also flashed across his chest, and his body began to twitch violently. With a wry smile, Liu Buwei looked at Wuxia, who was walking slowly towards him with 2 beautiful girls in his arms. "You evildoers," he cursed in a low voice. "You will surely die a graveless death." Stamping his foot fiercely, 5 ghosts suddenly appeared around Liu Buwei. His body transformed into a gust of chilly wind, and with a strange laugh, he soared into the sky and sped straight to the north. With 2 pale and dying girls in his arms, he walked slowly to Liu Bang's side. Wuxia looked at the army marching northward and laughed triumphantly. Then he raised his chin, glanced in the direction from which Liu Buwei had flown, and asked with a smile, "What is that old man doing?" "He is the vanguard of the main SEAL army," Liu Bang said without batting an eyelid. "Naturally, he is going to the outpost to scout. With the 5 ghosts escape art protecting him, few people in the world can see through his tracks. Isn't he the best candidate for scout?" Wuxia shook his head disapprovingly and said with a sneer, "Why do we need scouts? Wherever this army passes, no one can stop them. So why do we need scouts? Hurry up and set off." Remember, wherever you go, Don't leave even a chicken or a dog alive. Kill all living beings. Leave those young and strong men to take the secret medicine and kill all the others. Liu Bang tightened his grip on his sword, gritted his teeth, and said, I know. But if I kill these people, where will the people under my rule come from in the future? Wuxia glared at Liu Bang. A flame flickered on his chest, and he fell off the horse with a miserable howl. He fell to the ground and twitched all over, unable to move for a long time. Wuxia laughed in a strange voice and said, Don't get me wrong, Liu Bang, your majesty. Now is not the time when you threaten me, but the time when I'm threatening you. Just do your job obediently. As for other things, don't think too much about them, or you'll die. Laughing strangely, Wuxia said in a gloomy voice, The human race enjoys the fortune of heaven and earth alone? If the human race is destroyed, then so be it. Since the forbidden race has occupied the fortune of the human race, we will certainly prosper, and I, Wuxia, will be the new ancestor of the human race. With a gentle clench of his fist, the two beautiful girls beside him suddenly howled miserably. The little remaining energy essence in their bodies was sucked dry by Wuxia, and in the blink of an eye, they had turned into two dried corpses and fallen to the ground. Wuxia roared with laughter at the top of his lungs, then stomped hard on Liu Bang's head and rubbed his foot against the sole of his foot. With a gloomy face, Liu Bang struggled to his feet. Without even looking at Wuxia, he leaped onto his mount and led the army forward. Fan Kuai, who was holding the flag, had already drawn his halberd and was ready to fight Wuxia, but Liu Bang stopped him with a look. The divine souls of Liu Bang and all his subjects had been imprisoned by Huan Yin with a restrictive spell, and now the spell was in Wuxian's hands. If they fell out with him, Liu Bang and the others would all have their souls destroyed. The army rolled forward, and in just a few days, they had rushed into Hao Province. Hanjiang City, the southernmost city in Hao Province, had only resisted Liu Bang's army for less than a quarter of an hour before it was captured. Before long, flames rose from all over the city, and black smoke rose into the sky. All the old, weak, women, and children in the city were killed, leaving less than 100,000 young men who were forced to drink secret medicines. Shrill cries rose into the sky as all the young men's minds were destroyed, turning them into elite warriors who only had the instinct to kill left in them. The people of the forbidden clans helped them put on Magus armors, and Liu Bang's army immediately expanded to 250,000 men. Half a month later, Liu Bang had conquered all 33 cities in Hao Province, and his puppet army had soared to 6,500,000 men. Wherever he passed, all living beings except the young men were wiped out, and even the earthworms, snakes, and rats were dug out and killed. None of the city gods of the 33 cities, nor the mountain gods of the nearby mountains, warned the celestial court. All the gods remained strangely silent, letting Liu Bang's army wreak havoc in Hao Province. Chapter 1176. To the west of the three pure heavens, there was a mountain range entirely made of grand white gold. The mountain stretched for 30,000 miles, and the main peak was about 50 miles tall. The mountain was heavily guarded. Among the 1,080,000 celestial lords conferred by the heavenly courts, 30,000 of them led their celestial soldiers and were stationed here. Each celestial lord had as many as 100 or 80 celestial soldiers, and as few as 3 to 5 celestial soldiers, but each of them was an absolute elite. The difference between ordinary celestial soldiers and celestial generals and celestial soldiers was like the difference between a python and a dragon. If any celestial soldier was placed in the ordinary celestial soldiers of the celestial court, he would at least be at the level of a general who commanded an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. In addition to the huge and elite garrison, the nameless mountain was densely surrounded by countless restrictive formations. At the heart of all the formations was the Yin and Yang Divine Oracle Formation, which Zime Daozu had personally worked on many years ago. Apart from the divine mausoleum formation that enveloped the entire nameless mountain range, there were at least 108,000 formations that were connected to each other in the surroundings of the mountain range. Unlike ordinary formations, which only focused on the outside and not the inside, all the formations here focused 70% of their power on the inside and 30% on the outside. Moreover, the stars in the universe constantly split off a part of their power to shine here. The gravity in a mountain range was more than 1,000,000 times the normal gravity on Panga continent. So even a gold immortal who specialized in body cultivation could only walk slowly like an ordinary person. At the heart of the mountain range was a great hall that measured several acres in circumference, in which 36 celestial lords were on duty at any time. In the center of the great hall was a huge pit that plunged vertically downwards. Dense, grand white energy essence kept pouring out of the pit, transforming into countless shadows of blades, spears, swords, and halberds that flew and stabbed randomly in the hall, producing ear-piercing clangs from time to time. Walking down this huge pit for 100 miles, Ji Hao came face to face with a square that was about a mile in circumference. A pitch-black gate stood in the middle of the square, and on top of the gate hung a plaque, which read Heavenly Dungeon in blood-red letters. The word Heavenly Dungeon was written on it. This was the Celestial Prison, the most heavily guarded cage in the Celestial Court. Ever since the establishment of the Celestial Court, this Celestial Prison had always existed, and the first thing the successive Celestial Emperors did after ascending to the throne was to strengthen the Celestial Prison's defensive restrictions. As a result, the prison of the Celestial Court had become a place where escape was almost impossible. Even the warden on duty could not answer the question of how many people were imprisoned in the huge prison. In any case, this place was densely packed with cells, and basically every cell was filled with prisoners. Some of the prisoners here had amazing cultivation, but some were no different from mortals. Most of the time, even the prison guards didn't know why they were sent here. But since they were already in the heavenly prison, it was basically impossible for them to leave. Before he became a god, the great celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying had sent thousands of unlucky people to the dungeon in a month. That was when Wuxia killed Zhang Tingyun and sent him to the list of investiture of the gods. The great celestial Emperor Zhui Lingying flew into a rage because of Zhang Tingyun's death, and even the fairies who made the slightest noise when they were cleaning were sent here. Most of the others were just like fish in a pond. No matter why the people were sent here, they basically could not get out once they were here. Since ancient times, there had never been a prisoner escaping from the celestial prison of the Celestial Court. The big shots of the Celestial Court who sent them here would soon forget about their existence, and their relatives and friends would not be able to break through the restrictive spells on the periphery, especially when Daozu himself set up a formation to break in and rescue them. It was not easy for the prisoners who were suppressed by the restrictive spells to keep their lives. So how could they escape from here? The whole celestial prison was shaped like a beehive, and the prisoners on the top few floors had the weakest strength, so they were locked up there. The lower they went, the more astonishing the number of prisoners. For example, nearly 100 primordial immortals of the realm of Dao reasoning were locked up in the 340th floor of the celestial prison from the bottom of the 360 floors. As for who was locked up in the celestial prison below the 340th floor, 99% of the jailers had no idea. They would not inquire about such gossip, and they did not have the courage to do so. After all, even primordial immortals could only be locked up in the 340th floor. Just thinking about what kind of people were locked up in the lower floors sent chills down their spines. But very few people knew that there was actually another floor below the 360th floor of the celestial prison. It was a solitary cell about 100 miles in both width and length, inlaid with a few dragon pearls of hornless dragons. Someone had deliberately extracted more than half of the energy essence in the dragon pearls, and the rest of the energy essence could only make them emit a very faint glow, barely enough to make the cell not so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. More than 100 pitch-black pillars stood erect in the cell, each of which was carved with countless faces of ghosts and deities, twisting and twitching from time to time as if they were alive. The eyes of these faces flickered with a bright light, and the occasional chirping could be heard coming out of them. Strange black ropes as thick as thumbs stretched out of the mouths of these faces, tying some hazy figures tightly to the pillars. These ropes, which looked like human tendons and muscles, were made of a strange material and plunged deep into the bodies of these figures, drilling into their limbs and all their vital acupoints, and then coming out of the corresponding acupoints. The ropes were clearly tied very tightly, and sometimes the creaking sound of the ropes could be heard when they were pulled taut. Occasionally, a few figures could be heard cursing in a deep voice. Clearly, they were still alive. Countless extremely dim stars flickered on the ceiling of the cell, which was the projection of the star power that shone into the cell. The maximum gravity in the cell above was only 1,000,000 times the normal gravity on Panga continent, but the star power here was so strong that the gravity brought about by the star pressure was at least 10 billion times the normal gravity. With such a terrible gravity, even a primordial immortal weapon would be unable to move. But these prisoners could still speak, which showed how strong they were. There were a total of 135 stakes, and 133 of them were tied to indistinct human figures. The remaining 2 pillars were tied to 2 crystals that looked like ice cubes. The dense ropes tightly bound the 2 crystals. The ropes pierced through the crystals and into the bodies of the 2 people inside, piercing through all the vital acupoints and joints of their limbs. Xianxia and Xianxia, the 2 unlucky fellows who were captured alive by Wuxia, were imprisoned here. They had already woken up. The 2 of them opened their eyes wide in the crystal and were looking at their surroundings while mumbling something. But these crystals were condensed by Wuxia with the sacred runes of the 7 Holiness Palace, so they could not move at all. Coupled with the strange ropes, they could only stay in the 2 crystals. All of a sudden, the ceiling in one corner of the cell moved away silently, and a skinny figure gleaming with a purple light darted in. He had a pointy mouth and a thin layer of white hair all over his body, making him look like a white monkey. But the immortal official's robe he was wearing revealed his identity. He was one of the 12 jailers of the celestial prison. The jailers of the celestial prison rotated according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and this year it was the jailer's turn to be on duty. The monkey jumped into the cell, ignoring the terrible gravity that was 10 billion times stronger than the normal gravity, and swaggered to the center of the cell. He looked around, sighed heavily, and then shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Although I have to waste time asking you once a month, this is an order from my superiors, so I can only ask you one more time. Whoever is willing to submit to the celestial court can leave this place and enjoy life as much as you want." The captives atop the 133 stakes all laughed coldly in unison. They all let out strange laughs, and some of them began to curse loudly, starting with Tao Father Violet Brow and continuing to curse the descendants of the mounts that the celestial court had raised. The monkey shrugged helplessly, grumbled for a while, then transformed into a purple cloud and flew toward the entrance. Xianxia, who was imprisoned in the crystal, suddenly laughed and shouted, "Hey, old monkey, listen to me. Give me 100 beautiful fairies, all pure virgins, and make me feel comfortable, and I'll submit to the celestial court. If your Sky King can let me be the manager of all the fairies in the celestial court, I can do anything for your celestial court." The cell suddenly became quiet. The monkey, who had transformed into a purple cloud, nearly bumped his head against the wall. The monkey turned around angrily and glared at Xianxia. He shouted, "Shut up your mother's bullshit. All the other people in this cell can submit, but you too can keep dreaming. You can only be imprisoned here for the rest of your lives. You world breakers submit to the celestial court. You are willing to do that, but we dare not." Xianxia grumbled. He slightly twisted his neck, and suddenly a series of bone-creaking noises could be heard from his joints. Xianxia's eyes glowed with a faint red light. He chuckled and said, Huan Yin and the others have done well. The more people we kill, the stronger the destructive aura of annihilation will be, and the stronger we will be. I feel like I have recovered a lot." Yanglan laughed as well. With a casual twist of his waist, a series of cracking noises rang out, and the crystal that imprisoned him suddenly cracked with countless cracks. Sha Tu let out a long roar, and the crystal that wrapped around him suddenly exploded into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Then, these fragments simultaneously vaporized into countless streams of light that disappeared into the air like fireflies. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other prisoners imprisoned on the pillars. He suddenly laughed. Oh, your luck is not bad. There are actually 39 stunning beauties imprisoned here. What a waste of heavenly treasures. Beautiful women would be raped, tortured, and killed. They were to be used to increase one's cultivation, not to be used as captives. Are the Sky King's brains filled with water? Slowly, Yang Xiao straightened his body and laughed. It's okay. I will slowly teach you what is the greatest joy of being a woman. Muffled explosions that sounded like thunder continued to ring out. The ropes binding Yang Xian split apart inch by inch. Yang Xian roared in a low voice as she slowly broke away from the pillar that was spewing out thick smoke and raging flames. Sha Tu was the same. His power was stronger than Yang Xian's, and his speed of escaping was several times faster. Monkey screamed. He opened his mouth and spat out a white sword light that slashed at Sha Tu's neck, but Sha Tu ignored his sword light. The flying sword slashed at Sha Tu's neck, cutting off half of his neck. Sha Tu's black blood spurted out, and the sword light quickly dimmed. The monkey head spat out a mouthful of blood. He had completely lost contact with the flying sword. Shit, how can you escape the god-binding pillar? Monkey screamed, but his screams came to an abrupt end. Sha Tu had punched his head into his chest. Chapter 1177. On the boundless ocean, the 6 Sky Kings were still drinking with the new sect leaders. They were really happy. They felt like everything in the world was under their control. Nothing could hide from them. Nothing could escape their calculations and schemes. The core power of the Celestial Court was in their hands. The top power of the Tao sect was in their hands. The big picture was in their hands. As for those world breakers, they had Wuxia, a man who was willing to work hard without complaint. It had nothing to do with the Celestial Emperors. Sha Tu and Yang Jian were locked up in the Sky Prison. The 13 world breakers had lost 1/6 of their power. They just had to lock up a few more world breakers. When Daozu came out, they might be rewarded for this achievement. What the sect leaders wanted was simple. If they could get Daozu's legacy and reach Tao Merge, that would be enough. What the Celestial Sovereigns wanted was even simpler. The position of Celestial Sovereign was good, but if they could get rid of their divine bodies and regain their immortal bodies, then sit on the throne of Celestial Sovereign, there was nothing more perfect in this world. If he could become a Tao integration stage Heavenly Emperor, then that kind of carefree happiness would be better than cultivating in seclusion deep in the mountains. Ever since they formed their god bodies, the 7 emotions and 6 desires returned to the 6 Sky Kings. They cared a lot about women. In the past few years, they had enjoyed a lot of beautiful women. Thinking back to the taste of ecstasy, even if they got their celestial gold bodies again, they would have to fill their training grounds with beautiful women. In the past, they had been so busy with cultivation that they did not realize it. After becoming Sky Kings, they realized there were so many good things to enjoy in the world. The 6 Sky Kings were shocked. Why had they ignored so many things in the past? Good wine, delicious food, beautiful women, and the supreme power to decide the fate of all living things. All of this made them so fascinated. Tao Merge Sky King. Just thinking about it made people's hearts beat faster. Thinking about it, the Sky Kings and the sect leaders became more and more dissolute. A few of the Sky Kings started to make moves on the beautiful fairies next to them. The sect leaders knew that after they formed their god bodies, They did not have the same level of cultivation they had before. They all laughed and watched. They were brothers. So what if they were dissolute once or twice? After all, there were no outsiders here. In the secret palace, Wuxia was sweating. With the help of Princess Zhonglu, he was running the sky-stealing formation. Wisps of white mist rose into the sky above the formation, and on top of each wisp of white mist, there was a tiny lotus flower blooming. In the middle of the 6 largest lotuses, Yingzheng and the other emperors were sitting cross-legged. Their bodies emitted majestic golden light. The so-called 6 largest lotuses were actually only 1/10 the size of a sesame seed, but the divine power ripples they emitted were extremely shocking. Near these 6 lotuses, in one of the bigger lotuses, Lu Chengfeng was meditating with his eyes closed. This lotus corresponded to the celestial lord of heaven, the leader of all the 1,080,000 celestial lords in the heaven. The power of the celestial lord of heaven and the divine power of the celestial lord of heaven were being drawn here by the heavenly stealing formation with a supreme divine ability, merging into Lu Chengfeng's body. Like the 6 emperors, Lu Chengfeng was getting used to the aura of this god power, trying to control and operate this brand new power. Baiqi, Lian Pe, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Li Mu, all the civil and military officials of the 6 dynasties were sent into the sky, stealing formation by Wuxia. They had occupied the positions corresponding to many important gods in the celestial court, and were getting used to the aura of the divine power in these positions with Wuxia's help. For example, Baiqi was pushed to the position of heavenly killer celestial lord by Wuxia. Baiqi's cultivation technique and temperament were very compatible with the power of this position. At the moment, a pile of human skulls was looming behind Baiqi, and an astonishing killing intent was fluctuating around him. Apart from these emperors and ministers of the 6 dynasties who occupied the important positions, the other middle and small divine positions in the celestial court were also occupied by the elites of the 6 dynasties. Tens of millions of soldiers of the 6 dynasties, together with a part of the elite troops under the command of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan and the Yin Emperor Shinon, were all sent into the sky-stealing formation by Wuxia. The huge formation had begun to operate, and the divine power of the Great Path was constantly flowing into the formation. As long as the formation was operated well, with Wuxia's order, everyone could forcibly take the control of the entire celestial court from the hands of the 6 emperors and the other divine gods. The position of the celestial court was the highest and most powerful divine position in the 3 worlds. With this position, Wuxia could influence the operation of the Great Path of the entire Panga world. The 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs had worked hard for the God-conferring plan for countless years and finally succeeded. However, Wuxia took most of the benefits from their hands without saying a word. If the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, who were in closed-door cultivation, knew about this, they would definitely faint from anger. If Wuxia didn't have a mysterious, thieving energy inside his body, Wuxia wouldn't have been able to do such a heaven-defying thing. But the thievery energy had an unfathomable mystery. As long as it existed in the world, there was nothing it could not touch. Even the heavenly Tao, godhood, and the divine power of the heavenly Tao, which were illusory, could be forcibly used by Wuxia. The magic power needed to operate the entire sky-stealing formation was too great. Wuxia couldn't do it alone, so Princess Zhonglu also joined in. Princess Zhonglu's 5 elements, true spirits, could communicate with the heaven and earth. In terms of magic power recovery speed, even Wuxia couldn't compare. Princess Zhonglu helped Wuxia absorb the Holy Spirit energy and turn it into holy power to operate the formation. The couple worked together to barely maintain the good operation of the formation. When all the deities had returned and all the important formation eyes of the formation were filled, Wuxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and took a few steps back. Although the positions of those low-level deity positions, such as those of the immeasurable number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, had not been filled up yet. Those low-level heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had little effect on the formation. The current sky-stealing formation had at least 90% of the power of the entire heavenly deity position. Once they familiarize themselves with their divine power, when the time comes, many of them will have a very good look on their faces. With his hands clasped behind his back and looking at the sky-stealing formation, Wuxia laughed happily. He said slowly, "First, we'll seize the position of the celestial court, then slowly design the positions of the human world and the netherworld. When all the positions of the three realms are in our hands, then, after pondering for a while, Wuxia pulled Princess Xianxia into his arms. The two were silent for a while. Everything he did was to ensure that his family and friends could live in peace and contentment. Wuxia told himself in his heart that if it was possible, when everything was settled, he would go to Earth and establish a Taoist right hall. He would stay there for a long time. There were some things there that he couldn't forget, especially for Wuxia, who was a loner in his previous life. Those things were the most precious to him. Princess Xianxia put her arms around Wuqi's waist and rubbed her little face against Wuqi's chest. Just as the two were about to say something sweet and tender, the three pure ones suddenly shook violently. A loud noise came from the west, and a monstrous murderous aura rushed out from somewhere in the west and quickly spread across the entire celestial court. Wuxia was startled. He hastily inscribed a few runes on the sky-stealing formation and sent a voice transmission to Yin Dan and the others, telling them to focus on practicing the formation and ignore what was happening outside. After that, he grabbed Princess Xianxia's hand and flew straight out of the secret palace. Xianxia had flown high up into the sky with Ao Buzin and the others, using a divine ability to look toward the west. In the far distance to the west, the void was twisting and cracking. Then, with a loud noise, that part of the void exploded into pieces, and a mountain range more than 30,000 miles long and 100 miles high appeared out of thin air. That was where the prison of the Celestial Court was located. This nameless mountain range had been completely concealed by some almighty experts with restrictive spells, and now someone was violently attacking the various restrictive spells in the mountain range. The outer layer of the mountain range was the weakest and was the first to be violently destroyed. The whole mountain range was spraying out threatening grand white energy essence, which turned into countless sharp swords and shot in all directions. Some immortals who were closer to the mountain range were rushing there, but the tsunami-like explosion of grand white energy essence had knocked them into a sorry state. At least thousands of weaker heaven immortals were stabbed by the swords, howling and falling from the sky. With hands clasped behind his back, Reverend Xianxia flew up into the sky unhurriedly. He gave the place a glance and said with a smile, "That's the direction of the prison of the Celestial Court. It looks like an important prisoner has escaped from the prison. But, judging from the commotion, the prisoner should still be in the prison. I wonder if the guards there can suppress him or not." Wuxia sent his divine sense in that direction, which seeped into the whole mountain range like water. Instantly, all the commotion and images in the prison were displayed before his eyes. Wuxia sneered and said, "It's Sha Tu and Xianxia who have escaped. What did those 6 good-for-nothings say when they wanted to leave? The prison is impregnable, and nothing can happen to them. Now, they have escaped and are slaughtering the prisoners in the prison to absorb their blood essence." The prison was a scene of bloodshed. How could the prisoners suppressed by the prison's restrictive spells escape from Sha Tu and Xianxia? From the 360th floor to the 341st floor, there were only a little over 300 prisoners, but all of them had Tao-breaking cultivation bases. Judging from the appearance of some of them, they were clearly chaos fiend gods. It was unknown how long they had been imprisoned, but now they had become Sha Tu and Xianxia's food. The two of them had killed all the prison guards on the bottom 10 floors, destroyed all the restrictive spells, and devoured all the prisoners. Now they were on their way to the prison on the top floor. If they could really devour all the prisoners in the prison, Wuxia calculated that their magic power would be equal to that of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs, or even slightly stronger. After all, there were too many prisoners in the prison, and there were many top experts among them. Since the establishment of the Celestial Court, the number of prisoners in the prison had been increasing. The Celestial Court had gone through more than 1,000 Celestial Emperors, and each Celestial Emperor had been in power for at least 100 eons, or at least 15 or 16 eons. Even if there were only 3 to 5 new prisoners every year, the number of prisoners in the prison was still an astronomical figure. TSK, this is going to be interesting. If they can really devour all the prisoners, they will be immortal, and they will have magic power equal to that of Daozu Buddha. Ha, this is going to be a fun battle. Wuxia suddenly laughed gloatingly. Gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, he cried out. He my order, gods of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Assemble your divine weapons and protect the palace of translucence and the surrounding halls. We must not let these evildoers break into the heart of the Celestial Court. The order from Wuxia threw the entire Celestial Court into chaos. Since the gods of 5 elements had gone to protect the palace of translucence, who was going to suppress the prisoners in the prison? The gods of thunder, cloud, and the other gods of thunder hurriedly led their subordinates to the west, while the celestial lords scrambled to their feet and turned into beams of light as they sped toward the west. The Celestial Court was in complete chaos. It was a major event that a fugitive had appeared in the prison. Chapter 1178. This time we'll just watch the show. Wuxia folded his arms over his chest and grinned gloatingly as he watched those gods who were rushing toward the heavenly prison in the form of beams of light or on clouds. The 6 celestial emperors had personally taken Xianxia and shot 2 away from him, and then personally escorted them to the prison. Now that Xianxia and Sha Tu had been freed, the celestial emperors were humiliated, and Wuxia had no intention of attacking them for their sake. The gods of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, formed the connate 5 elements formation in the sky. They looked anxiously in the direction of the prison, anxiously wanting to lead their divine soldiers and generals to reinforce them. But now that they had been assigned by the celestial emperors to serve Wuxia, they did not dare to act rashly without Wuqi's permission. A stream of light shot out of Wuqi's eyes. Accompanied by a deep roar of waves, the stream of light turned into a huge light curtain with a radius of several miles in front of everyone. Everything in the prison could be seen clearly through the light curtain. The people around Wuxia were fine, for they were used to Wuqi's divine powers and means. But the 5 gods were all dumbfounded. They knew that the prison was densely covered with restrictions, and there was even a large formation set up by Daozu himself to seal off the surroundings. The fact that Wuxia could see everything in the prison from hundreds of millions of miles away proved that all the restrictions had been penetrated by his divine sense. Other restrictions and formations aside, there was the Yin and Yang Tai Ching divine mausoleum formation set up by Zimei Daozu himself. When he set it up, Zimei Daozu was already a Dao fusing expert. Since Wuxia could penetrate the prison with his divine sense through this formation, didn't it mean that his divine sense was at least comparable to Zimei Daozu's, or even better than Z Daozu's? After figuring out the mystery, the 5 gods shut their mouths at the same time. None of them dared to speak again. Although they were core disciples of the Dao sect before they were conferred as gods, and although they were loyal and devoted to the 6 celestial emperors, it was precisely because they were core elite disciples of the Dao sect that they understood how terrifying Dao ancestors were. Such a figure was not someone they could provoke. Even if they had been conferred the heavenly Dao, couldn't a Dao fusing expert completely kill them? They did not dare to take this risk. Conscientiously, the 5 divine gods commanded the hundreds of millions of divine soldiers to form the 5 elements formation, guarding the palace with a circumference of 1,000,000 miles with great vigilance. From the moment Wuxia fell into this divine power, Wuxia's position in their hearts had surpassed that of the 6 celestial emperors. Strength determined everything. Since Wuxia had reached the level of Daozu, he was much more important than the celestial emperors. All the gods and divine emperors had rushed to the outside of the prison. Soon, a great heavenly formation was set up outside the prison. Except for the 5 elements and the 5 divisions, the other gods stood in their respective positions and blocked the outside of the prison with the millions of celestial lords. The great heavenly formation was the first battle formation set up by the celestial court with all the troops. It gathered the power of millions of celestial lords and billions of gods, together with the almost endless army of the celestial court. This formation was spherical and had a diameter of more than 1 trillion miles. In the original idea, this formation was used by the celestial court to deal with Buddhism in the future. They did not expect this formation to be used in a short time. But today, 2 world breakers had escaped from the prison. The celestial court immediately set up the formation. Within a short span of 100 years, none of the divine beings in the heaven had mastered the great sky formation. Although those powerful celestial lords and divine emperors were able to communicate with each other through their powerful divine wills and stand in their respective positions, their celestial soldiers and divine generals were still running around in a mess. The main structure of the enormous formation had barely taken shape, but the details of the inner parts were far from complete. A formation like this had form, but no spirit. It could scare people, but if it was used in a fight, it would be useless. Now, they were in a hurry to set up the big formation. They did not have the time to bring the flags and formation weapons. The power of the big formation was reduced by more than 90%. In the sky, 6 clouds of purple gas and 18 clouds suddenly flashed. The 6 sky kings shouted at the same time, and a messy, great heavenly formation suddenly stopped. Celestial Emperor Yin roared furiously. First, he gave a torrent of abuse to the 30,000 celestial sovereigns in charge of guarding the dungeon. Then, he personally ordered the celestial sovereigns, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, to rush into the dungeon as reinforcements. The 4 element gods were also an important force of the celestial court. They were responsible for guarding the 33 skies. They were the top figures in the celestial court. The 4 divine lords had the power of Tao breaking before they were conferred as gods. Under their command were the 4 great marshals corresponding to the 4 seasons, the 12 generals corresponding to the 12 moons, the 24 spirit officers corresponding to the 24 solar terms, and the divine generals on duty for the 365 days. Yin Sky King gave the order, and the 4 element gods immediately rushed into the prison with their generals. The millions of soldiers under them formed the 4 holy evil suppression spirit formation and slowly descended from the sky, blocking the entrance of the prison. All 1,080,000 celestial lords roared at the same time. All the stars in the sky burst out with a dazzling silver light that no one could look straight at. Powerful star forces fell from the sky like tidewater and poured into the bodies of these 4 divine weapons. Before they became gods, the 4 element gods were at least peak heaven immortals. After they became gods and condensed the divine body of heavenly Tao, their strength had a corresponding breakthrough. Basically, they all had the strength of gold immortals. Now, with the help of the star power of the 1,080,000 celestial lords, their bodies grew taller rapidly. Each of them swelled to about 100 feet. Their skin showed a colorful golden color, and their pores constantly ejected the bright silver light unique to the star power. Everyone's strength was instantly raised to the level of peak gold immortals. Nearly 10 million peak gold immortals formed the 4 holy evil suppression spirit formation. This formation was enough to trap Daozu and Buddha, who had just stepped into the Tao fusing realm, in a short period of time. Wuxia could not help but suck in a deep breath when he saw the divine weapon under 4 phases divine lord's command was so mighty. He looked back at Princess Zhonglu and said with a smile, "When you fight them in the future, don't wait for them to finish setting up the formation. Setting up a formation with the power of the heavenly Tao and using the power of the stars to enhance your magic power and divine abilities is simply cheating. If you're trapped in this formation, you will be able to protect yourself, but you will not be able to break the formation. It will be very annoying." Princess Zhonglu raised her eyebrows. Before she could say anything, Xianxia had already laughed sinisterly. She said in a strange voice, "Who will be trapped in their formation? Can't we just kill them all before they finish setting up the formation?" Wuxia shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. "We can't kill them all. With the deification pool, even if they die, they will quickly reform their divine bodies. Unless we kill tens of millions of people at the same time, they will definitely finish setting up the formation. This is giving me a headache." In the other room, the 6 celestial emperors personally gave orders to adjust the great chaos heaven formation. Under their orders, the divine soldiers began to operate in an orderly manner, which was much better than the chaotic situation just now. The 6 celestial emperors were very familiar with the formation diagram of the great chaos heaven formation, and each of their orders was extremely exquisite. Under their command, the great chaos heaven formation gradually began to take shape. A mighty and irresistible aura came rushing over. Even with Wuqi's cultivation base, he could not help but take 3 steps back. Princess Zhonglu and the others were even more embarrassed, and they were almost blown away by the aura. When he looked in the direction of the celestial prison, he could no longer see what was happening there with the naked eye. All he could see was a plume of purple smoke rising into the sky. The purple smoke rushed into the sky, and it even caused the celestial absolute heaven to tremble a little. Wuqi's expression changed once again. The great chaos heaven formation, if this formation was really formed and operated, it would probably be able to suppress even figures at the level of Buddha. Judging by the momentum, it would not be a problem to suppress 2 Buddha ancestors at the same time. If there was a conflict between Buddhism and Tao sects, the 9 Tao ancestors would gang up on the remaining 5 Buddha ancestors and have a great chance of suppressing all 5 Buddha ancestors. If Buddhism did not prepare any countermeasures, it was likely that they would suffer a great loss in the future. Just as Wuqi was frantically thinking about all kinds of possibilities, for Element Immortal had already rushed into the heavenly prison with his divine generals and quickly rushed along the spacious corridor to the level where Xianxia and Shatu were. There was a tyrannical restriction in the heavenly prison. Even though 4 Element Immortal was powerful, he could not fly through the air. They could only run forward like mortals. However, their running speed was extremely fast, which was basically comparable to the speed of a golden immortal flying on a flying sword. The area of the heavenly prison was extremely large, and the corridors inside were extremely complicated. Even though 4 Element Immortal flew down at his fastest speed, it still took him half an hour to meet Xianxia, who had just come out of the cell. In that cell was a female immortal who had committed a crime, and her cultivation base was at the peak of golden immortal. No one knew why she had committed the crime. She had been imprisoned in the heavenly prison for at least many years, during which she had experienced at least 10 celestial emperors. As a golden immortal, this female immortal did not look old. She was still youthful and beautiful, but it was her youthful beauty and her cultivation base at the peak of golden immortal that brought her a disaster, an extremely miserable disaster. Xianxia walked out of the cell while humming a tune. At the door of the cell was the corpse of the female immortal, shriveled like a reed stick, and near her lower body was a large pool of black blood. Xianxia's aura had increased a bit, and he looked particularly comfortable with a ruddy face. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird was the only woman among the 4 Element Immortals. When she saw the miserable scene in the cell, she could not help but fly into a rage. With a wave of her hands, a pair of red wings wrapped in a blue flame whizzed up behind her. The divine artifact of Divine Lord Vermilion Bird, condensed from the divine power of the Great Path, the vermilion bird dazzling halo, transformed into a dazzling purple sun that floated above her head, constantly spurting out countless extremely thin threads of light that pierced Xianxia's body. When Xianxia saw the beautiful divine Lord Vermilion Bird, he could not help but drool. He laughed wildly and said, "You divine lords are really strange. I can't even absorb a trace of spiritual essence from your body. But for the sake of your face and figure, even if you don't have any spiritual essence, I'll have some fun with you today." A pink demonic energy rushed out of the top of Xianxia's head, turning into a pair of snow-white arms that grabbed at divine Lord Vermilion Bird's head. Xianxia laughed wildly and said, "Beauty, why are you fighting to the death? Come and have some fun with me." A strong light flashed, and the cells around them suddenly trembled. The vermilion bird dazzling halo collided with the arms, and the vermilion bird divine flame turned the arms into smoke. Yangxian's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to tease divine Lord Vermilion Bird, divine Lord Azure Dragon had already rushed out. A dragon roar soared into the sky as divine Lord Azure Dragon transformed into a raging cyan dragon and head-butted Yangxian's chest. Yangxian opened his mouth and spat out a breath that reeked of blood. He held divine Lord Azure Dragon's head tightly with both hands and twisted it hard. Crack! Divine Lord Azure Dragon's neck was broken. Chapter 1179. Wuxia was rendered speechless, while the people around him shook their heads. The celestial court's chaos heaven formation burst into exclamations, followed by complete silence. As the head of the four-element divine lords in the celestial court, divine Lord Azure Dragon's divine abilities were unpredictable, and his divine body was shockingly strong. He was no weaker than a body cultivator of the same realm. In particular, there was a strand of innate first with spiritual energy in his body, which made his divine body's vitality endless. If he really fought, he would have a very strong endurance and resilience. In the celestial court, apart from a few of the 1,080,000 celestial lords, no one could compare to divine Lord Azure Dragon when it came to physical strength. However, such a strong Azure Dragon divine body had his neck forcibly broken by Xianxia. What was even more shocking was that divine Lord Azure Dragon's life force was cut off the moment his neck was broken. His divine body suddenly collapsed, and a Yuan Ling flew into the sky, sucked toward the deification pool. "How dare you, evildoer!" Divine Lord Black Tortoise flew into a rage. He suddenly charged forward, a huge black tortoise shell faintly visible behind him. Like a huge rock, he smashed toward Yangxian. Azure Dragon's divine abilities were ever-changing, and his life force was extremely strong. On the other hand, divine Lord Black Tortoise's physical defense was the best in the celestial court, and his strength was even more astonishing. Although divine Lord Azure Dragon's physical body was strong, his physical body was mostly manifested in his abnormal recovery ability. In terms of physical strength, divine Lord Black Tortoise's brute force was enough to multiply the combined physical strength of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird divine lords by several times. Even Yangxian's expression changed when such a divine power collided head-on. He let out a deep roar, and a pink rune flashed between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the shadow of a huge mountain flashed behind him, and he also brutally stretched out his arms and smashed toward divine Lord Black Tortoise. While pouncing toward divine Lord Black Tortoise, he still had the leisure to tease divine Lord Vermilion Bird. "Beauty, after I kill this boar, I'll definitely strip you naked and see how long and white your legs are." There was another loud explosion as Yang Gui and divine Lord Black Tortoise collided. The illusory mountain behind Yang Ling shattered with a loud bang, and blood spurted out of Yang Ling's 7 orifices at the same time. The Black Tortoise Divine Lord's brute force was too strong. The clothes in front of Yangxian's chest were torn to shreds by his brute force. The Black Tortoise Divine Lord wrapped his arms around Yangxian's waist and pushed her forward like a mad bull. Xianxia lost his footing and howled angrily as he was pushed more than 100 miles away by Black Tortoise Divine Lord. He was forcefully pushed from the middle of the tunnel to the end. At the end of the over 300-mile-long path was a wall coiled in purple thunderbolts. Black Tortoise Emperor foamed at the mouth and breathed out 2 scorching streams of white smoke from his nostrils. Valiantly and violently, he bumped Xianxia against the wall. The surrounding cells suddenly shook, and countless prisoners cried out at the same time. Yanggui's arms suddenly spread out and stuck to the wall like a piece of paper. Black Tortoise Divine Lord slammed Xianxia into the wall, giving off the impression that Xianxia had turned into a thin piece of paper. It was pressed against the wall as though all the flesh and blood in its body had been squeezed out. The Thunderbolt enchantment on the wall was activated. Countless water tank-sized thunderbolts rushed out of the surrounding air with deafening rumbles and struck Xianxia's body. Black smoke rose from Xianxia's body as he kept coughing out mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weakening rapidly, and with every mouthful of blood he coughed out, the magic power he lost was equal to the power of a peak gold immortal. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of thunderbolts struck Xianxia. Xianxia howled furiously, struggled to raise both hands and exert his divine power, smashing them down on Black Tortoise Divine Lord's back. Every strike was like a thunderbolt, like a meteor crashing into the ground, and could shatter a part of the starry sky. Divine Lord Black Tortoise's body trembled violently. The black and yellow tortoise shell on his back was overflowing with flowing light. Cracks kept appearing on the thick tortoise shell. However, no matter how Xianxia attacked, the cracks healed immediately. The defense of the tortoise shell was extremely strong. A tiger's roar rose into the sky as a huge pair of white wings spread out behind White Tiger Divine Lord's back. He swung his sword and thrust it forward like a white bolt of lightning. Black Tortoise dodged. White Tiger Divine Lord threw his head back and roared. Black Tortoise lowered his head and lay prone on the ground. The sword beam narrowly brushed past Black Tortoise's scalp and stabbed into Xianxia's heart. White Tiger opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of blood essence, which was coiled in a white mist, onto the sword in his hand. The spirit divine weapon, which was also condensed from the divine power of the great Tao, began trembling abruptly. It looked like a hedgehog that had suddenly revealed all its thorns. Beams of white light shone out of the sword, and a series of puffing noises could be heard as the great white gung metal sword energy shredded Yang Ming's internal organs. Xianxia's eyes, nose, and mouth turned from a small stream of blood to a fountain. Blood gushed out his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. It sprayed dozens of feet away. White Tiger Divine Lord, who was standing in front of him, was covered in blood. White Tiger Divine Lord laughed at Xianxia and shouted, "You want to bully the Red Sparrow? Do you think you can do that? Hee hee, I don't care if you're a world breaker. Go die." He waved his sword wildly and slashed Xianxia 3,600 times in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's body, which was not very tall and strong, was smashed to pieces. Countless pieces of flesh and blood sprayed all over the ground. White Tiger Divine Lord raised his sword triumphantly and roared into the sky. "Red Sparrow, use your divine flame of the vermilion bird to burn this bastard's flesh and blood." Before White Tiger could say anything, the vermilion bird Divine Lord had already thrown his head back and roared into the sky. Rolling blue flames swept out like a tidal wave toward Xianxia's flesh and blood. Just as the vermilion bird divine flame was about to burn the flesh and blood, a venomous curse rose into the sky. The flesh and blood wriggled, and countless blood vessels and tendrils of flesh shot out from the remains. These blood vessels and tendrils of flesh intertwined with each other. Gusts of chilly wind rose from the ground, and Xianxia returned to his original form in the blink of an eye. However, compared to the monstrous aura he had when he charged out of the lowest level of the heavenly prison, Xianxia's aura now was at most equivalent to that of a mid-stage Tao-breaking cultivator. He no longer had the aura he had when he fought against a Tao-fusing cultivator. Seeing that the flames were already in front of him, Xianxia roared, and his body strangely started to keratinize. Like an insect, his skin became glossy and hard, becoming a material like a longhorn beetle's shell. His hands became two sharp thorns, and his joints were like rubber that could stretch infinitely. Yangxian's body spun rapidly, and his arms suddenly became dozens of feet long. His flexible arms drove the sharp thorns that his palms had turned into. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed at least 100,000 times. White Tiger Divine Lord let out a miserable howl. His physical defense was far weaker than the Black Tortoise's, and his body was riddled with hundreds of see-through holes. There was even a bowl-sized, see-through hole between his eyebrows. White Tiger Divine Lord's divine body collapsed, and a strand of Yuan Ling was sucked away by the deification pool. Then, Black Tortoise Divine Lord howled in pain. At least half of Yangxian's attacks landed on him, and all of them were aimed at the core of Black Tortoise's tortoise shell. Hundreds of thousands of stabs landed on that point at almost the same time, and Black Tortoise Divine Lord's sturdy defense was finally shattered by this terrifying attack. Yangxian's right spike and Black Tortoise Divine Lord's tortoise shell turned into streams of light and dissipated at the same time. However, the spike in his left hand stabbed into Black Tortoise Divine Lord's back thousands of times. Black Tortoise Divine Lord howled in pain, and his divine body collapsed. Yuan Ling shot into the sky and fled. The vermilion bird Divine Flame had already reached Yangxian's body, and his shell crackled from the heat. Some of the more fragile parts of a shell were even melted, and they turned into a crimson paste that dripped onto the ground. Laughing wildly, Yangxian charged forward at lightning speed, charging at Divine Lord Vermilion Bird without any fear of death. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird's expression flickered. She flapped her wings, and the ring brought up a blinding light as it smashed heavily onto Yangxian's chest. A white flame burst out from the ring, burning a 1-foot-wide part of Yangxian's chest to ashes. White flames sprayed out from his 7 orifices and every pore on his body. He waved the remaining spike in his left hand in a sorry state and quickly unleashed tens of thousands of attacks at Divine Lord Vermilion Bird. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird was the fastest among the Divine Lords of 4 Element. She left countless afterimages in the air as she dodged Yangxian's attacks with great difficulty. However, the generals of the 4 Element Immortals behind her were not so lucky. At least 200 Immortal generals were knocked into the air, and their bodies were riddled with countless holes. In just the blink of an eye, their divine bodies were shattered, and their original souls soared into the sky and fled toward the deification pool. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird was furious. She shouted, "Form the 4 Element formation and trap this monster here." The important god spirits of the celestial court knew that world breakers could not be killed. If they were killed, it would not take long for them to reappear. Instead of waiting for them to reappear again and again, it was better to trap them and kill them. Then they would find a way to weaken their power and suppress them with restrictions. That was the only way to solve the problem once and for all. The Divine Lords of 4 Element rushed into the prison at the same time. At the moment, only Divine Lord Vermilion Bird was in good shape. This made the short-tempered Divine Lord Vermilion Bird extremely angry. In particular, Xianxia's filthy words made her hate Xianxia to the extreme. She turned into a fire dragon that spun around Yangxian. From time to time, she would spew out countless white flames that melted Yangxian's shell. The remaining generals of the 4 Element Immortals formed a large formation and besieged Yangxian on the spot. Outside the prison, the 6 great sky kings looked at each other and smiled. It looked like Yangxian could not escape. At this critical moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from one of the cells next to them. A huge sound wave came out. Dozens of god generals with the lowest level of cultivation had their god bodies shattered. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird felt dizzy and he subconsciously slowed down to look in the direction of the prison cell. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird, who was wearing heavy armor and holding a giant sword, roared and slashed down. Divine Lord Vermilion Bird, who was in a daze, could not dodge. The sword went from his head to his crotch. Chi-Chi was cut in half. Xianxia was furious. He shouted, "Kill him! Give me back my beauty!" Sha-Tu rushed into the four-element formation and waved his sword. He angrily shouted, "Give me back my ass! Hurry up and get out of here. We are all going to be trapped here. Bastard!" Killing them did not bring us any benefits. Our power did not increase, but it weakened us. Yangxian's face changed. He screamed into the sky. He worked with Sha-Tu to go to the end of the tunnel. The god generals, who were in a mess because of Sha-Tu, could not stop the mad attacks of the two world breakers. In a few seconds, they were forced out. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.